I know a place where they don't wear shoes. There's never any worries, nothing you gotta do. But you can swim and surf if you want to in Malibu.
Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. And even when it seems like there's no way out, we'll grow a little closer. We water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. 'Cause we're better together, better as one. 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 Deep minds, we were forced to be alone. Unknowns and nowhere is the same. Grow a little closer, we water, we flow. All of us together, we're good, we flow. Nothing is the same, but I won't hold back. I won't hold back. I won't hold back. Cause we're better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one. Better together, better as one.
shadows for far too long, fighting to breathe. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. We almost lost who we are. Now we got a fresh start. The pieces in the puzzle no longer falling apart. Yeah, we run through the night. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night. They can try and catch us, baby. Yeah, we run through the night.
I walked where no one dared to go. No map, no light, just scars to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Every wound is a sign I won. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my just when I lift my mic into the storm.
에이밍 6할 KRX 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for our Rise Group match of the day. It is going to be KRX up against KRX. I am Valdez once again here with Ox. How are you doing today, Ox?
Pretty good. Looking forward to the matches today. I was off yesterday, so I was watching from home but missing out on all the fun. And today, I think there's one series I think it's really hard to call, honestly, based on the recent matchups I've had. The other, I think there's a definite favorite, but still so much on the line. I think the thing we've seen so much this time around with Legend and Rise is that both groups have kind of been anyone can beat anyone. Last year when we had Legend and Rise group was like that, but Legend group was just tier list.
Yeah.
And now it's been so much more chaotic. The predictions have tanked. Everyone's had some rough weeks, but it's made it so exciting because you come in on a day, and I'm just like, I don't know. Who's going to win? I don't know. We will see. We will find out with you.
We still do have to make predictions every week, and as you've mentioned, it's been difficult, and it's not easy as well to get through the Rise group. Nongshim losing to DNS twice in their last two matchups means they're in fourth, and if they stay there, they're not making it into play-ins. And for both of these teams, they want to get another win under their belts to get a little bit of a buffer.
Yeah, I've said this before, but considering 3 out of 4 of the remaining Rise Group teams still in the running can make it out, DNS has already absorbed one of those 2 spots that don't make play-ins, it would feel so devastating to be that 1 out of 4 team who doesn't make it through the next stage. And right now, that's the position Nongshim are in, but KRX not much ahead and desperately want to get a win today and ideally a 2-0 to manage to climb as much of the standings as they can. These two teams did just face 4 days ago, so it's obviously revealed a good amount of information. It was a 2-0 to being KRX. The Nidalee top did come out, but to be honest, I think it was more about the bot lane, the Lucian Milio in game 1 being a massive factor, and I think Kellen had a phenomenal performance in that series.
Yeah, Kellen's been really good, and it just makes you wonder, all these different grade 80 carries that he has played with. He has really made them better than what they could have been, and I think that's been true for every 80 carry. He's just such a fantastic, classic support player, and, those guys generally don't get a huge amount of credit for playing enchanters really well, but Kellen makes it obvious.
I think when we've seen the form of the 80 carries who were in that swap, when we're talking about being KRX this time around, I know there's a swap on the other team too, but it definitely feels like Taeyun and Diablo, the form was just better for both of them when they were with Kellen. It feels like he's really made a difference and he's elevating his 80 carry. On the other side, for KRX, obviously running with aiming now, getting some success on the back of that, but we did see when they played against being KRX last time, it was aiming on the Ziggs, aiming on the MF, and as much as I think these are great picks that aiming has had a lot of success on, I think how I expect KRX to play around this 80 carry they have now is not to give him like a Ziggs that can just wave clear and enable the team. I think they should see what some of the teams have been doing as we've been leading more towards the bot lane meta. Take a note out of T1's book with Pays and just invest resources into aiming. I think that is a really strong strategy in the Rise group where you have this 80 carries off to be on top table teams. You give him the money. I don't think there's many teams that can handle him or shut him down.
Yeah, I do agree. And It looked good their first time out with aiming. At least they got the wins, but at the end of the day, last couple of times haven't been the greatest. So definitely feels like there's still some, new player kind of, what is the word I'm looking for? You're trying to adjust to the new player that has joined your roster, and aiming can definitely warp the teams that he's on as well because he's the Gold King. He wants all the farm and stuff.
I think in the past, I've sometimes been critical of the way aiming can warp teams. I feel the opposite way right now for KRX. I think they need to be warped by aiming.
Yeah.
And having someone they can consistently play around, I think is a big boon. I also think, as you said, it's tough to adjust, especially this round 3, round 4 period is so short. Only 8 matches per team compared to round 1 and 2 was 18. Over double. You don't have much time to get things together. If you lose even a single match, that can be deadly for teams that can have such a big impact. So you're kind of trying to work things out while also trying to win every match possible to keep your hopes alive. And KRX, tough task ahead of them. They also have to bounce back from the fact that they just got kind of demolished by this team 4 days ago. So I imagine that brief time that they had off will have been spent looking over that match, thinking, why did we lose? What can we do better? What were the mistakes? What were the pitfalls we fell into? And how are we going to shape up our draft for this match?
Taeyun has a lot to smile about nowadays. He did pick up the POM the last time out up against KRX.
And he's now 3rd. He's on 600.
Yeah.
Zeka's 2nd and 700. And Chovy is 1st on 900. I think Chovy and Zeka are players you very typically expect to see up in the POM standings, but it just shows Taeyun has really been doing so much work to elevate BNK and it's been reflected in the POM votes. That man on your screen as well, Kellen, has also done some phenomenal work. And as we have moved more back into a bot focus, because we obviously had that period with Road to MSI and Internationals where I was like, what is bot lane? It's just a place where you leave one of your players to relax while your support roams. And now, especially teams like T1, have been laser focused on playing through bot.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting. The meta just all over the place, it feels like, in the last bunch of weeks with all the different changes and champions and ways that the teams are playing the game. And we'll see what happens here as we hop into the draft for Game 1.
I do think it makes it more interesting when multiple strategies can work out in that way. And interestingly, so BNK have gone for 2nd pick here. Both the matches they played last time, KRX had 1st pick, so it's the same pick selection here. And the bans KRX started the series out with were Poppy, Shen, and Olaf. So this time they're going Poppy Nocturne, changing up the strategy a bit. Whereas BNK, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Orianna Casio was what they banned last time around.
And the Olaf blind pick has been countered a bunch of times. We have seen 2 games of Kled into it where it looked very strong as an answer. So I'm not sure about, first picking it or even picking it early.
BNK did ban Vi here in both games last time they played this matchup. And considering the Poppy Nocturne Jarvan ban does push the priority up a bit, are they going to take that out here as well? Or you could let it go. You could be comfortable playing like the Theory into it. And they instead go for that Camille ban. Are KRX just going to slam jungle here? Or, there's things like the Olaf open, the Jace open,
the Shen.
AD carry picks, the Shen. There's a lot of power picks, but they have been very focused on jungle bans here. And they opt to pick up the Vi as a result. I think for BNK, when we first saw Neferi come into the meta, it was as a Vi counter. And it's now at the point where the pick stands on its own, and we see teams just pick it. It's also good into Jarvan, for example, but I think for Raptor, it could make a lot of sense to pick it here. That being said, don't have to prioritize it right now. Instead, they're going to go for Ezreal, give Taeyun a good level of safety. Ezreal Bard is available, and an option here could go Ezreal Shen.
Yeah, seen a lot of Ezreal Shen and, Ezreal Camille. Anything that can roam and just leave the Ezreal alone because he is very self-sufficient. That's really kind of the idea that you want out of your AD carry nowadays. I
also think just having Ezreal Bard into Vi means she just loses so much value.
Yeah.
Very hard to get in the Ezreal, and if you do, you can Arcane Shift over terrain, follow up won't necessarily be there, and you get pulled in the enemy team. Bard can just stasis on top of the ult. So will they commit to that? I mean, the Shen, as you said, also a great pick. I think Kellen kind of spoiled for choice here. But we'll see if they leave support and they actually go for that Olaf pick. We've been seeing this rise up in priority, getting picked earlier and earlier in the draft. And right now there's only the Vi that's been shown on the other side, but it just feels like limited answers. We saw the Kled start to come out as a response to it. And I'm wondering if Frog has something prepared here to go into the Olaf. And that also raises questions. Are you going to pick your bot lane here, knowing that you're up against Yasriel, maybe something like Lucian Milio, or are you going to pick your solo lanes to match that Olaf? And it looks like they'll at least be picking the mid right now. So Rise comes through for Yukal. A pick he's very comfortable on. Did actually play this into BNK KRX in game 1 last time they met.
Jax is another answer. We've seen a decent amount into Olaf.
Yeah.
It is a little bit closer in terms of the matchup. You don't have Skarl to hop off of, but still can at least match the Olaf in the top lane and not get rolled over most of the time.
I also think Mastery of Jax is something that so many more for LCK top laners have. There's been so many metas where Jax has been a dominant pick, and the expectation is that every LCK top will at least have a good amount of games. Kled is definitely more niche. Definitely, you have to practice it and be ready. So I think picking the Jax here makes sense, but that does mean they don't respond to bot lane. I think getting the Rise, which is a great power pick in the mid, a lot of rolling potential on the Jax and the Olaf makes sense, but you're now allowing BNK KRX to take this Ezreal Karma, and they can start to ban away things they're potentially concerned about. They could end up banning things like, I mean, there's Jimbard, there's Lucian Milio, there's Sivir, which can be good into these abilities. There's Nautilus, who's good into Karma specifically. And they'll start off by taking out the Nautilus. I think that's part of the reason KRX felt pretty comfortable to leave it here, because there is a lot of bot lane options available.
Yeah. I mean, you have so many choices. You mentioned Kellen spoiled for choice, and he does go for a very Kellen pick in the Karma. Doesn't go for something a little bit proactive like a Shen or a Bard. But that just means that both Shen and Bard are available and could be options. Shen doesn't have the most fun time into Ezreal Karma, though, so a lot to consider here.
Are we just going to get 5 jungle bans from KRX? I would probably go for the Neferi next if I was them, but that still leaves Lee Sin open and available. So, 5 jungle bans and he still gets Lee Sin. Doesn't feel too phenomenal.
Yeah.
Or maybe they ban the Lee Sin and he gets Neferi. Either way, I think Raptor's comfortable, even if you throw all these bans at him. They do go for that Jhin ban. Is the Lee Sin ban not the Neferi? Will Raptor just grab the Neferi? Or will they pick mid here and leave it till last? Or go in a different direction? There's obviously also Xin Zhao available. Now it looks like Xin Zhao Karma, a strong pairing, and it looks like they're leaning more towards that than the Neferi.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Just a more stable pick that can provide more of a front line for what already is the Ezreal Karma. Now we're thinking about a Kai'Sa here.
I think this is one of the things with banning 5 junglers in game 1, is by game 3, 4 junglers are taken out of the pool anyway, so junglers are much more used to being able to handle being target banned in this way. Xin Zhao's still a great pick. Looking at the Caitlyn Bard, an option here, and a pick where if they come out ahead in the 2v2, Caitlyn definitely Eamon could carry on that one. The range going to be useful. I will say if the Olaf gets on you, you're going to have a bad time. And now looking at Victor's pick, and he's just eyeing up the Syndra. I've seen Syndra often favored into the Rise, and the Scout of the Week has a lot of value here.
Yeah, feels pretty good. I mean, you could go for something like an Anivia. Not the Victor, though. We haven't been liking the Victor nowadays. I think Syndra's a good option. We've even seen it banned when teams pick the Rise just to get him out of that matchup.
I think a lot of this game hinges on those side lanes. Olaf and a Jax can be volatile if one of them gains momentum. If you look at BNK KRX, 3 auto attackers and then a Syndra. If Jax ends up fed, it's going to be tough to deal with him. And then on the other side, Olaf can kind of just run through this team. A lot of the CC tools to peel just won't apply. But also the bot lane. These bot lane combos are both intended to win lane, both intended to curve ahead. And if you end up losing lane on Caitlyn, it's going to feel pretty bad. If Ezreal falls behind the curve, then Caitlyn can get her crit items online, get to 3-4. So I think, for me, it's a lot about the side lane, how they lane, and also how the junglers and mid laners influence that.
Yeah, a lot of our matches recently have really come down to the execution from the teams, even more so than the draft. We've definitely seen some interesting picks, such as that Kled into Olaf, but not this time around, not in this best of 3, as we do see Jax.
I feel like a draft gap has to be humongous to get you all the way. You still got to play the game.
Yeah, still got to play the game. Very curious about this Jax from Frog. As we are ready, let's hop into the rift for game number 1. All right, game number 1 of this best of 3. And I was casting the Kespa Cup with Wolf this week. We did see a Jackson to Olaf, and it actually did fall pretty far behind and ended up not being a great response. But again, it felt like the matchup was very much skill-oriented rather than, okay, Jax is just a straight-up counter. Did go for the Ignite. We've been seeing a lot of different summoners in the top lane. Ignite, Exhaust, Ghost.
Yeah, interesting to see the Ignite versus Exhaust there. Obviously a lot of healing from Olaf, so Ignite making a good amount of sense. With Exhaust, I feel like it's so much about the timing. With Ignite, as long as you don't press it too late, you're getting value from it. Obviously, you do want to reduce that healing, but Exhaust, if you mistime it, it could just be getting very little value. But it does mean both of these top laners will have the longer cooldown and teleport. So that resource is going to be a lot more valuable, especially as Yukal doesn't have teleport as well. With KRX, you have one super long cooldown teleport across the whole team, which is not ideal when you're trying to play through the side lanes.
Yeah.
Now, Taeyun and Kellen getting a big edge here in the bot lane 2v2. Ezreal Karma definitely really strong at level 1 and can continue that pressure at level 2.
That's a Mantra Q already. Eating forward into Andil. He's going to take a ton of damage from Taeyun and Kellen. And yeah, I like how Kellen just dropped a shield on a Taeyun and said, okay, go ahead and trade with aiming. Just auto him. And we know Ezreal for mostly, you know, hitting some big Qs and arcane shifting forward and making big plays and skill shots, but when you don't necessarily have the sustain but you have the shielding, you can just drop a shield and take a good trade.
We've seen the lethal tempo Ezreal be really popular recently, and when you have your spell flux fully stacked, you have Doran's bow, you have the lethal tempo stacked, just the consistent auto damage is super high. It's like you land the Mystic Shot and obviously it refreshes those and it's the extra damage is great, but just autoing a target, it does so much damage in the early levels, and it's made Ezreal really difficult to shut down, to match into.
Yeah, especially because a lot of the times he's just alone and not a lot of lanes can punish that unless they are very, very bot focused, like a Lucian Melia or something. We do see that Clear already has 3 games of Olaf under his belt to 3 wins, which honestly is a lot more than I expected him to have already. Raptors here in the bottom lane. He's going to get the flash out of Andil, so that's no summoners now on the KRX support.
Just found a good window to move down bot, get that pressure down. Andil down flash, and having to reset already. Look at the wave as well. This is a terrible situation for aiming. Going to be zoned off this farm, and bot lane quickly spiraling out of control for KRX. Aiming going for the cull as well. I mean, it's cull versus tier, so it's not really the end of the world, but definitely the mindset of KRX this early in the game is just, okay, we need a control bot, just stabilize it, not fall further behind than we already are.
Yeah. That's why it's so important, especially this early on, to take note of where the junglers are, where the supports are going. We saw Andil, after not having a good time in bot lane, he went mid at level 2. And, you know, that kind of just left aiming on an island until Andil did get it back and came down here. And still, even with him here, it's not doing a whole lot. So, yeah, it's been rough. And also a good game from Raptor compared to Willer, who's just been kind of farming it out.
And there's now a significant XP advantage. Both Taeyun and Kellen are like a full level up, and yes, there's some extra minions for KRX, but not enough to make up that big of a difference. Kellen just at level 4, Taeyun's nearly level 5. And those levels really matter, especially when you're playing Ezreal Karma, who you're maxing your Q first on both of them, getting that extra damage.
Vikla, he's just going to find 2 people in the jungle. Scout of the Week's going to help, but with the Ghost, Vikla is just dead. As he's going to get auto down by a Rise. Not the place to be as a Syndra. It's going into the turret, doesn't care, as he drops the W in the auto, and that picks up the kill. But now we got Willer and Ducal down here. Raptor trying to help out his bottom lane, but got to be very careful about how they're going to go for this one. A lot of go pings as they go in onto Kellen, and Taeyun doesn't have his flash or his barrier anymore, so he will be the sacrifice, and Aiming gets the kill.
Big that Aiming got that kill there. A bit of recuperation for the bot lane after Taeyun and Kellen were kind of just styling on them. Committed a bit too heavily, and KRX doing a good job of moving down and punishing that dive onto Andal. Now, Vikla will get a plate and get to push this wave in the meantime, but overall, I think KRX doing a good job of responding there.
Yeah, just a fast rotation down. We see that in the top lane early on, the Olaf not having a very fun time. Obviously, once he gets Ragnarok and go for all-ins against Counter-Strike, he will have more fun, but they don't have TPs. So if you fall behind like this, it's very difficult to actually maintain lane presence if you're just not there and you have to walk all the way back. So he's just kind of hugging his turret, which means big priority to the side of Frog. As Raptor is going to get the Hextech Drake here for the side of BNK4X.
Hextech, and then we see it's Infernal next. So I feel like at this point, kind of 50-50 whether you get a powerful soul or not. Although, to be fair, Ocean, Chemtech, pretty good with some of these champs. Can't complain too much. Oh, they're looking for Kellen now. Rise is moving. Kellen is just dead.
He's dead. He was playing very aggressively there. And, yeah, against the Rise and the Bard, with the stun coming in, he's just going to go down. So, yeah, a very big positioning mistake leads to his doom.
Fortunately, Aiming doesn't quite have the level 6, otherwise I'm certainly would have ulted to take that kill in the end. But kind of showing how the control of mid-jungle from Yukal and Willa has started to clamp down on Taeyun and Kellen, who are doing well in the 2v2.
There you go. The exhaust's going to come in, and the Ragnarok is there, but it's still going to be the end of him as he gets stunned at the end. And with the Ignite, it's an easy kill for Frog.
Great play there from Frog. Both of them committing everything to the play. But Clay just not able to get the damage down in time. Had to retreat, and on Olaf running away feels so bad. You're not keeping your ult up. You're not axing and then chasing through. He is definitely a win more champion, and he did not win that play.
Yeah. I think once you commit there, you kind of just have to go down swinging. Because as you said, you don't really gain much value by just running. But kind of found himself in an awkward spot, felt forced to take the all-in and didn't like what he saw, so he's going to die anyway.
Yeah, and I believe Frog also already had the passive stacked up on the minions when he jumped in, so really using the minion wave well there to get the maximum amount of damage, having all that extra attack speed, and Clear just caught off guard.
Raptor's standing on a ward right now. We do have Yukal once again heading down to the bottom side of the map. And
good heal.
Yeah, good heal gets him away. Yukal could have technically tried to like flash and root and set up a play, but they do not go for it. Willer was going for the grubs. Yukal's just going to realm warp to mid because he doesn't want to deal with any shenanigans. Very smart from him.
He's been playing this so well, and I think a big factor is that he's finding windows to move consistently. He didn't overstep there and force a flash when he knew Raptor was behind him and his jungler was on the other side of the map. And then he realm moves back safely and is keeping even in farm. Yukal is kind of just doing everything right now to get KRX into this favorable position. It's really him controlling the bot side of the map, and then Frog just winning in the 1v1. Solo lane's coming up huge right now for KRX.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Olafs from behind look very sad. It kind of reminds you of, you know, in the past we used to have a decent amount of Olaf jungle where, you know, you would farm it out, you'd be very fast farming, but you didn't do a whole lot if you got behind, so you were kind of just running in and then running out and didn't have a big impact. You didn't have as much CC as the other junglers in the meta, so we didn't see it a lot. And when Olaf came back here in the top lane, it was like, well, he's just winning every matchup. So he looks amazing. But now that he's losing some of these lane matchups, it just feels not nearly as good. And he's doing a lot of running in and running out, or just running in and dying.
Also, Frog nearly has his Ignite, by the way, because Ignite is shorter cooldown than Exhaust. Ignite's 3 minutes, Exhaust is 4. So the fact that they traded all summons at the same time, Frog is going to have that extra boost back sooner. And if the health clear was at, I'm a little concerned a dive could just come through. Now Raptor's going to move in and provide cover, but there was a ward you can see at his Krugs. So he's spotted. It's not just the fact that Frog is controlling the 1v1, but the vision means he's completely safe, and Raptor can't really find a way in.
Yeah, feels bad for Raptor because he's trying to put out fires everywhere, but there's only so much he could do. He got the flash on the Bard early, and since then, you know, he took a red buff. But it's not necessarily his fault. You know, playing jungle when all your lanes are in a rough spot is a very unfortunate feeling, and he does have to deal with that. On a champ like Xin Zhao, who...
Also, Xin Zhao, I mean, I remember we used to see occasionally, it was pretty rarely, but... Because Trundle was a normal counter to Xin Zhao, but sometimes people would pick Jax jungle into it. If you go in on a Jax in the top lane, the vibe of both of these champions is auto-attacking. He will just counter-strike.
Yeah.
It will buy a lot of time. There is a Ryze who's Pim or roaming. I would be a little concerned of the backfire that could potentially come through.
Yeah. You see that Taeyun, things started off well in bot, but now he's actually behind a very small amount of gold. He's probably going to catch up on that wave, actually, but all the attention from UCal and some of the mistakes from Kellen just means that whatever happened early doesn't matter.
I think, honestly, if KRX had their solo lanes ahead only, and bot lane was a bit behind, I think the game would still be in an okay state. But the fact that UCal's able to salvage bot, and now every lane is ahead, even if it's only, as you said, a slight amount for aiming, they're just in such a great spot right now. You can see BNK4X trying to move down here to pressure, aiming, but aiming is just getting plates. He has to back up now as the wave dies, but 3 plates down. Actually, I think it's 2 and nearly like a sliver of health remaining, but it just means that aiming can walk up and pick up another plate. And I think BNK4X are trying to stop that from happening.
Yeah, you can see 4 people on the bottom side of the map. And UCal's like, well, I'm just going to push this wave, I guess. I can always be there very quickly.
Okay, well, that plate did tick down, so aiming missed out on that gold, which is something, but doesn't drastically change the state of the game.
There's not a lot of vision in this river. UCal does have to be a little bit careful about that, as all the vision is controlled by BNK4X, but especially with scatter down, unless the Xin Zhao comes in and knocks you up for the CC, you're going to feel just fine.
Just the fact UCal can walk up, auto the turret, get the plate, and then walk away. Vikler just not really having much pressure in this matchup, and given that UCal is ahead, has the upgraded Merc Treads, Catalyst as well, and you have Blackfire Torch, which I know is a standard Syndra build, but you're not cutting through him at all. You're just not going to be able to kill him in any short period of time.
Yeah, it just feels really rough that the Syndra counter pick, the final pick for them, is really not doing much at all. As we are going to have this Drake going down in favor of Team DRX. BNK4X were hanging around the bottom river for quite a while. They had vision control. Now it's actually all over to Team DRX, as it is an Ocean Soul that we do have here.
Ocean Soul, not the soul we hype up the most, but I think with some of these champions, you're going to get a decent amount of value. Bulkier champions, you can survive a good amount of time in fights, like that Olaf, that Jax, even the Bruiser junglers and the Ryze. But it's 1 dragon apiece, and I think for BNK4X, it being an Ocean Soul, the fact that it's not really on the cards for a while, does give them some time to try and figure things out. That being said, I don't think time necessarily favors them in terms of what they're playing into.
Well, Mantricu's going to sail wide, and now Kellen's going to get ulted. He tries to flash away, but that is a Vi, and a Rise, and aiming on the Caitlyn, so the follow-up was very much there. Raptor desperately trying to save his support multiple times this game. Not going to help out. Andal just get pretty low, and avoids the scatter there. So they get away scot-free.
Good play from Taeyun, honestly, nearly set up the play, but Vikler just doesn't land the ability in the end. That could have taken Andal down. Team DRX just playing so much better than the first time we saw these teams match up. Well, not the first time, but the time we saw 4 days ago.
Yeah.
And here, Kellen's been spotted already. There's that line brush ward. So he's ahead of the vision line of KRX. They go for this pick. Even with the flash, we see Willa being patient with the ult. And I was actually a little worried when Raptor went in that maybe he ends up falling down as well. But KRX don't overstay the hands, don't overstep, back away. And Taeyun hit the Mystic Shot through the Magical Journey and got Andal really low, but the Scatter of the Week just didn't connect. And he's not going to Arcane Shift under tower to kill him. That'd be a little crazy.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of did that earlier in bot lane. Just took the Magical Journey. As now they're trying to do this Rift Heralds. I don't know about this. Is the flash and the binding is huge. Now Raptor, no Crescent Guard still, and Frog is like a raid boss, just comes in and smacks them down. 2 kills already for KRX. Is now the Olaf finally going to get some value here, but eventually should be going down, you'd imagine, as the Counter-Strike is there. And it's just a wash here in favor of KRX.
Just not sure what the game plan really was there from being KRX. Like, let's just start Herald and hope that they forget it exists and they don't come challenge us.
I think that was the game plan.
Well, it's not a good game plan. KRX obviously respond and shut them down. They managed to move in here, and Raptor and Kellen are pretty split. We actually see Taeyun in the mid lane, nowhere near them. So they don't have the backup that AD carry. We get the first move here from the Caitlyn. Clear is also quite late with the TP, and even though he gets this kill on the back end, doesn't really amount to more. He tries to chase down aiming here, doesn't have the damage. And Taeyun just wasn't in the fight, period. Like, I feel like if you want to do an objective like that, having the Ezreal be there, landing some poke, and being a presence is kind of a requirement. This just felt like they were starting the objective on a whim, and KRX were really quick to punish and move in response.
Yeah, definitely felt pretty desperate for this point in the game. Like, yes, they're behind, but it felt like a bridge too far, because now you're even farther behind if that doesn't go your way, which obviously it didn't. And now, I mean, Vicla's trying to lean against a Jax.
Yeah.
He has Scout of the Week, which can get him away once, but what about if Bard is here? We have Raptor coming back down, but I think he should not. And yeah, he's going to turn around. So that's an extra bunch of golds here for
I don't think
them.
Scout of the Week is really cutting it. I think you need Scatter the Powerful more than Scatter the Weak, because Frog seems pretty fed right now.
I mean, look at the carries. KRX. As Yukal is going to find an Olaf, but Rise is a very fun time.
This is why it's so chill. Yeah, having the Rise in the Olaf, because he just realm orbs away and there's nothing the Olaf can do if you can't kill him in time, which is just never going to happen with how bulky he is. Putting pressure down mid with the Rift Herald. Taeyun doing his best to clear out the way, but the Herald will get the tower. 5,000 gold lead already in this game. You have a Rise, 403, scaling up very well. You have Aiming, who's 1,000 gold up on a Caitlyn, who's going to have an IE completed in not too much time. And obviously there's Jax as well. If you look at where the kills are, all 3 of the carries. So the game is in a phenomenal position. And I think a game like this starts to become really concerning, because if all the gold was on one person, that person can make a mistake. And that can cost you the game if they overstep, give over a massive shutdown, and then being KRX win a fight of that. But when there's 3 fed carries, it takes layered mistakes to throw a game like this. More than just one individual blunder. That's not to say it's impossible, but it is not looking good for being KRX right now.
They're going to hide on Bush for a very long time. Frog, he tried to check all the boxes. We'll see if he can get out of this one, as he doesn't have his flash and is now just in a 1v3, and he's almost going to take down Raptor, who gets super low. And thankfully, the Karma's going to help out with that, but Kellen got the kill.
Yeah, unfortunate. Kellen the one to pick up the gold. I think the play, in theory, is really good, but the 2 things is, one, the Karma getting the gold isn't ideal. You'd much rather, I mean, ideally the Olaf getting that gold. But the other thing is how much damage this Jax did and how close that was to backfiring in a 3v1. That's not a good omen. They get the tower as well, though. That's some good gold for the Olaf. And that gold lead closing down a little bit.
Yeah. Ragnarok is down, and Andal is very fast. He's going to run straight into Clear, who has no mana. And it's a really nice, close-range ult just thrown in. He does miss the binding stun, but it just doesn't matter. I mean, you're an Olaf who doesn't have an ult and no mana, so eventually Aiming just going to kill him. as he does. And now we got a fight in mid as Taeyoon totally caught out here. I don't know what it is with our Ezreal's getting caught in mid, but it's been happening every match nowadays. And same for Taeyoon.
The fact that KRX can commit 2 members to the top lane for quite a sizable amount of time, though it's not a quick play, and yet they still make a successful play in the mid lane, still manage to pick Taeyoon. Things kind of just going from bad to worse. Even at that one successful play we saw where they managed to shut down the Jax, it ends up backfiring. The Realm Warp play from Yukal as he's running by, just setting up Frog to be on the flank. Honestly, a really nice play. And B&K KRX, seeing that their Olaf was being targeted, but like, we should get mid tower, this is a good window. But I think it's just credit to KRX how quick they're able to set up a counterplay.
Yeah, I mean, even if all 4 people of B&K KRX were there, the 3 members of Kium were potentially even stronger, even if they were super ready for a play like that, which they weren't. So, not really much they could do, or maybe they just they should not have gone that aggressively in mid, as we know now. And Yukal, no real answer for him in the top lane. There's nothing that Vikla can do. The Olaf, we saw what happens to him if he tries to go on the rise. And yeah, B&K KRX are just kind of like, I hope Taeyoon can carry this. Otherwise, we lose.
Yeah, he does have his Mirror Mana fully stacked now, which is typically when the Ezreal feels super strong and there's a big spike, but I feel like we're on the cusp of KRX hitting like critical mass. We just got 2 items on the Jax with the Triforce and the Sundered Sky. He could go a Seeker's Arm Guard now, which just makes him so hard to deal with. We have Yukal about to get the Actualizer, not too far away from it, not too far away from level 16 as well, with the level up from the Roa, and then Aiming approaching throughout him. So I feel like KRX already really far ahead, but they're about to hit some massive spikes. And I'm not sure B&K KRX really have great answers on their side.
Yeah. You can see B&K KRX just moving as a unit and trying to retake their jungle. There's no objective down there, so just trying to get some wards down and not lose total control of the map. But that's really about all they can do at this point in time, as they have thrown Vikla up there to the top lane just to essentially clear the wave, as he went for Storm Surge.
Yeah, interesting one.
I don't think that... I mean, I guess he's saying either we one-shot someone or I do nothing.
I mean, the Magic Pen... Oh.
All right, that's a binding, and there's a big scatter from Vikla, as now a bunch of damage goes into Willer. He's going to go golden with the help of the Bard, and now they have to go very deep to take him down, but now a TP's coming in. Frog going to be very scary, but another scatter's going to hit him, and now clear. You get to work on him. That's a kill on a Yukal. And all of a sudden, just like this, KRX out of position, and the Cinder comes up big as Frog trying to go 1v5. It does not work, and B&K KRX are potentially back in the game.
A massive misplay there. Oh, the ult! Well,
it's
good
okay.
pick up there from Aiming.
He did his job. It's okay.
He did do his job. Massive play there coming from B&K KRX. And able to get them back to the game and get them this Baron. There'll still be a bit of a goal lead for KRX, but what a blow to be dealt here to KRX. And look, we see the Actualizer come in just now. That massive spike wasn't quite available. And I think B&K KRX pouncing on that. Vickless Scatter here does a good amount of damage. And the thing is, the Storm Surge angle, it's a very cheap item that is pretty well statted. I know the proc effect only works to squish your targets, typically, but he hit 2 of the squish your targets and got a ton of value. And here, Aiming's just not able to contribute in this fight. He's completely cut off the whole time, has to respect the Olaf. And then they just charge down Frog here. Aiming doesn't die, he keeps his bounty gold safe, and he picks up a kill on the back end. You can't really fault him, but just it was such a split-up play from B&K KRX, and from KRX, and B&K KRX did a beautiful job of punishing.
Yeah, Raptor was clearing a ward by himself. It looked like it was just him, and the second they try to go in and punish him, which is kind of a strange idea in the first place because of Xinjiao, they just line up for the Syndra. As now, that's a bit of damage in a Raptor. B&K KRX do have the Baron buff. So after all of this early game where it looks so desperate for them, they have this big buff. They are going to give away the Ocean Drake.
I think it's the right call.
They just don't care.
A good move just to sacrifice it. They don't have Ocean Soul yet, and it is still one of the weakest souls. It's not a game ender if they get it. So they back away.
All right, Sky the Weak is down, and now Raptor might be forced to Crescent Guard just to try to get away from this one. Frog not able to pressure clear on the right side of the fight. And they're continuing with the push. I mean, there's Team KRX not willing to step up and defend this turret at least.
Now, I said earlier, it's going to take like layered mistakes from KRX. They made one big mistake, and I feel like KRX have just really been sharp with how they've regained control. It's still KRX with a goal lead. Game is very much still playable for KRX, but man, has the tides of the game shifted a sizable amount. Now, UCAL did hit that level 16 and has the actualizer. Aiming did finish his third item. Frog, I think, should have enough. Yeah, he has a Seeker's Arm Guard. So these are some big item spikes for KRX that need to be respected. But KRX, their odds in this game look far better than they have for the rest of it. Now, they are looking for Vikla here. He is just dead if UCAL gets on him. If he scatters the wave, it's cooked.
Yeah, that's what UCAL's waiting for. Credit to Vikla, he's not going to do it.
Okay, just good from Vikla. Don't scatter the wave if you don't need to. Don't rush the wave clear but not have your biggest tool. And the thing is, the reason why it's such a limiting factor, even though UCAL could probably just 1v1 Vikla, is the stun could just buy time. And KRX had more members in that area. I think UCAL would have wanted to go for a quick kill and then try and disengage. But he doesn't find the window. Vikla stays alive. Now has that Shadow Flame as well. A ton of Magic Pen, by the way, in this build. Between the flat pen of the Shadow Flame, the Storm Surge, and the Sorcerers, the upgraded Sorcerers. You really can just one-shot squish your champions. And to be honest, even the tankier champions don't have that much MR. It's just like Merc Treads on the enemy team.
Yeah. Especially because Vikla was really not a factor in this game until that big scatter and that one big fight. You know, they probably weren't preparing or expecting this to be a problem or an issue that they had to deal with.
Most teams don't plan to throw the game. Which, you know, it happens a lot, but it's probably not something you want to plan around. That being said, maybe some teams need to be more aware of the possibility.
Yeah, we need MR just in case we give a bunch of gold to Vikla and catch up.
Sometimes it's always good to have that voice who just says, guys, are we throwing right now? And if it's a really fast play, sometimes there's not time. But sometimes you're doing something, like you're starting a Baron, it's like, guys, is this the only way we lose this game?
Yeah.
And sometimes it is, and you just need to take a step back.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting because, you know, you're playing Bard, you're playing Vi, and you see only a Xin Zhao in the bush. You're not really going to expect to die to that, you know? They were just walking at him saying, okay, let's pressure him off the ward. But the Scout of the Week and the Syndra in general just have so much range with their ability to extend that stun from out of vision, from a spot that they thought they had covered.
It's also, if you're coming at the Syndra from one direction,
yeah.
It's so hard to deal with. Whereas if you're coming from multiple angles, I think both the Syndra and Ezreal just lose so much value. So, and you have a Jax with the Seeker's Arm Guard and a Ryze with the Seeker's Arm Guard. You can afford to position them on flanks and come from a more dangerous angle because they have so much sort of ability to buy time. I mean, speaking of buying time, UCAL with the... I know we see this build all the time, but it's just still crazy. The fact that Actualizer boosts the shield and Ryze just gets like a humongous shield when it gets procced. Pretty disgusting synergy between that champion and item. We do have the 4th item for aiming with that Mortal Reminder. KRX are really strong still. Honestly, in a straight-up 5v5, I would favor them.
Oh, the flash is huge, but now Taeun trying to get away, but they're just throwing everything into him. He flashes, but he's still going to go down. As Kellen, getting flashed on by the aiming, goes straight into the Olaf, but it does not matter. KRX, you just said it, they're still really strong, and they run straight up BNK. And they take a big 3 kills. Now the chase is still on here. As the magical journey comes through from Ondil. And they're trying to corral them to the top side of the map. In goes Raptor over the wall. Here comes Frog. Hits the double. And now Vikla is in a lot of trouble. Throws in a ult and just dies as they have a wave in mid, but they're just going to look for the Baron.
Seeker's Arm Guard is honestly just so strong and so annoying for a Syndra to deal with. You can see Vikla was like considering, who do I ult? Who do I ult? I want at least one kill here. And unfortunately, he wasn't able to get either of them in that situation. This was just a great play. And honestly, a big aspect of it was set up by aiming, dashing in, getting that headshot. Taeyun now low, Andal with the follow-up, and even though the Mikhails comes in, Taeyun's just dead. Yes, he'll flash, but the job is done. We then get the Tempered Fate, which stalls out Raptor's ult, so he's getting no value from that. Andal's Bard was something we'd talked about for a while as being a big threat. We saw teams banning it a fair bit, but he has been in such phenomenal form this game, with setting up plays with the ult, with that entire passage of play. And then here, this is when it just feels bad for Vikla. He's like, okay, we'll go for Yukal. Okay, Stasis. Okay, I'll go for Frog. Stun ends, but he has Stasis too. And then he's like, I guess I'll just ult Yukal, but Yukal's too tanky. There's no good choices, really, in that situation. Unfortunately for him.
Yeah. You talked about coming in from multiple angles. We saw that Frog jumped over the wall. And we are going to have an ult here. Not going to get in range to drop a trap or dive the turret. But.
Yeah, you know, still going to miss. But generally, Andal's been having some solid ones.
It's only strike one, right?
True. I mean, he did still hit a target, but just not in range to set up a play. Clear is getting some value here in the side lane, but we actually see pings behind him. I think maybe the game plan was to realm warp behind if he overstayed, but he does back off in time. I think considering how badly the game started and how badly BNK KRX got decimated in that last fight, they have done good things in terms of their map play and where they're putting resources and that comeback fight, but it just feels like they're against overwhelming odds right now. Ocean Soul as well, as things weren't difficult enough. Those Seeker's Arm Guards that were both used are now Zonya's. A GA is coming in soon for both Aiming and Willa. You have Mikhails and Locket for Bard, and as a result, with the dire state of the game, they're like, let's just stack in the brush. And honestly, I don't blame them, because that kind of won them that previous fight. But Andal, he learned. He's sharp on that position, understands it's a threat. Now, Willa will get chunked.
What about Willer, though? he's getting chunked big time, and now Frog says, I can just dive everyone, and it doesn't matter. And I think he's right. No Crescent Guard available. Vikla just going to get stunned up here by the Bard. As a nice scatter does come in, he can press some buttons, but he's just going to die anyway. And that's all the carries gone. And even an ult into Ellen will end him. So this might just be the end of the game as well, as Team DRX, a little bit of a shaky mid-game, but they got through it. It looks like they'll win this game.
One mistake wasn't enough to get BNK KRX back into a winning position. Team DRX, sharp play, and just leagues better than the last time we saw these two teams match up, which was only 4 days ago. I think Team DRX just doing fantastic work with their time. It is only game one. It's only game one, but remember, last series was a 2-0. Team DRX didn't get a game then, and honestly looked significantly more underwhelming than they did in this one. So it's a big glow up, and if you're BNK KRX right now, I'd be a little bit worried, because it's clear that time is very heavily favored your opponents.
Yeah, it definitely has great prep from the side of Team DRX. It was very nice to see Frog just absolutely taking over the top lane on the Jax. Just really nicely played from him. Very little mistakes made by the entire team outside of the big one. That just essentially extended the game, and they immediately cleared that up with a follow-up very nice play into Baron. So Vikla did some damage at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, everyone was playing pretty well on Team DRX, but Andal just... I think Andal and Yukal's early map control... I mean, I say that, Frog too. Frog was great in lane, Yukal's map control was great, Andal just setting up so many plays. It's a good game when there's multiple people you want to praise, and I'm just hoping they maintain this for Game 2.
We'll have to wait and see, as it's 1-0 to Team DRX, and we'll be right back.
천천히 탑 가는 거 별로야. 내가 밀어자고.
아 여기 뚫고 갈게.
와봐 이거.
에이 대기방 신드라 여기 있다.
나 밀게.
탑 밀어도 돼.
아 천천히 보자. 천천히 들자 보자. 천천히.
야나 궁도네.
야, 천천히 진입 좋아 얘들아.
밀면서 탑 가면 돼. 우리 목적 탑이야.
와드 여기 와드.
레드 있다.
나 갑니다.
얘들아 여기 와드야.
확인.
어나 궁대고.
나 살짝
그런 거
물었어.
살짝 봐줄게. 아나 뒷궁 써볼게. 가보자.
야 짜오부터.
아 놀면 신드라
짜오.
보냈어. 야 뒤태리 앞으로 와. 야 신드라
쓴다. 야 짜오.
앞으로 가자 앞으로.
끝났어.
끝내자. 나이스.
자.
나이스.
우리 틴틴 우리은행
Red Bull gives you wings. 쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바.
쓱싹
씻고 바르고 깎고 깎고 면도 쉽게 가자. 부드럽게 쓱 매끈하게 싹 면도 쓱싹 해치웠다. 질레트 랩 스팁 클렌징 바.
was a player, if I was to like make a misplay, maybe it's my mouse, maybe it's my armrest, something feels wrong. If you were at home, you wouldn't do that.
The Infinite Precision Armrest is part of the larger Circulab on Stage standard initiative, aimed to bring your home or training room settings to the tournament stage.
이제 저뿐만 아니라 다른 선수들도 세팅을 더 원활하게 할 것 같고
가장 편안할 때 더 강력한 플레이가 자연스럽게 나옵니다.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Welcome to the space, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Atlas, joined by the beautiful Huni and Wadid, and we are ready to break down a game that tested analytics, it tested patience, and it tested the fundamental idea as to what makes a game of League of Legends from a draft good or bad. Gentlemen, what do we make of this? It was a weird game.
Yeah, I think we all agreed that the draft plan was not optimal from here. I mean, especially when you have to pick Azure Karma for your win plan, it's like not such a great idea. To be honest, I think it's really important to pick up your top side on the first phase. Otherwise, you're gonna get pinched. You know, I feel like this Rise Syndra matchup is not that they want it because they need to snowball through both sides. That means you have some kind of like proactive mid laner to help that out. But they had to pick Azure Karma on the top side, so they couldn't be able to have those kind of proactive mid lane picks, right? And I think it's really easy to fill up the bot lanes in the game one. You don't have fearless bans right now, so you either have like Lucian Milio, you can fill up with Jhin, Corki, Ezreal. Like you have so many picks. If you really want to pick up that support, then you can just pick Shen, and then you can just pick whatever you want, right? But I think overall, BNK didn't have a good plan.
Yeah, and also I think the fact that the Jax counter pick into Olaf, it worked really, really well. It actually appeared 2 times in LCS, and 1 time it's a 1-on-1, but I think it's a the lane, it's a through from the laning phase, like from early game, you can actually kind of threading the Olaf, like making it super spicy and then getting ignite and constantly just pressure as much as you can and bring your support, bring your jungler, and try to shut down Olaf from the early laning phase. Like that's the plan. But I think this game actually it worked really well by just solo killing it.
Yeah. I was sort of like a bit in a different mind because we've seen the Jax be picked into the Olaf over and over again, but it hasn't really worked here in the LCK necessarily. So I can understand why that decision would be made. But let's dive into our first highlight here because Frog, he made me a believer of the Jax pick.
Yeah, first of all, this shouldn't happen at all. So while this is happening in the mid lane, BNK bot lane tried to kill the bot lane here, which is their win plan, right? I think this should definitely work for BNK if Vikla didn't die. They got the mid push, their jungler was coming, but at the end it was disaster.
Like even then, like just leave. Like you're actually playing to support. You got the enemy support, but what's that? Like enemy mid laner and jungler is still there they want to fight. Like they were the one actually want to fight. And on top side, like as I said it, I think that these solo kills means so a lot. I think Jax was already like, you know, 20 CS is up, and he was like super ahead on EXP and gold lead, and the item he had like advantage on 400 gold. I think it was, you know, like Olaf didn't have to do it because like he was getting annoyed by it, like just keep kind of losing the CSs, so that's why I think he went for it, but that's not the angle.
No, it didn't quite work out, and it was incredibly well played by Frog. I think he stunned him like half a second after Ragnarok wore off. Like it was incredibly well played by Frog on the Jax. There were a few moments that were given back to BNK KRX, but we did kind of feel like there was one big one that really solidified this for KMDRX.
I want to ask to BNK, why are you starting Hatter? So you lost bot, you lost mid, and you lost top lane. So there's no reason to take the fight by themselves, by the way. Like they just start the Hatter when they're not ahead. So the setup was not there. Of course they're gonna lose the game.
And they back and then tipping in middle of the fight, and they had to flash over the wall, and it's just completely out of the fight. Like overall, I think the early game preparation, it was like really not organized, I would say, for BNK. I think they back to the KRX side. I think they were really aware like what opponent is gonna do, and they were so ready for it. Like, oh, these guys, the opponents, they're disrespecting us. Like, we should punish them. Like, everyone was just on same page, and they actually make the really nice play from early game.
They definitely did, but this is a best of 3, so there's an opportunity for BNK KRX to bounce back. Let's throw it over to the beautiful gentleman on the Casa desk.
I really love Hoop's point about how they looked really prepared and they knew what they were going to do. It almost like they played them 4 days ago.
Wow. That's... But so did BNK KRX.
Yeah, they didn't apparently learn from that.
Well, when you get an easy win, you don't really learn a whole lot sometimes, where it's like, you know, you just kind of win and you're like, hey, we did great, guys. Nothing really to go over here. Anyway, good job. See you next time. And this is the next time, right? As we do have some BNK fans here.
I think sometimes it's easier to adapt from a loss than a win. I think a lot of the times it is. You know, you're winning, you're like, that went good. Let's try and strategize for how we're going to keep winning. But if you lose, it's like, guys, this went wrong. This is why we lost. This is how we adapt. And I think sometimes we've seen teams who are on the top in the LCK kind of being knocked down a peg or two by that. It's easier for teams to adapt when things are going wrong. Even though obviously, like, winning, you have good mental, things feel positive. I think KRX clearly doing well with that time to prepare after that 2-0 defeat. And now we want to see if they can continue that into this next game. What else they have up their sleeves, or can BNK KRX bounce back? As the space was kind of talking about, just some questionable decisions around that Herald, but I still think there was good from BNK KRX. There was the play they got back in the game with. I think some of their map play and where they were putting resources made sense, even though there were definitely moments that didn't make sense. But I still think very much capable of bouncing back in this one. Now, KRX last time said we're going to ban every single jungler we can. This time it's 80 carries, apparently. So they are first pick again. 4 games in a row between these two teams where KRX has been first pick. So getting a little bit used to that. Notably though, BNK KRX for the first time banning Cassio first when they normally ban it second. Okay, they just baited me because they normally go Ori Cassio. Yeah. This time, wait for it, they went Cassio Ori.
Cassio Oriana.
Yeah, very crazy.
It kind of goes together. And I like the 2 80 carries that are banned here by KRX from first pick, because both Lucian and Jin have pretty solid duos that you can just pick 1-2 from second pick, like Lucian Emilio, Jin Shen. That is still available. Camille is going to get banned, so perhaps those Shen stocks go up. But we saw it ignored in the last game. And Nocturne got through, so...
Yep, left open will be snapped up by
Poppy too.
KRX. Poppy also available. Playable support or jungle. We'll see if BNK KRX lean toward that. For now, though, potentially looking at the Annie for Vikla. And, you know, Annie's always been a bit of a specialty pick for him. I know, obviously, it's been popular in general, but back when BNK KRX was succeeding last year, it was a lot of his Annie, but instead... seems like they'll just go for the Yunara. I guess Yunara Lulu is going to come through, because you don't want to give over Nocturne Lulu.
Yeah.
And I think they were maybe concerned about that trio, that pairing coming through, especially with aiming, piloting the Yunara. Got that pentakill earlier this year, and very proficient in the champion. Now, though, KRX, they banned bot laners heavily. What are you going to pick into this pairing to shut it down?
Yeah, they didn't ban all of the available duos. And yeah, maybe just pick the top side of the map here.
Yeah, it's risky because it gives you less ability to match the bot lane 2v2. Yeah. More bans going to come down through that, and they don't fully commit to it. They go, okay, we'll get the Rumble for Frog, but we want the Nautilus, we want an answer. And when Yunara was really fresh into the meta when she just been released, Vi and Nautilus were the two big picks that you would want to Intuit, or people would be banning when they picked it. So I think getting this for Andal makes a lot of sense here, meaning you definitely have an answer. And when you look at B&K KRX have this hyper carry and aiming, and they just further lean into that with the Cassante, because your eggs are very much in the aiming basket right now. And the enemy team has Nautilus, Taeyun basket.
Yeah.
Taeyun basket. Because they both have X at the end of the name. Eggs are very much the Taeyun basket, and there's too many, you know what? There's too many 80 carry swaps have happened. That's what I'm blaming this on. But there's the Nautilus, the Rumble, and the Nocturne to really shut Taeyun down. And they're going to ban away some of these lane bullies with the MF being taken away.
Yeah, MF not a very common bot duo. So, I mean, we've seen other ones like Kai'Sa not. I don't know if you really want to play Kai'Sa with Nautilus into Yunara and Lulu. Sounds like a really rough bottom lane, so going to be curious to see what they do go for. Maybe something like a Sivir. Kind of running out of options here as Varus also gets banned.
Yeah, I was thinking Varus could be decent in terms of the 80 carries left that can pair up with a Nautilus. You could just take Corki, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the pool's definitely be thin. They got about. They do ban away that Annie. I wouldn't be in love with Annie with this composition for B&K KRX. You have a tank top laner, you have this hyper carry 80 carry, and so many tools to shut down Taeyun, who's on B&K KRX.
Yes.
Yes.
Not Diablo.
Not Diablo. Not aiming.
Not aiming.
Not Jiwoo. And so having a secondary carry is going to be really important for B&K KRX. They're going to go for the Lee Sin here for Raptor. It really is feeling like Taeyun a bust right now.
Yeah.
Taeyun. 80 carry for B&K KRX.
There's a lot of smiling from Raptor. I'm not really sure why, but he does get to play Lee Sin. So maybe he's just happy about it. And yeah, we were talking about the stuff that's left.
Whoa!
Draven is left, technically.
He is the Gold King, but I think Corki a lot more likely. And then mid lane, this kind of feels like the sort of slot where people just slam Victor. But we've seen Victor struggling a good amount. Goes with a lock instead, and this just further cements how is Taeyun going to survive and also deal enough damage to cut through everyone who's just charging him.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't get hooked in bot, they should be okay, but there's definitely a decent amount of threat there. Do we just see Galio now?
Lissandra, oh.
It's kind of a similar vein.
It kind of fills the role of Annie, where it pairs up well with the Lee Sin. You have the setup, but you are not going to be a major damage threat. This game, and there are tools. Look, don't get me wrong, there are tools from B&K KRX to peel between the Cassante, the Lee Sin, the Lissandra. But if Taeyun dies, it's just over. It's going to be so hard to fight your way out of that if you're at an even game state. If you're ahead, great. If you manage to find early momentum, great. If Vikla can roam, fantastic. But I think if the game is even, all KRX have to do is click all of their ultimates onto Taeyun, and that'll probably be enough.
Yeah.
Taeyun, who's on the other team, not on that team.
Yeah. I'm glad you finally figured it out. I mean, one thing I will say is that you've got double range bot with the Enchanter and you have Lee Sin against a Nocturne. So there are ways to get ahead, right? You were talking about how they kind of have to get ahead. And I think there are, okay, that Fox is very sad. I'm not sure about continuing to hit it, but
that's pretty mean.
Yeah. There are ways to get ahead. And I am curious to see how they're going to manage it. If they sit back and do nothing, I will be very upset, because then you just kind of lose to all of this damage. And yeah, we'll see if KRX can top it off with a 2-0, or if we go into game number 3 as we hop into the rift for game 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, game number 2 on the cards.
Notice that they gave the gold from that first ward. They're beginning to understand.
Yeah. There is a reason why every team that Aiming's on eventually just kind of, you know, gives him all the gold. Even when you've got guys like BDD in your roster.
Aiming going for the TP here. So clearly not looking to play heavily through the bot lane 2v2. At least not at first. And I think with a Corki, who obviously has a lot of safety built into the kit, TP means you can't really be shoved out of lane too easily. Gives Andal a lot of freedom to roam, which he'll be much better at than the Lulu. I'm really looking at Raptor and Vikla this game. They need to get the ball rolling and set things up. Yukal, I think, did a phenomenal job of controlling the entire bot side of the map in game 1. But in this game 2, I think we should see Vikla able to do that, and I'm hoping he does. Picking Lissandra, you don't pick Lissandra to just win lane and sit in lane. That's not why you take the pick. And into a lock as well, you should have that pressure consistently. That's a good dredge line there by Andal. Thanks for the damage in return.
Yeah. Still a lot of damage done to Kellen. Gonna force him to chug some of those pots, probably. This Electrocute comes out. I mean, I was saying the Galio, we see so much Galio into lock because oftentimes the lock gets picked blind. And it's because, you know, even if Galio does get picked into you, it's like, well, I'm still gonna look to gank other lanes and get ahead that way. I'm not really going to kill my lane opponent unless they make a big mistake, so... Yeah, we see a lot of blind lock, a lot of Galio responses, not too much Lissandra.
Yeah, I was saying how Lissandra just doesn't offer as much damage as some other mids. One thing I will say is that something they did a while ago was they improved the consistency on her passive. So, like the thralls follow targets in the brushes. They no longer like stand still before they detonate and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And if you actually get the resets from the ult, it does a ton of work in fights. Like, that cannot be ignored. So if they kill, say, Andal is on the front line and they blow him up, or Willa goes too deep, that's potentially the recall. So you just explode them and then let the Frozen Thrall kind of carry you through the rest of the fight. But big ifs, big buts, and ultimately kind of depends on being KRX being in a comfortable position. Now, we do see Andal Willa trying to challenge the Raptors here, and they will be warded away.
That's Raptors.
Yeah.
You can't take... He takes your Raptors. You don't take his Raptors. That's kind of against the law.
He did name himself after them.
Yeah. For a reason. The amount of times I've seen that guy invade for Raptors is a lot. Aiming just TP'd back here. Directly in the face of Lunara Lulu, so I'm not really sure what he expected. At least he has some potions.
Ah, yes. Locke has reached that point of the lane where he just one-shots the wave and runs away. Very cool.
Yeah.
Cool champion. Oh, you wanted to damage him while he's doing... Oh, he's got great health. You forget about that?
Yeah. He's really fast. And he can dash. So...
I feel like Lissandra is really just like the typical old school archetype of what a champ is. Quite slow, you know, with the way she sets things up. She does have a really powerful ability, right? The ult is very powerful, but a lot of her kit is based around that. And then they added a newer passive, but originally her passive, wasn't it just like mana regen?
Yeah,
and then
it
you
was
have,
like you autoed and get...
Then you have Locke, which is like, yeah, you CC me, I can still pop my grey health. You know, I have like 16 paragraphs in my ultimate.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's one of the things that actually makes this matchup really rough, is that if you ult Yukal, he can just pop the grey health. Like, if you don't kill him in time.
Yeah.
So...
You know, with all the League of Legends classic stuff that we've had, even Riot making that Zillion commercial, I guess you would call it. It's not really a commercial, but the cinematic where he's talking about all the passives, all the stuff he's got to write, the paragraphs. They're very self-aware about it. I think it's pretty difficult to make unique champions this late into a game's life, you know, for League of Legends, which has been around for...
I mean, I remember when I first played League of Legends, which was I think like 12, 13 years ago, I saw Lissandra and was like, hey, it's just like a Frost Mage from WoW. And I'd been playing WoW before, and I was like, well, yeah, I'll play that. It was just very simple, but I feel like you can only do so many champions that are that simple.
It's difficult as you try to make more. As now Vicla's going in, and now we got a Cassante from the top lane, and Willer's just dead. First blood given over to Raptor just like that.
Big overstep there from Willer. Not even with level 6 in the Nocturne, but not really sure what the game plan was there. Hanging around mid when the Lissandra has ultimate and is that big threat is not going to reward you with a long life. You know what actually happened in that first game of Lissandra?
What happened?
I got bodied by a Tryndamere, and I was like, oh, that's just like a warrior. I'll just play that.
Tryndamere's OP. I got to play that champ.
Yeah. So they go for disengage on Lissandra, but you have to be so certain that you can take out Vikla because he's easily able to turn it around, and he still had the ult available. So even if you found a favorable engage, if you don't kill him, he just self-ults, buys time. I think that was a little bit ambitious from KRX, especially since Willer didn't even have his ult himself. And they do end up paying for it.
Yeah. Lissandra, like Galio, going to be going for the Imperial Mandate here. As they're going to be pulled through the wall. Frog not in the best spot, has to flash away.
Good flash.
That gets him out of there.
Yeah, good flash, able to disengage. Clay doesn't chase because with the equalizer still available, Frog would have just been able to pull away. A big farm lead so far for Clay has been doing well in the 1v1 matchup. We often see Rumbles will have pressure early against the Cassante and farm up gold with the first strike and just get a mountainous lead, but we've also seen it go the other way, and Clay doing a good job here. All in all, it's still a very even game, even with that first kill going over to BNK KRX.
Yeah. It's just good that at least they're getting some kind of snowball rolling instead of sitting back and saying, good luck, team. Now we do have Willer starting this up. There's nobody in the bot lane, so the timing of this is very good on the backs of BNK's bots.
We do have Vikla going for the Imperial Mandate, which is pretty good value for Lissandra. It works on your ult and your W, and gives insane amount of ability haste for one item, especially one that's so cheap. And if you're on a spike early, it is just a phenomenal item. That extra damage, we've seen Galio abuse it quite a bit, the damage amp. Remember we used to have it, was it Evan Shroud was a support item that had that? And then they nerfed it because it was too OP. I do think that Imperial Mandate's a bit more niche in the champions. Imagine if Imperial Mandate, instead of AP, had HP and some resists. It would just be a support's dream.
Yeah, that sounds way too strong.
Imagine Alistair with that item. No, it's not okay.
And now we just get kind of niche mids that build it.
Yeah.
Really just Galio and sometimes Lissandra. So.
I feel like I expected a lot. Oh, they're going in.
All right, we got a Nocturne in the bottom lane. Just going to throw everything at Taehyun, but he just flashes away from the hook. And Ondil not able to close the gap there.
Not quite able to connect, and Taehyun did a good job of immediately recognizing the threat and just getting as much distance as possible. If you're hesitating at all, you do just die there. I think it does kind of show some of the concerns we had, because Taehyun, you really have to be playing very well to avoid all these threats on your life, but he does avoid that one. It does cost him his ult and his sums. That is one other concern for Yunara, is that she's kind of fake. She has fake safety. You know, you have like Corki, who has his Valkyrie up every so often, Ezreal, who has his Arcane Shift ups very, very often. If Taehyun wants a dash, it costs your ult, which then you either don't have it for a fight, or maybe didn't have it available before the barrier comes through for Taehyun to stop the interrupt. Pretty nice. Especially since aiming has TP, getting your recall interrupt there could have been pretty painful.
Yeah, I mean, we had an era, and we still kind of have an era, where everybody has a million dashes and a million ways to get over walls, into fights, out of fights, etc. The most recent champion has a lot of different ways to get in and out of fights, but I kind of like that design from Yunara, where it's like, yes, it's an 80 carry. Yes, she can be pretty fragile. If you are going to use a very strong dash, it's going to cost a lot.
Yeah, I think it's a good way to design things, unlike Zeri. But I digress. We do see BNK KRX trying to get Taehyun some damage on this tower. They do have 3 plates as well. Looks like Locke is moving over to respond here.
They're going pretty deep for this one. Now Andal gets in and everything is thrown at him, but he had Aftershock up as now everybody hit by that, and Locke just immediately dies. But it was really cool when he hit the big circle on them.
It was neat. Oh, Raptor's fishing for a kick. Well, he did kick him.
He did a bit of damage, I guess, and now we got a Kazante under the turret, and KRX are falling apart like a house of cards. As Frog is in here, he doesn't have his TP, and Clear is going to get away with his life as well. As a Q comes in, it is 4 kills and a triple for Vikla.
I really wanted to see BNK KRX getting some early momentum in this game, and they have absolutely done that. Finding a super favorable play, and for KRX, just, I think it all stems from Andal doesn't connect on this initial engage. They're trying to set up because they know Locke is coming in. Andal ends up hitting the train. It's a nice sidestep from Taeyun, uses the ult on Taeyun, and just gets CC'd. And then this ult is massive, but the Nocturne ult isn't quite available yet. You can see it comes up now. A little bit late. There was no follow-up. And then this kick, I was joking about it a bit, but it kicks him on a tower, gets some damage down, and sets up for this moment where Xante tanks the tower, and they can just clean up the kills. And then Willa goes back in. There's 2 thralls that explode on him to lower him down. If you have a Lissandra mid, especially Lissandra who's gotten that early spike off the mandate, this is exactly how you want to play out the game. So credit to BNK KRX for setting that up. And just getting a mammoth lead for the mid jungle.
Also, there's a reason why Wolf calls Locke a cheerleader a lot of the time, is because he'll throw in his ult and he'll only commit if they're actually getting low, right? UCal, he hits a big ult and then he tries to like run straight out of Lissandra and just dies. I mean, there's ults available. The Lulu's right there. There's 4 people stacked up. Like, yes, you hit a big ult, but you got to wait for the right timing when you're playing Locke. You can't just kind of send it. You're still a squishy mage if you don't have your W up. So, yeah, he just goes in, gets stuns, and dies. So that's just 0 value out of the Locke. They had a nice collapse coming in, but the second that UCal dies, it all falls apart.
Yeah, puts him in a really difficult position. And now with the Lee Sin Lissandra so strong, I have a lot of my concerns have just been washed away. They are very real threats in this game. And I feel like they're such bursty champions that if you get past that threshold where you can just one-shot someone in a combo, the game feels so easy to play. Dragon is up and available, would be the second for KRX. I don't think that BNK KRX are going to let them take it. That is just my hunch. That is just my impression. And it seems they are agreeing with me.
Yep, no real reason to do that. Aiming, trying to step up to Taeyun. Tries to flash, and a very nice angle here from Vikla gets the kill. And now, once again, they got that first pick as a nice kick does go down onto UCal as he is able to flash the wall. There's no ult left available, but now you've got a Yunara who's frontlining, and that's exactly where you wanted her to be. As the equalizer's nice, but they're just too far behind down a member here. I don't think that KRX really have a way into this fight. Although, Frog thinks differently, and he is going to frontline and die. I don't really have a lot of excitement for that call because that didn't make any sense.
Yeah, just oversteps into the Xante and understandably dies. A lot of flashes been in that fight. I think the total count was 6. They're going back to try and make something happen again.
I mean, maybe they can get Vikla down, but he gets over the wall because he is Lissandra. The Wild Growth comes in and eventually execute maybe, but already Willer's down and Andal's low. So the rest of the fight going heavily in favor of BNK KRX is a triple for Taeyun already. And UCal tries to dash in, tries to make something of this, but it's a quadra kill for Taeyun on the Yunara.
Well, I did say there's a lot of eggs in the Taeyun basket. I actually said the aiming basket, but I meant Taeyun.
Yeah.
Getting a quadra kill, 15 minutes in the game, I think that ticks every box. I think they're just golden from here on out. This play, this was pretty slick coming out from Raptor, able to redirect UCal in. But at this point, KRX are allowed to leave. They're actually allowed to leave.
One death,
situation.
leave.
You know, the teacher was 15 minutes late. And they don't. They stick around. Clay has his Q stacked up, and it's like, okay, that's a dead rumble. And then they're like, hey, we're respawning. They've been around a while. They're a little low on resources. Let's try again. But once more, Andal gets baited in and misses the dredge line. And then here, the execute, Yukao's trying to chase it, but the wild growth is brilliant. No reset comes in. And even if it did, I think him chasing that far, just the fight is just over. Taeyun's able to free hit. They focus a lot of their tools on Lysandra, whose job's already done. It just kind of went from bad to worse. Oh my god! Oh my
It's beautiful. And Raptors just having fun in this game now.
That was such a sick kick. That was actually so slick, honestly, from Raptor there. Well, game 1 was good for KRX.
Well, I don't know. We've had a lot of this in the LCK where Team A crushes game 1, and then Team B crushes game 2.
Yeah.
It's not that interesting, but, you know, I suppose it means the series is kind of close, but I think it just means some of our teams are dropping the ball.
This Sonic Wave just catching him at the end of the Valkyrie and then coming in for the kick. That was a nice play from Raptor. And I think 8,000 goal lead at 17 minutes. Yeah, it's fried. It's deep fried. They're going to try and kill Claire. I hope they can for their sake.
Yeah, I think they can eventually. It's taking them a while, though, and that is K'Sante. No! Right over to his team.
I think he could have killed that. He could have killed Andal. He 100% could have killed Andal. He let him go. He's merciful. He may have died if he overstayed to kill Andal, but I just respect the fact that this game is cooked. This game is done. Like, you know how last game there was always that angle of like maybe. I don't think that angle exists here.
I mean,
well, okay, let's dial it back a bit.
It felt that way, and then Syndra got a big scatter.
I will say there is a lot of tools to kill Taeyun. Problem is, it's so early, and BNK4X are so far ahead. Vikla has a 10-stack Medjai's, so like, he has... Look at Vikla's items, and then look at Yukao's items, and tell me they're playing the same game. You'll have to wait until the total gold drops. Yeah, look at the item comparison between these mid laners. Tell me they're playing the same game. It's like Yukao's now on Nightmare difficulty, and Vikla's playing on Story mode.
Yeah.
He's just so much stronger. He just looks at someone, they're dead. And then Yukao's having to work so hard to get a reset. It's not going to happen. This game feels very over. I think BNK4X, they need some mega mistakes for this to go wrong.
Yeah. What is the, you know, you said deep fried this game, and it is.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest deep fried thing you've ever eaten?
The weirdest deep fried thing? I don't think,
yeah.
I feel like that's more of an American thing.
Well, yeah, that's why I was curious, because...
Have I eaten anything that's really weird deep fried? I can't think of anything weird I've eaten.
Have you been to America?
Not for a long time. Not since I was a kid.
Wow. And I guess you probably didn't have deep fried stuff when you were a kid.
I don't think so. I really don't remember that well. It was a long, long time ago.
Maybe you didn't. You just didn't know. A lot of things are deep fried there. Yeah, well, Yukao's dead. They are going to throw everything at him.
He did press his great health.
You know, we've seen some Lysandras here and there, and they just look so useless. And then we see a game like this, and we're like, oh, okay, so this is the idea.
So, something I've learned about League of Legends. If you're really...
Okay, just try to kill try to kill Raptor, they said. They changed their mind halfway through. As the Flash Wild Growth comes in, as Taeyun flashes into everybody, is trying to take down aiming, will not be able to do so, gets over the wall barely. But man, that was very risky positioning from everyone. Didn't end up mattering, though.
They go Raptor. That was their initial goal, right? They started that fight and said, let's kill Raptor.
Yeah.
They tried. You know, Andal had the most phenomenal bar game one. And then game 2, it's been a bit of a struggle. I also think, you know, you were talking about Lysandra before. There's a lot of picks in League of Legends. A lot of picks in League of Legends that you give them a ton of gold, and man, do they look good.
Yeah.
Okay, this is pretty straightforward. So what they do is they actually CC him, and then they kill him. It's a good play.
Wait, but Raptor didn't use his CC ability.
Well, some of them did.
Oh.
Vikla did. So the ult here doesn't have the follow-up dredge line. It was really good from Taeyun to position behind the wall so he couldn't be CC'd, and then they turn on to Raptor, and they're like, we got him! We took him down! And then Aiming is like, oh man, I need a 1v1 Taeyun, and Taeyun gets the dash back over the wall. Vikla just walks up top and just like, I mean, I'm sure he used an ability. I didn't see that bit of the fight, but he could have just autoed. He could have just autoed Aiming and he died at that point. I mean, that was a Seeker's Arm Guard, 20 stacks on the Medjais. Yeah, and my mind is drawn back to the deep fried thing. I don't really know.
Yeah.
What's the weirdest thing you've had deep fried and eaten?
I mean, I was hoping you were going to have a weird one because honestly, I haven't really eaten anything weird that was deep fried.
You started the conversation and you're an American. You should really have this in the bag.
The thing is, America's really big, right? So different regions have different things.
It's just one country.
Yeah, that is true. They are going to try to kill Frog, and they will be successful. Now they're going to try to get Vikla, but he has his Onias. So surely, eventually, they can get him. No, he just flashes the lock ult, and Clear is soloing the AD carry. This game was over, feels like 22 minutes ago, but that's actually when the game started. But it has been very one-sided. UCal just on the run, but maybe they can end it here. That might be some good news. Head on over to game number 3. Looking for UCal, nice dodge on all the nails.
Okay, he gets out. It's a little win. Maintains a 0-3-0 KDA. Could be worse, as I look at some of his teammates. I mean, Vikla's just been finding these great angles where he just emerges from your own jungle.
Yeah.
And what's the recourse? You know, he just ulted, you go in him, he stasises, then he roots and flashes away. Meanwhile, Aiming is just living in absolute hell trying to fight a Cassante who just is refusing to die or take damage. Yeah, there's really not many options.
Yeah. Doesn't feel great for KRX.
2 kills and a Mountain Dragon is what KRX has been able to get this game.
Vikla doesn't necessarily have to do this, but he's going to try. And there you go. There's the kill. Now the rest of the team is here. He is going to go golden, but eventually he will die. There's a lot of stacks given over and gold to Aiming.
Yeah.
But there's still 13,000 gold behind, so You
can see with Alessandra, not the most damage by herself. Even with how fed Vikla is, took quite a bit of time to take down the Rumble. Even though Vikla's very fed, I think would have been better to play with a team. Do I think that bit of gold is going to make a difference?
Oh, no.
Not at all. Maybe if they kill Vikla 7 more times, the game will be slightly close.
Yeah.
No, not really. Still be one-sided.
Yeah, they need to get a lot of the other members too.
Yeah.
Not just Vikla. But they got the stacks, so that feels good. He got those Medjai stacks off of him, but he still has 15.
Yeah, so he's still sitting pretty there.
Me and KRX aren't even going for the Drakes. They're like, we don't need that.
It just doesn't mean anything at this point. They have the Baron, setting up for that. It's an Ocean Soul, and they would need 3 more to get it. At this point, I think they could just end the game naturally. Like we did in the good old days. Remember that, Brendan?
Yeah.
When people just used to just siege at your tower, and the enemy team had a Ziggs or a Gragas, and the game went to like 70 minutes.
Yeah.
Why were they the good old days again?
I blame Janair.
Yeah.
Umty's actually casting today, I believe.
Yeah, he is. I saw him earlier.
He's here. I wasn't sure if he was casting or desking, but I think he's casting.
He was wearing the caster outfit.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, they sacrificed 1 inhibitor. Well, they already sacrificed an earlier one. I think the game's just going to end soon. And then we can talk about game 3. That's my analysis.
That's really good analysis. You know, I was thinking the same thing, so I'm glad
being said,
on the same page.
KRX, press all your buttons on Taeyun. That is the best strategy that you can do right now. Just wait for him to step up a little bit and just go.
Yeah.
Notice he's playing next to the inhibitor, so he has terrain to block the dredge line from Andal. So if Andal ults him, dash the other side of the terrain, can't follow up.
All right, here goes Vikla.
There's the ults.
Just gonna ult himself under the turrets. They are not really doing this cleanly, but I still don't think it matters. Nice fear comes down on Avikla as they are really ham-fisting this one, but a wild growth on a Taeyun.
Oh, they got him!
Should be enough. And I think when you're 14k gold ahead, you can just kind of do anything and win the game. And they will do exactly that.
Okay.
Aiming's like, no! I will not go down without a fight! You get your wish, Aiming.
There's a fight.
Well, GG! We got a series on our hands.
This game was very one-sided. Credit to, I think, both Vikla and Raptor for really being the driving force in this game. They dominated. They completely dominated, and this was more reminiscent. Honestly, this was more one-sided than the games we had last week when these two teams went head-to-head. So, it's been a weird series. The fact that we have one game, KRX looked really good. The prep looks really solid. Game 2, it's like they didn't expect to make it that far because they kind of just fell apart. Game 3, you don't have nearly as much time. You had 4 days, which wasn't long. Now you have about 5 to 10 minutes to kind of reevaluate and figure things out. 7.8k damage from this lock. Not super inspiring, not super convincing.
KRX needed to get ahead, and they absolutely did. They got first blood on Raptor, and after that took a nice fight, and the game was kind of over from there. You had a Lock and a Nocturne who can never set anything up in a side lane because they got so far behind early, and KRX just didn't have any options. It felt kind of hopeless for them at a certain point. So Game 3 is a new game with new champs, and that's really where you got to look, obviously, as I'm not sure who is the baby in that picture. Maybe it's Taeyun. But regardless, he played it very well in that game number 2. We'll be back, guys, after the break.
나 이거 로크 막아줄게. 로크 막아줄게.
나 짤풍 썼어.
로크 막아줄게. 빨면서. 한 턴 빼. 빨면서.
들었어 나.
나 존나 뺐어. 쌈 빠져.
라인.
쌈 좋아.
들어가 공 봐줄게. 실드 있어?
나 W 돼.
로크 E 있어.
나 다음 밀게.
다음 밀어.
나 만화 없다 이제.
괜찮아. 포르케 풀 있어. 노플. 지지. 좋은데요?
야 조절해봐. 일단 개급하다. 다 버린 거야.
야 이번에 짧았다.
There's the flash. Oh, the shockwave as well. The delivery system's so nice. The closer heels into the air. The shots have been called as the hands trying to get out, but will fail. Ron's now trying to turn it the pulverize on top of Rosita. Is just gorgeous.
See what
Arturo can do. If he manages to get a good ulti here, they could just guarantee Infernal Soul. The train comes down, it's missed as Cataclysm comes in, but there's the Keith Verdict and Genji! They cut them off! Kanavi taken out! Delight nowhere to go! Zeus comes in, it's a decent equalizer, but not good enough! Deadly flourish, and another shot will do it! One big fight on this dragon.
And they don't necessarily have to fight this one, but they're going to try as everybody is in the mixer. Cruiser disappears without even getting to press any buttons. And now Charvel here alone. Only 2 members left of DNS. One of them is going to take a hex gate.
얘들아, 너 정신 차렸다! I think their influence is weak, right? Their ability to control this map is getting tougher and tougher.
Oh, here we go. Gonna press some buttons. Down to the weakest dodge. And Showmaker, the double tap. He even tried deflection and pain. Puts the team on his back like he's done all game long and sets up the play. 3 kills.
Release safe invention. You can actually push. No, you don't. I'm saying maybe
well, Gideon's still going to go in and then explode. He's down to the G8, possibly.
너무 오래 숨지는 말라고 결말이 좋지 않을
Another chance. He still gets up the They triple kill for Roma. We're going to die as well. And Bigland's dead in the pit. The kill. Bruce may have just stolen the game.
let's go. Get the kill.
제발.
끝난 것 같아.
Every sky's a line I've drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the space. Momentum is a wonderful thing. Sometimes it can launch you into trajectories of unknown heights and is incredible. But sometimes that same momentum can be very dangerous and jettison you straight into a fountain laser with it.
Yes, it's true. That's what happened exactly, you know. We were complaining about how BNK didn't plan well, and like we were just like, man, this game is gonna be like 2-0, you know. There's no way KRX is gonna run it down in the game 2 because they had such a perfect game 1.
And the draft was pretty good in game 2.
Exactly. But I don't know. You should never ever predict what's gonna happen in the game 2 because it's gonna be game 3 no matter what in the Rise group. That's how Rise group works.
It is the value group, honey.
It's so inconsistent.
What do you mean it's inconsistent? It's consistent.
Consistently
In a
3 games,
negative way.
Ernie.
Consistently 3 games, yes. Consistently a random thing happened. That's what we say.
Even our mode on the Twitch had misclicked the winner of
Oh,
the...
that's actually a really good point. We do need to throw out a little bit of a PSA.
Oh, yeah.
We need to apologize formally as the entirety of the LCK for your loss of channel points. If you would like to leave a brief survey, we're going to post it nowhere. You can fill that out, and then we will make sure that we promptly reimburse you with enough to pay your bro tax. But yes, full apologies for the misclick. Just, do your gamba again with the rest of your
It's
points. You'll be
fine. At least our mode didn't misclick on the Rift. And this is how it works if you misclick on the Rift. on the
First highlight, let's roll it.
Yes! Just roll the clip. Why do you ever think about the fight here? Look at Andil. Like, he's gonna look for the fight. When he actually knows enemy support is on the mid lane and enemy top lane is walking towards the mid lane first, so Yukal even knows this is not the correct fight. This is not the correct angle to take the fight here.
It's a misclick, right? The Nola's Q.
Level 5 Nocturne! And they
also-
have man advantage!
And also, like, this is like such a, like we could easily see like these communicating, like if your top laners press B and tipping back to top, and enemy top laner pushed in all the way to the turret, and he's missing. Just say enemy top laner could move, head a window, could go down. Do not fight. Top scuttle is not ours.
But why Rumble is hugging turret though?
Well, I mean that's a. I already said it.
All right, just go to the next highlight. Okay.
Yeah,
Don't ask me about it.
It gets better from there, though, right?
I don't know,
It
man.
gets better from there. Yeah, there was a mistake, but it gets better from there, right? We did. Right, we did. Gets better.
Yeah, it gets better for BNK KRX, obviously, They are! I mean, Andil, why are you doing this? Why are you hugging the wall right
But
there?
Yukal could save it. Never mind.
And at the end, it's just a disaster over disaster, like over and over again. You can never go back at this point. And your Rumble is on both sides, obviously. He's again hugging his lane while Cassante is killing all the members of the top side.
Yeah, it's really brutal. Like I think at this point, you should probably talk next game. What's your plan? I don't think this game that's coming
Well,
back.
I mean, it does get better though. We've got a third highlight. We can get into that, and we can show you how they turn it around, Hooney.
Better for who?
This is how KRX turned it all around. This was the play that they could make, that it would turn it all around.
This is the reason why BNK KRX could end this game in 25 minutes. Again, miscommunication happened. And the mid laner moves first towards mid lane. Of course, Lissandra has flash and R, point and click, and he dies. And what happens next? You can't win the fight. Such a great kick from the Lee Sin here, and you were already behind in gold, and this is not the fight that you should take ever, because if you're behind, just drop the objective and trade it for the gold so you can prepare for the next one.
And also, I'm just realizing now that Aiming took teleport over Cleanse into Polymorph and Frozen Tomb. He is very brave. But also, that was weird. Sorry, that's a bit of an aside.
You really want to shout out that?
I did need to shout that out.
I mean, it's just like, it's really, right now, I think these days, it's like, it was really not common, like for, like, let's say just like the bottom team, the Rise groups, like when they're playing each other, like, this is like kind of uncommon, right? Like, it's just really constantly, like one team randomly just like get a really one-sided game the other way. I think it's like, it's from early game, like for very first play, like it had to be, I think the mental stated, like it had to be better.
I mean, I think it never happened.
That's weird.
It never happened like during the summer split, right? I think when the time goes on, teams get more like they're on the same page, right? But now, even though we are on the summer split, game feels like we're in the winter split or something, right? Like every team goes for the random play, and the game is just a flip.
That is the best part, because now we get to game number 3. Will it be positive momentum, or will it be, once again, that momentum biting them in the backside? There are two gentlemen that might know, though, Valdez and Orcs. Do you have an idea?
Thank you, guys. As getting ready for game number 3, I think after games 1 and 2, I don't have much of an idea of what is going to happen or what to expect.
I think it's clear that momentum is a myth. I think that it's kind of like, is it squash where you hit off the wall? The harder you hit it, the harder you get hit back, apparently. You know, you win game 1 super decisively. Game 2 comes at you fast. So,
yeah.
By that logic, Kium DRX in great stead for this game, but we also know it doesn't just work like that. I'm thinking like the KTT Plus series we had. The first one that was last week when KT won game 1. I was like, oh wow, KT, look, and then he just got demolished 2 games in a row.
I think because of what happened on Sunday, where KRX just crushed them, I'm big time favoring them in game number 3. But if they just fall apart again like they did in game 1 today, I wouldn't be surprised either, because that already happened today. And, you know, Kium DRX are definitely capable of taking individual games. Not sure about entire series, though, based on what we've seen. It's very difficult. And
I mean, I will say that every game matters when things are this close to the standings. You'd love to get a series win, but getting a game does help if you fail at that, because it may come down to that. In the Rise group now, KRX have continued with the Casio Ori bans. Casio first, Ori second now, though. And it seems like Kium DRX back to banning junglers, but there's already 4 out of the pool. So it will thin things out. And we're once again getting Kium DRX on first pick. We've had 5 games between these two teams in the past, 5 days. And every single time it's been second pick for KRX, first pick for Kium DRX, which I do think is pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of how they're utilizing counterpick and stuff and trying to pick bot duos, I'm not sure if we've consistently seen BNK getting massive leads in that facet, but they're going to take away the Lucian here.
Camille's been left open.
But Shen too, so at the end of the day, it's like, do you first pick Camille? Do you even first pick Shen? Do you first pick something else and take the one that's not Camille or Shen that was taken by the other side? And yeah, they're going to do that and take the Jhin.
Jhin was banned in the last game in the first rotation. And by taking Jhin, you kind of hand over the choice to KRX. Do they want to take Camille and potentially be answered? How's it going to go?
I mean, Vikla definitely a big Annie player and just played the Lissandra pretty well. And
I mean, so many of KRX's wins last year were like Annie, Morgana. It's that theme of champion.
Yeah.
So I think it makes sense for Vikla. And in terms of what's pairing up with it, we know Annie Wukong's been very popular. There's been a lot of junglers banned here already. There's also Neferi available. But they are just going to start here with Shen. Picking the Shen, if you pick Camille into it, obviously Shen has been pretty favored in that matchup. Will they do it anyway? That's the question. Personally, I think playing Camille into Annie sounds like a bad time. But I guess if she's stunning you, she's not stunning someone else.
Yeah. And Poppy's still available, so looks like they do want to pick this up for Willer probably, and then you can make a decision later. They're not even going to pick a support. It could be Poppy, I suppose, and Poppy is good into Shen.
It can make sense. You can obviously disrupt the taunt. You can taunt flash to catch you off guard, to stop it being circumvented. But then the Jace comes through, so now they are going to go for that Neferi. They are going to commit to the mid jungle, but not picking a response for Clear in the top lane.
Yeah.
And I wonder, are you just going to ban away things like we haven't seen that many Vayne bans between these two teams, but with other teams in the LCK, a Vayne ban is very popular.
Victor ban. That's not a champ we like anymore, but it is good into Annie, so they'll ban it here.
I'm trying to think what you could play in the mid lane. There's still the Anivia. Still the Galio, honestly, I think would be okay. They are going to get rid of the Yorick for the Jace, which makes a lot of sense here. Are you going to look towards the likes of things like Vayne or Varus, like these long-range tops that you're concerned about? Do you expect Clear to play those? He did have that Tristana game. He has played that Nidalee top. Are you going to ban the Nidalee? He obviously played it last week against you. And being KRX concerned with the prospect it might be that Poppy support.
Yeah, definitely a good call. You know, just ban one jungler away. You want to get a decent lane for the Annie and go ahead and do that. They're going to ban away the Sivir.
Are we going to see Clear bring out something like the Nidalee top again? Or a range top in that sort of regard? Or just pick something melee and play that into? They're going for the Kai'Sa here. So pretty heavily committing to this dive-focused composition. Which into the likes of a Jace I think makes a lot of sense. Going to make his life uncomfortable. And that's before they've even committed a top lane matchup, which may make things even worse for him. Now, we are just going to get the Alistar, seeming like, so that Poppy will go to the jungle, playing two sort of like bodyguards to be bouncer for your Jhin and your Jace. The question is, in the mid lane, are you going to kind of bolster that by picking something else that can kind of play Peel? Or are you going to pick something that just is a carry in of its own self? Like, you could pick Talia here, could make a lot of sense. Instead, though, looking at Yukal's Aurora pick, he's had a lot of success on. Hard to pin down and get on top of, which is, I think, important for this comp. And also, Aurora was picked a lot into Annie when Annie was more popular. So coming through with that one. And now, finally, there's a world where you could flex Shen top lane, but I don't think you'd do it. I don't think this is a situation where it makes sense, really. So I imagine this is Clear's pick here. Is it going to be the Nidalee again, or is it going to go in a different direction?
Might just be the Vayne, and there it is. It will be locked in. So he plays AD Nidalee, now he plays Vayne. This comp, when you look at it, I don't feel like it inspires all that much joy. Like, I think the win conditions are obvious, and they didn't maybe want to commit to more dive into Alistar and Poppy. But yeah, as a 5-man composition here for KRX, unless you're blowing up one target with tons of damage with like Annie and the Fury, I don't think it's going to go very well, and it's going to be very difficult to do that into the comp of Kium. So
this feels like a very snowbally game, and we kind of saw that last game. It was quite feast or famine. This one, obviously, we see KRX with things like the Vayne, which scales very well, but considering you have this Annie Neferi, this mid jungle, it's a great mid jungle pairing. It's very hard to avoid Annie CC, it's very hard to avoid Neferi ult. Just a lot of damage available to them. But if they fall behind, I don't think you're just going to be able to rely on Vayne to carry the game. So we saw it last game. You know, I was a little concerned about KRX's composition, lacking damage, maybe lacking multiple threats, but they just steamrolled the early game and it did not matter at all. They have more threats this game. They have 2 big carries on the team, and they still have the ability to set things up early. Let's see if they can do it again.
Very curious to see what happens as we are ready. Let's hop onto the rift for game number 3.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
Game number 3, and this one is big. If you want to make it into play-ins, you do have to stay as far ahead of Nomshim as possible, who are currently in 9th place. And also, you want to get as good of a seed as possible. All these teams would like to get 6th place. But
yeah,
not going to
notably,
be easy.
You could end up in a situation where you are facing off against the 5th seed of the Legend Group. And who even knows who that's going to be right now? Based on how things have been developing there, it really could be anyone. Right now, it's looking like, you know, KT and D+ are a little behind, but things could change quickly.
Yeah. I mean, there's, you know, DK and KT did play yesterday, so they have one last game, but every other team in the Legend Group, the other 3 teams, they have 4 matches left, so definitely some room to change things up. Skellen's just going to go for the straight up taunt. Ondil does not get the headbutt, and so it's a giant amount of damage, and Ondil's just going to back.
Yeah, he was in a tough spot there. I think maybe Taeyun could have committed a bit more and forced the flash, but doesn't want to lose too much HP himself. just to force Andal to burn his flash, especially when he has to recall anyway. Raptor is covering for Clear here. Clear's already used the exhaust, notably. And it seems like it hasn't really bolstered his health advantage in any way. They're about even. But he has got a bit of a farm lead. I do think that this game, you know, you talked a little bit in draft, something we say a lot is whether something inspires joy. I think KOM DRX comp is just that sort of composition you feel generally more comfortable with because you have this like bulky front line.
Yeah.
And a lot of range to play around with. But picks like Jin and Jace have definitely been fickle. And KRX has a lot of ability, I think, to play through side lanes when you have the Vayne. But then also the Kai'Sa Shen. Like 2 picks that you can very much imagine punishing side laners. So I think if Frog falls behind, this game just tumbles so quickly.
Kellen's in mid. Stun comes down, so they're going to know exactly where you are. That's a lot of damage to go into UCal. And if you look at where the lanes were, Clear was pushing top and was kind of trying to zone Frog out of the wave as much as possible. Mid was winning heavily, and bot also was winning heavily because Andal had to back so early. So Raptor just got to take the Raptors. They did back off after that, but just felt like total control very early on here was going to be in KRX.
Anytime you can get a Kai'Sa into a winning lane situation, especially when she still has a pretty good pairing with Shen, it feels fantastic. I think that's one of the big reasons we haven't seen Kai'Sa as much in the meta is there's just been lanes that really make it unplayable. And as much as she's a good duelist, I think it just doesn't function the same as some of these AD carries who can just be very self-sufficient. She has got that shorter range. But KRX have set Taeyun up in a pretty good spot so far. He's got that Cole already in pocket and even in farm.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the burst damage of KRX with Annie, Nefiri, Kai'Sa, if they are proactive and set up plays in their favor, you can get some big picks, even onto tankier targets. So it definitely feels like the Kai'Sa helps out there, but shouldn't be too easy of a comp to play, I'd say, compared to just stand there and protect aiming and let them shoot from afar. Andal's over here just arguing with Kellen about something.
A bit of sport combat. So far we've seen Raptor had a good time getting some early camps, but no real input yet from the junglers. Both of these junglers kind of insane at tower dives. Poppy so good in the side lanes when you just headbutt them into the wall and you're tanky enough to absorb a few shots, and then Nefiri being able to drop aggro. Which I think when you have a game like this with junglers like this, it puts you, and especially because both mid laners are roamers, not Roamer the player.
Roamer's Umbro.
Yeah, they
by the way.
Champions of Rome.
Level 6. He does get the knockback, and Frog is just going to flash away. I think that's a smart call, even though it feels real bad.
Yeah.
Just to take his little damage and not die.
The point I was trying to make was that if you mess up your lane state, they will just come in and dive you. So you have to be really cautious about that, which is why Frog was in a bit of a precarious position, but no jungler on his side of the map. Now, they both sort of showed around bot lane. KRX had this big wave they wanted to crash. We'll see if DRX just want to clear it out. Don't really... Okay, now they're holding it. I think that is a favorable position for them.
Creative ults here. UCal burning a little bit more, it looks like, as he stood right next to Tibbers for quite a while. Got stunned up. And we had to zoom in down here, but no action going to happen. And yeah, I mean, we're just essentially farming it out. It does look like Raptor is going to look for this first Drake. We have back-to-back Ocean Souls in this series.
Can we make it
something
3?
New? We don't have to make it 3. It could be something else. You know, there are 5 other choices.
What would you like to see?
Let's get a Cloud Soul.
Yeah, I mean, Atlas is here today.
Yeah.
The rare day where both of you are here.
That's kind of strange. But Atlas taking the host spot this week. And looks like he's having a lot of fun with Huni and Wahuni.
So Clear's about to get his ult back. And still no flash for Frog, obviously. There's no exhaust either, but I feel like as soon as it's available, Clear's just looking for an angle, a window. There is some good vision from KRX on the top side of the map, so that gives a bit more security to Frog, but vision doesn't help that much if you're going to lose the 1v1. It just means that maybe Clear is a bit more hesitant about setting up the play.
Yeah.
Poppy's passing over the bot side as well. There is a couple of wards in the jungle, but not really deep, so we'll see if Willa gets spotted, and if that's a signal for Clear to immediately try and fight.
We had some... Oh, I'm going to have to hold that thought, as Kellen just going to run straight into a lack of vision. These two champs don't really do any damage. Finally, UCal comes over, and the exhaust is there, but yeah, even just holding him down for that one long. And now Taeyun goes in. Aiming has to flash away. And so that's a nice win in the 1v1 for Taeyun.
Good play. You know, if you're left isolated and you find that Void Seek and you can find the 1v1, definitely value there for Kai'Sa. We've seen Jhin doing so well in these 1v1 scenarios bot lane. You can just get a bit of poke down and ult, but very hard to do so against Taeyun there with that shield as well. And I think also Kellen, great with the patience on the taunt there when he was caught out. If he'd taunted early, he might have just died, even if he bit his flash, but was able to save both summoners and make it away. Now Andal will spot Raptor.
Yeah.
Gets a ward down, doesn't do anything about it.
It's like, oh, there's a doggo on the loose up here. Not my problem. I'm just going to go top. And Claire's like, you know what? That sounds good to me. And he is going to condemn Frog away. Kellen coming over. They are going to lock down the Cal for now, but Andal flashing away. Gets enough range to get away. But all three grubs went over to Raptor.
Yep, and Andal ends up burning both summoners to get out there. Fortunately, Clear had to use his condemn early to keep himself safe, but I think if you had the condemn after the taunt, I think Andal is just dead. So 3 grubs picked up. Clear does end up burning his ult, so Frog feels a little bit better now about the 1v1. Still feels like BNK KRX getting what they want out of the situation.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a good time. And it felt like game 1 was a little bit of a fluke where they fell behind and weren't really able to come back in the game, even though Vikla had a big moment. It wasn't enough. And then game 2, I think, proved to show more of what we saw last week. And that's why I was confident about their chances coming into game 3. Now, it's Rise Group. BNK KRX are not a perfect team either. So we could absolutely see Kium run away with this one, but I'm definitely siding with BNK at the moment, even though their comp is definitely a little bit non-standard. It has pieces within it that work really well together. The Kai'Sa, the Shen, the Kai'Sa and the Annie and the Nefiri. He got Vayne in the top lane. I mean, he could have gone for AD Nidalee or any other kind of weird side lane bully.
You know what? I'm not a huge fan of the AD Nidalee. I feel like a lot of the time he like wins lane but just doesn't do much else.
Most of the time it does, which is kind of what we were expecting. But then when we saw it in that series, it actually... It had like a global taunt for some reason.
Yeah, I think that's the main thing. Is it's annoying, and the enemy team wants to kill it, and they can't.
Yeah.
It's very good at doing that, which is an effective strategy. That's many of players have used over the years.
But he would like join fights, and he was relatively tanky because he went Trinity Force first, and then kind of a more like bruisery build. So he was like, he would go to the fights, and they would target him, and he just jumped away and had a lot of mobility. And
maybe the lesson is don't
target the Nidalee, yeah.
Yeah. Cycle Sword comes in for Raptor. Big spike for the Nefiri. 30 seconds on the Dragon as well. This is a good spot for BNK KRX to fight. They have Tibbers available for Vikla, who just got... Okay, Malignant Cyclo Sword are the spikes coming through. I think KRX should just let this go.
But UCal got a Rocket Bell.
Yeah, it doesn't quite hit so hard.
Aiming in a bit of trouble. Still doesn't have flash. And he'll be okay. But a nice chunk for Taeyun already. And that's one way you can try to make this objective even more years, is by pushing the lanes, getting priority through some effective trades. But, I mean, it looks like they want to fight for this. Kind of.
They have to get such a clean engage to make this work, I feel. Vic was waiting over the wall there. on a control ward.
They're going to have a Hex Flash in as Vikla just zones them away. It's Infernal Soul this time. They're looking for the kill on a Vikla. Might be able to pick it up here as a shield comes in from the Shen, and he lives to stand United. And United, they do stand. Still no kill in this game, and Clear was just top the whole time.
Bit of a disaster for Kirin DRX. They don't get to touch the Dragon. They don't even get the kill onto Vikla. A lot invested to do that, and gold given over to the Vayne. Taeyun also gets plates. Everything really going right here for BNK KRX. So Vikla stops Willa from getting in with the ult, but then I think he could have just done the stun, made the call, okay, I did my job, I don't need to unleash my full combo. He overstays a bit, and nearly gets caught out as a result, flash in a straight line, but
Frog is in trouble. Flash knockback is not going to save him. First blood about 13 minutes in, this time for Clear. As the taunt was kind of funny there from Kellen. And it might mean that Vikla dies because there's no taunt anymore. The knockup comes in, and Willer picks up the kill.
Okay, so positive play for Kirin DRX now. Willer might be in trouble.
They're gonna hop up, get some buff on the Nefiri. Bunch of damage into Willer, who really want to take away Raptors, but wasn't able to do so. Well, he got some of them.
There's still 2 left, which means it's still... Oh, Raptors.
Yeah.
Raptor.
They're gonna have a root. This is a very broken up fight. Kellen's in a bit of trouble. English Taeyun into 3 people, but he's got a lot of backup now. Swiller's gonna flash away, aiming a big front line, but the Condemned comes in. The root here on a Clear, who doesn't have his ult, and he is just free food for the Jace to pick up a shutdown.
BNK KRX overstaying a little bit there, and KM DRX have setup, have CC, have this tanky front line. So if you leave targets isolated and alone, they will just go down to this. Now here, Exhaust comes down early, and I didn't really see the angle for the flash knockback, but I think it was just some desperation.
캐리해준다 했잖아.
He said he would take care of it, something like that.
Didn't even have to use his flash. So in this passage of play, we end up seeing Taeyun isolate and alone, so has to ult out of the Jhin ult. Still has summoners though, so despite that looking a bit scary, we're still safe. Then Kirin DRX end up getting this root. And as soon as that happens, you have the Alistar going in, you have the Poppy who can follow up, and the Jace can just jump in and get the kill. Vayne definitely going to have a difficult time playing these fights out if the setup isn't good from BNK KRX.
Yeah, especially at this point in the game when, you know, you've got 280 carries, but they have 1 item apiece. That's not really... They don't have the ability to chew through the Alistar yet, to chew through the Poppy yet. Eventually, surely Vayne will if they find themselves in those weird fights, and the setup, as you mentioned, is going to be very important. But, you know, we had a lot of low health bars on the side of KM DRX. It's a pretty close fight, but if BNK are a little bit more fed on some of their carries, they can make quick work of that front line. So now maybe trying to collapse on a Vikla, who does not have flash. You can see it down there in the bottom left. 96 seconds on that.
Angle doesn't really arise. We are going to have a look at Clear, farming against Yukal. Herald is up and available, but Dragon's up in 1:15, and it would be 3rd for BNK KRX. So I think if you can get the Baron, if you can get the Herald and then use it to set up for the Dragon, that's great. But I think KM DRX probably just gonna stave BNK KRX off it and wait for that Dragon spawn. I think it's gonna be really important. They have better setup this time. This time they're not playing into these huge item spikes from BNK KRX that they didn't have matched themselves. But it still feels a little bit precarious.
Yeah, at the moment it's just a lot of fighting for vision control on the top side of the map right now. BNK KRX are in control here. Apparently what Clear did say was, I said I'll carry this game, guys. So, not that he'd take care of it, but he's like, pick me the Vayne, I'll carry. And, I mean, he got 1 kill. It is the beginning of a carry. You generally get kills when you carry. Hide on Bush and face check Bush and miss Tivers.
Well, I was going to say, KM DRX start up the Herald, which is a bit risky considering Dragon is spawning soon. But then Vikla misses the Tibbers, so I don't think they're as concerned.
Yeah.
And now they're looking for a play onto Yukao on the bot lane, but Aurora's very slippery. I think maybe there was a world where they could have just started the Dragon with an Inferi in the Vayne. But KRX, I wasn't sure it was going to be possible to get the Herald, use it for the pressure to get the Dragon, but they've done that. So credit to them. Team will clear it out, but now you've moved into the river and gotten some good vision control. There's still that the Scuttle Crab Shrine thing available, so KRX do have an idea. Now they're going to go in.
Yeah, we got TP in here, as there's the ult away of the Kai'Sa. Taehyun can try to rejoin, but it's going to take a little while. Kellen, meanwhile, is going to get chunked, but so does Willer. So still kind of up for grabs, but KRX do have control of the Banana Brush. And that is certainly going to help out on the control. But now Clear is on the flank here. They're just going to look for Vikla, and they throw everything in the kitchen sink at him as Taehyun tries to go in, gets blocked by Willer. But now Clear is running rampant, and they don't have any more CC. They used it all for the Annie. And they took a bunch of damage from the Tibbers and the Malignants afterwards anyway. Yukao finally comes over. There's the root onto Clear. He's in a lot of trouble, gets burst down. But, yeah, probably shouldn't have been there. It does look like BNK might get this Dragon. Should be able to. As now Regains comes in onto Taehyun, who flashes away. Frog, he wants the kill. He wants revenge, and he will pick it up. As it's a lot of traded kills, but now it's Infernal Soul points here for KRX, and Raptor says, by the way, I'm full health.
Helen lives!
So I'm just going to take you down as well.
Ooh, and the dodge at the end. This fight was chaotic. I think there were several points in this fight where I was like, okay, you can just stop. You can just stop now.
Yeah.
Now.
Please.
Now. Well, okay, here, Vikla gets the CC on a Frog. They turn onto him immediately. They commit so much to kill the Annie. The Annie already did their job. They chunked Frog. Frog is out the fight.
Yeah. Look at the Tibbers damage.
And then Clear and Taehyun just get to come in and free hit. Now, there's a point. Okay, guys, you force them away. You can just go for the Dragon. Instead, they go for this play and aiming just pretty good setup with the root into the ult. And now it's like, okay, we need to move to help a jungler out. But the play continues. Andal dies to try and set up the play. And then Frog ends up dying to Jinavold. It's just very messy. I can't really fault KRX for continuing this, because they were like, we need to kill them so we can contest the Dragon. They obviously lost out in the initial fight. They engaged on Annie. That is what I will fault them for. But being KRX, at the end of the day, they did get what they wanted. They got the Dragon, they got some kills, but it wasn't super clean. But they have got to Soul Point, and I think that's the main thing here. It is the Huni Baron, the big damage Baron. So he is here today as well.
It makes sense. And now they're trying to Hex Flash engage on a Fury. That's when you know things are a little bit dire. Even a little bit of a helicopter that's going to miss. So now the engage is gone from Andal. They're fighting for the Scuttle Crab. He's going to try again. Now he has some Unbreakable Will in a really awkward spot. And again, this isn't really for anything. Yes, the Baron's available, but they're not just going to do it. So that's ult down. Meanwhile, in the side lane, Clear is doing what he was designed to do.
There's also a Shen ult to back him up, so
yeah,
this feels so easy to play through the side. And the problem is, there's more control for KRX around the Baron. Even if Shen ults bot and can't get back to the rest of the map, Clear will just TP over. And you're completely fine with that. If they kill Frog within a reasonable time frame, which they probably would. So it means we're really seeing the situation where KRX just don't have control of the side lane. They are looking with Willa now, but it's a Poppy, which, I mean, Poppy's great when someone CCs the Vayne, you follow up, fantastic. If she's against a wall, fantastic. Yeah. She's not. You kind of do that thing where you like, you headbutt, well, I guess it's the charge, and then you press W and you hope, you're like, please, tumble. I'm begging you.
It doesn't really feel great in the Vayne unless, as you mentioned, you're on top of the Vayne. It got Valiant in the team fight as Vikla is running at 7 bajillion miles an hour, and now Frog is just going to try to TP away. Might just die to the burn, but he is going to TP.
That was a great read from Frog. Did not expect Annie to be traveling so fast, but found the window to TP out and will survive. It is a resource burn still, but they'll get this mid lane tower. And Kellen, I don't think they're going to engage on you, but you don't really have a window to engage back. Right now, Clear is pushing top lane. And remember, it's now a minute 30 until Dragon. This would be sold for BNK KRX. I don't think they need the extra damage, but they will certainly take it.
Yeah, they can just sit back and say, okay, Clear's always going to win the side lane as long as he holds on to exhaust, and we have enough vision to keep him safe on the push, right? So they're just controlling the river and kind of just sitting here and saying, KRX, you have an Alistair for engage. Yes, they have a Poppy. Here's the Alistair engage, though, as that is dodged by Taehyun. The Unbreakable Will is going to be chewed through as he's alone. Very desperate. We have a TP coming in from Clear, and now the Dragon's up in about 50 seconds, so they can continue to push and look for that play. And without an Alistair, I mean, I guess he'll respawn in time for the fight, maybe. But yeah, it just feels like total control right now for BNK KRX.
That felt a little bit overforced. And unfortunately, the root didn't connect from the Jhin. They all moved into Peel, and it just ended up backfiring. I think the thing that really hurts is you didn't even get like a major cooldown for the Kai'Sa. Like the ult was in time, but Kellen was moving into block.
Barrier, I guess.
Yeah. These sorts of plays where you engage like a minute before an objective are nice if you can get like a flash, but I don't think the barrier is enough. And Andal has no flash. So everyone else in the game flashless has flash apart from him who is flashless. They do have position around the jungle. It's only Raptor really warding them away, but he's going to pick up the Scuttle Crab. Oh, that is almost dead.
It's just a lot of damage into Willer, but now we do have the taunt in from Kellen, going to set up the kill onto you, Cal, and now everybody's falling like flies. They just get cleaned up so easily by the DPS of Taehyun and Clear.
Absolute decimation right there, and Kellen with a great play onto Yukal to stop the kill attempt on a Vikla. And now being KRX, do we want Dragon? Do we want Baron? Why not both? And Frog, you can have mid-wave.
Yeah.
That does not sound fair.
Yeah, I don't really know. Like, they just tried to stand right in front of the Annie, and they die. As now, Frog is dead, and he doesn't take up Taehyun either.
That was a little bit close, but you know what? Taehyun pulled it off, found the kill. They get the Infernal Soul as well. He doesn't even get mid-wave. Well, he did pick up a wave, but he doesn't get to hang around mid. Even that's not enough. So I think for me, big standout moment was they go for the initial engage. They then get the turnaround on a Vikla, and look at Kellen's response on a Yukal. Goes for that taunt flash, Taehyun then goes in, and then Vikla gets another stun.
Yeah.
Because Vikla was saved by Kellen. So I think that bot side trio of Vikla, Taehyun, and Kellen really played that fight well. Set up for the team, and now there's an 8,000 gold lead, there's an Infernal Soul, there's a Baron. I think this might be it for KRX. Wanted revenge for the match 4 days ago. They got a game.
Yeah, it was a good game. A very one-sided game to them, but yeah, one game is not enough. We don't play best of ones here, thankfully. And yeah, I mean, they just had so much damage, and KRX are like, we're tanky, we can frontline here, and they just got shredded apart, like peeling an onion. Just a bunch of stuns in the front line, and a Kai'Sa with 2-3 items was enough. And now Vikla in a bit of trouble, as they are going to focus everything into him, but once again, he just drops the bear and does a bunch of damage. Unfortunately, the follow-up from the rest of his team was not there this time.
Yeah, Vikla getting into some uncomfortable positions, and that will help KRX a good amount, because the Baron push was causing some issue. That now being over, means they can kind of just push out these waves and look to try and stabilize. There's a lot of pick potential from this KRX composition. We've seen that on display. But some of the targets definitely easier to pick than others. And Vikla walking up to get an auto on the tower, just a bit unnecessary.
Okay, looks like Willer tried to engage on a Fury. He is going to die eventually, surely, as now the Stand United comes in, and Taehyun is running rampant. Nice CC onto him, but he's just running forward, doing tons of damage, and they don't have any way to peel for him anymore. Triple kill comes through, and no chance at a penta, as that is the kill stolen by Clear. But still a very one-sided fight. BNK KRX look to push mid.
Yeah, TP from Frog to get back to base. But I'm afraid you're probably just going to be watching your base die as BNK KRX continue to push. And they actually still have a bit of the Baron left right now. So, good luck, Frog.
He didn't even get the mid-wave! Oh. Yeah, they're just going to press their buttons onto him. And once again, a pretty quick game for the side of BNK KRX as they crush Kium eventually at the end of this 3-game series, 2-1.
And honestly, game 1 was a while ago, but it just feels like that game, they had a really big impact. Kium DRX was really on form, and then just since then, BNK KRX domination. And that game 1 now feels so long ago. I think it was cool we're seeing Vikla kind of return into some of those utility picks we know he's comfortable on and do a lot of work, allowing him to set up Raptor. But this is a team effort, a good effort from all 5 members to make this one happen.
Clear had fun this game, got to play Vayne, and yeah, the 2 AD carries were better than 1 this time around. Doesn't feel like Jace is getting a lot of value for our Rise group teams. A lot of counters coming through even for them. And yeah, it just doesn't really crush the lane like some of our top laners are able to do, especially when it gets countered.
It's such a hard pick to succeed on. I think there's so many windows where you can mess it up, and if you fall behind, it can go badly. We're often blinding it as well, and then it gets countered with things like the Vayne, and there's just too many top laners right now to ban that can punish it. So it just feels like a very volatile pick. And remember, there's this series of 3 games. There was the series 4 days ago, which was 2 games. And in every single one of them, BNK KRX was second pick. In every single one of them, they had the ability to counter pick. And they clearly displayed they were going to make use of it. And they did.
Yeah. I mean, I think we're in a pretty unique position in the meta right now where it feels like we're not really just picking the same stuff over and over into each other, like the same matchups. Like, of course, Fearless helps out a little bit with that, but in the past even we used to see a lot of the same, you know, Cassante versus Rumble over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've had Fearless for a while now. This is kind of what people have been hoping for the evolution to be, where there isn't as defined a strict, these are the champions we always play. Obviously, the priorities are there. And especially earlier in the draft, you're like, okay, well, this pick, they all make sense, all high prio. But teams have a lot more options for how they want to play the game, depending on their style and how the draft develops. I think it's cool. I think it's interesting. And it's cool seeing players either flounder a bit or flourish based on their champion pools. Kellen making some great plays here on the Shen. And in the bot lane of BNK KRX having a good day out today. Raptor also having a pretty phenomenal series. Willer really wanted to stop him from getting that scuttle crab.
Yeah, I think he succeeds in the end.
Yeah.
They don't go for the scuttle crab. So.
We do see Willer blocking the ult from Raptor, but it just doesn't make a difference. And then he gets the reset and gets the big shield.
Yeah. It's pretty interesting that, you know, this comp for BNK KRX, we talked about how it's kind of weird, you know, a little bit non-standard, a lot of just not too much frontline out of a Shen, and, you know, it's just Annie engaged and then 280 carries, but from ahead, it just looked so good into, like, that bulky frontline that just melted.
I think your target selection and coordination has to be pretty good in this composition. Easy to mess things up. And there's picks that are volatile here, if we're being honest. But I think it shows that BNK KRX are willing to play these comps that maybe have a little thinner win cons, but the execution is there. The execution is convincing. And I think more than just a series win in terms of the impact on the standings, I think this brings a lot of faith in BNK KRX's ability, as Taeyun does get player of the match. I mean, game 2 was so much about him being that carry in the late game. I do think that mid-jungle did a lot of work. But game 3, the Kai'Sa was pretty phenomenal. And he moves to tied second for POM standings, which is kind of crazy. I think, honestly, with how things were going for Taeyun earlier in the year, I don't think he or most people would have expected him to be in this position. But I think it just shows how the fates of a player can shift up.
moves to a new roster, picks up 2 POMs right away, right after he moved to BNK4X, and now he's getting a bunch as well. I think he got it. Yeah, he did get it actually on Sunday, and he gets it today. Both of those against Kium. So, yeah, even his Ezreal game was good outside of the one time he got picked, but outside of that, he was kind of like the carry. And let's jump into the interview now with Deer.
Thank you very much, guys, for the handoff. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Taeyoon on the side of BNK4X. And you guys are the first to hit 9 wins in Rise Group, which means first place is yours. How do you feel? You know, actually, if Brion wins one more match, that means that they will take our first place spot. So I need to make sure that we don't get our guards down so that we can maintain our number 1 spot. And you're already at 700 POM points. You're tied for second. So how do you feel? I mean, I'm starting to greed for it now. I had no... You know, initially I didn't really care for it, but I think right now I definitely can aim for first place. And it feels amazing always getting a POM. And with today's win, you guys are on a 5 winning streak against Kium DRX since last year. So how are you able to maintain a lead against them so well? Well, we always try to prepare well, and you know, instead of focusing on our opponent being KRX, I think we just try to do and play our game and play it well. I think that's why we continue winning. Let's take a look at game 1. So we got an Ezreal Karma versus Caitlyn Bard matchup, and it looks like the early game went your way, but it was an unfortunate loss. So what was the feedback before game 2? I think based on the draft, we actually played the laning phase pretty well, but then in the end, we ended up making a bit of mistakes, and then it actually went down from there. So we just talked about how, you know, we just have to focus on our job and that we would be able to win game 2. And in game 2, we were actually expecting Galio to be picked against the enemy Locke. But Lissandra was Biko's choice, so it looks like you guys had prepared the pick, so what was the approach? Yeah, I think we definitely talked about Galio, and we actually also mentioned Lissandra prior to today, and during our practice, during our scrims, a certain team actually played Lissandra. It was actually really hard to face her, so I think that's what we actually had in mind. And so it looks like in game 2, in 16 minutes, you guys had an 8k gold lead, dominating the game early. So what do you think got you the ultimate edge? I think it's just that we have a lot of really good shot calling with the Raptor, and he was able to sort of break everything down and give us a solid plan. So I think that's why we ended up having such a feisty game. And yeah, we got a quadra kill, so it must have been felt really good. I mean, I didn't really do much here, but I autoed and I ended up getting the quadra. And in game 3, it looks like you guys got a 2 AD carry comp, the Kai'Sa and Vayne. So can you break us down what happened here? And Vayne was actually a counter pick. So I think we just really wanted that top control. So we were actually in between picking Vayne and Nidalee, but we went with Vayne. And Kai'Sa is just something that I'm pretty confident with. So game 3 was actually pretty even. So when were you sure that you would win? So Kai'Sa, you know, just playing out with Kai'Sa, it was such a comfortable game for me. So I think in the end, it was just a smooth sailing. I don't think there was much mistakes being made in game 3. And your next opponent is CM Super. So what are your thoughts on their performance? You know, Rise Group is so competitive right now that, you know, whenever we think about our opponents, I think DNS, you know, whenever we're against DNS, we are internally screaming, they're really, really good. So given that they're performing really well, I think we're just going to stay cautious. And any word for your fans? You know, we secured first place of Rise Group, and we want to make sure that we end first place and also make it up to the playoffs so that we can attend the Worlds. And that is all from Taeyun and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that wonderful translation of the interview with Taeyun, moving up to equal with Zeka on 700 points in second place.
That's crazy!
What a time to be alive that we are in right now. And also, BNK KRX coming back from a Game 1 loss against KRX in a relatively even until absolutely not style of game here in game number 3. Gentlemen, it's a weird world we're living in the Rise Group.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that's also because of the game, like the game statement, you know. I feel like we said every week is different meta, but it feels like every single day is the different meta. So we've seen Olaf being so OP on the top side, so people brings up the Kled. And today we got Jax and they won against it, right? And on the mid lane, we had the mandate Lissandra with Vikla playing it, and he literally demolished the lock in the lane and he was 1v9 the game, right? And the game 3, they had the complete different idea about the bot lane as well. So they brought up the Kaisa, so they had such a one-sided game. So like every single game, you have to think about like how you want to approach the draft, so that leaves a free win for the team.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was really good adjustment from the BNK KRX, which is like the first game they went like Azure Karma and trying to actually dominate bot lane, and it has to be really high skill, like not actually making mistake with those kind of pick, which is like it's not like hyper carry, right? And it also mid lane jungle has to help it out and not making mistake. Like this thing actually, they ever since they make a first mistake, which is like the Vi was not even level 60, she's not even human, and she becomes giant as soon as she got level 6, and that's why it was really uncomfortable state. But I think the game 2 and game 3, it was like more natural. Like I think just like just like respecting, you put more responsibility on the Taeyun. I think that it worked really well for them.
Yeah, actually really like what you bring up about the Vi. I think the Vi trap first pick was on display here, and the power of counter picks was kind of ridiculous, right? We did already brought up the Jax, but we just got the Vayne into the Jace, and if you don't pay the Vayne tax in the bans, you are just kind of gonna get clobbered. Because I loved the KRX draft in a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
If you didn't just get counted across the board. And this is the thing, if you don't do your homework, that is what happens. And then you lose with Jace and Poppy and all these great picks that have been permanently banned. Poppy was what, like 1 win, 1 billion bans? Like that was the stat for this champion that is just kind of ridiculous. So a lot of learnings to be done, and I think that learning from the Rise Group is a great thing to do. Let's have a look at our POM votes here, as it is all over the place. I think Taeyun, pretty well deserved in my opinion, but I think the votes going over towards Raptor makes some sense. Clear having a bit of a comeback after the pretty dismal performance on the OLED.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was like one of the actually toughest, right? Like I could easily see go everywhere, but I think I had to do the Taeyun, because I think it's again, I think the putting on the responsibility to one guy, like changing the plane, and actually just we were kind of criticizing like why are they picking bot lane that early, and they proved themselves, right? Like straight.
We thought it was 2-0, like
right,
straight out of the gate.
Like it's just like playing the hyper-rated carry with especially Enchanter. This meta is not working well. Like win rate, it's actually super negative right now, but still, I think he proved himself again with the POM point as well, right? Like it's like he got second place after this game, this series rather, and that's a win con. Like even though the win con is so obvious, it's unstoppable.
Yeah. You gotta stick to it, you know. And I voted Raptor, just because of what happened in the game 3. Because game 1 and game 2, we don't care. But game 3, I need to bring this clip up because you know we all knew that the game is just going all over the craziness.
So messy.
But look at Raptor.
Someone has to be responsible.
Yeah, someone has to do his job, and I'm gonna call him true father, because you just let your kid have fun on the playground. And true father Raptor does his job done.
And he is kind of like the Raptors when he's playing the Fury as well. You know, like he's the big Raptor with the little popcorn chickens running after him.
True.
Why haven't we made like a funny Raptor Neferi skin, which is actually just the Raptor cam?
We need that.
And then the Raptor cam can take the Raptor cam.
Yes.
Oh my god, it'd be so good. Imagine if they changed the Raptor cam to Neferi if you use the Raptor cam skin as Neferi.
You should.
I should honestly have just sent the email. I should have sent the email. I should have said it on the LCK. Orc said Vikla holds them still and you knock them out. Another Raptor voter. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think Vikla also moving towards these more control-y type utility champions towards the end of the series made a lot of sense because some of the positioning on the Syndra, even though he did a massive amount of damage, wasn't exactly the thing. We've got Umpty with the veterans leveled up. Now he's got both the offense and the defense. A lot of love for Raptor, and I think it does make sense as well.
I think he's more consistent right now. I think I remember Raptor being aggressive, and if he doesn't get the early advantage, he falls off. But now, like, you saw the clip, right? He's not in that kind of chaos. He's just taking the drag for the team.
He's keeping it like calm and normal.
Yes.
And I never thought that would be the Raptor that I would see in my LCK.
Exactly.
It's beautiful. It's character development.
Experienced.
Even Prince can't help but kneel before this BFX. What does it mean?
So Prince was like
he was on
Yankee,
Sandbox, right?
Yeah, the Sandbox player. So I guess that's the context. Helios always brings the spice.
He does bring the spice. A spear in his left hand, a shield in his right. Yeah, we had some clear voters. And I kind of like the idea of just voting for the games that they win.
Yeah.
Because that's why I probably couldn't have voted.
We can't take anything out of that game 1 and game 2, to be fair. It was just that chaotic.
So just game 3, he dominated on Vayne. That's all we
100%.
need. I think that's probably.
I mean, it was a pretty clean game, right? Like Kasante, like gapping the Rumble, and he was always the first.
Oh, yeah, that's true, man.
Yeah, and also the Vayne, he was the one actually solo bolo. That was the first kill, so first blood, impactful.
And I think the Kasante is a difficult matchup to like hard dominate in that one as well. Like sometimes you can get ran over, so we do need to put some respect on his name, especially after having a difficult game 1. To then bounce back that strongly is very, very important. But now it is time to have a look at what this has done for the standings. There was a little bit of a spoiler earlier on as KRX will hold that first place position with the bros hot on their heels after breaking their losing streak. There are a couple of wins now with KRX. Unfortunately, lagging a little behind as they have 1 win behind the bros.
Just to make sure, like, you have to keep tuned in for this LCK 2026 because every time we're gonna have the different standings.
Someone will not make it. Someone will be friend with the DNS.
And you know what the crazy thing is that it's looking like Nongshim. After Nongshim at the start of this round robin, were one of the teams that I was like, oh, damn, this is a team to watch. You know, they like promoted into like the knockouts in Casper Cup like instantly.
Finals, MVPs.
Yep. It's just how does it happen?
I mean, I think you just need to bring some creative ideas to the draft. I think at some point we want kind of classic League of Legends, but not this meta. I think you have to bring in some good picks, good cheeky picks, you know, something like Jax, Clad, whatever. If you don't try it, you don't deserve to win. So I'm really wondering like what they're gonna serve the Legend teams are now, because we're gonna have the great second series as well.
What kind of fries are going to be served up next? Well, we've got some legends serving up some fries. Coming up next is Genji are going to be up against Humble Life Esports. Always an absolute banger. What we did was calling for some classic League of Legends. That is precisely what we have for you right after this relatively short break. Do not go anywhere.
포기해버렸습니다. 10연승에서 11연승으로 1라운드 하나생명이 2라운드는 게이트가 왜요? 밴디는 어디서 이런 선수를 데려왔습니까?
여의차가 올라갈지 뭐 전차가 질 줄 알지 역대급 LCK예요.
Every sky is a line I've drawn. Every wall is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against the I don't just win, I lift my mark into the stone.
Here we go. Our first question, take a look at your screen, is this. Okay, let's go. Which champion would be the best pet? Best pet? Beep. All right, Subin, buzzed in first.
I would say Yumi.
Yumi! What do you think? Yumi is a pretty good question, or answer to the question. What do you think, Helios?
I think best.
Oh.
Best is.
No. Just what did you think of this? That's a good question.
Yumi?
Yeah, Yumi's good, right?
Yumi? I don't like Yumi.
Okay, he doesn't like Yumi. Let's reveal the answer. Which champion would be the best pet? Is it on there? Yumi!
Are you kidding me?
Hey, wait, we answered thousands of people, and we've summed it down to 100 points. Yes. So most people.
I can't understand why Yumi number one.
Pets are so cute.
This is not looking good
Lovely
for you.
pet.
Okay, so since you got the right answer and the highest one, will you continue to play and try to clear the board, or will you let Helios answer? He gets 3 tries.
Okay, I'll give him chance.
Okay, GG. All right, Helios. One at a time, you will have 3 chances, 3 lives. Okay. You got to get all 7 that are left. Which champion would be the best pet? Go ahead, give us an answer.
Okay. I think Nico.
Ooh, Nico.
Yes.
Nico, kind of like a gecko, can change.
Yes, can change.
Can change,
Yeah.
right? Okay, Nico, is it on there? Let's take a look. Nico, it is!
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Helios, did you have a pet? Have you had a pet before?
Long time ago, I have a dog pet.
Oh.
Dog pet and cat pet.
Oh.
I already know Yumi. You know Scratch?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yes, I hate. Okay.
Yes. Okay. All right. Did you have a pet, Subin?
Yes, I had a pet. I had a dog. Yeah. He passed away.
Okay.
죄송합니다.
Lovely pet.
죄송합니다.
Lovely dog. I had a
Okay, 이건
Okay.
you need it.
Oh, yes. 죄송합니다. 죄송합니다. All right. Helios, back to you. You still have 3 lives, but you got to get these answers correct. One more. I mean, there are 6 answers on here.
Nidalee?
Nidalee. Oh! Nidalee?
So scary.
Cougar form, though? Goes to Cougar. Is it on there?
HLE.
Oh. Okay, not on there. That is our first X. All right, Nidalee. I like the idea. Nidalee, it's Cougar.
Yes.
You know,
change
do it with
form,
me. Go ahead, do it to the camera. Ready? Helios, go. Okay. All right.
Are you kidding me?
No, you did great. You did great. Okay, Helios Nim, yours again. 2 more chances. My mustache is falling off. Give me another one.
Another one? 뭐 있더라? No hint?
No hint.
No hint?
No hint. The hint is everyone voted for this. Many 팬들 voted for
many
this.
pen?
Yes.
There are more than 150 champions.
Yeah.
Volibear?
Volibear. Volibear? I guess
As a pet?
bear pet?
챔피언이 기억이 안 나는데?
I can't remember champion list.
Pressure. All right, quickly, I need an answer. Bali.
Okay.
Heli. Okay.
Volley bear.
Volley bear. All right, volley bear as a pet. Is it on there?
Heli.
No. No. You said you didn't like the scratches from Yumi. Scratches from volley bear.
Volley bear can.
I don't want my pet to me.
Strong pet.
Strong pet.
Strong
All right.
pet, yeah.
Strong pet.
Okay. Helios, one more life left. Remember, Subin, if he gets it wrong, you need one answer.
Okay. I'm waiting for it.
All right. There are 6 on there. There's a lot.
뭐 있더라 동물?
Heli.
Lilia.
Ooh, Lilia. Okay. Maybe a deer.
Deer,
Puts you
yeah.
to sleep.
Yeah.
You know, pets that sleep a lot. You don't. Doesn't require a lot of work. Is Lilia on there? Let's take a peek. Lilia.
Heli.
Helios, ma'am. Okay, Helios, you are out. There are 43 points. Subin,
아니.
you have the chance here to steal away 43 points. You need one answer, just one.
Okay. Give me a second.
Okay, you have a second. 한차. Okay, that's it. That was 1 second, right? 차.
한차?
1차.
1일차?
Okay.
Okay. 1초?
1초.
Yeah.
초. Sorry, wrong one. Wrong one.
Okay. Because I had a lovely dog
Yes.
as a pet.
Yes.
So I'll choose Nafiri.
Nefiri! That's right! Nefiri! It comes with a bunch of dogs. Let's see. Is it on there? Nefiri!
아니 내 필이면
Nefiri!
그러면 왜 릴리아랑 그건 안 되는데?
No!
왜 니달리랑?
Nidalee, you don't want to keep. Nefiri's a dog. Nefiri's a doggo.
니달리 anymore.
Okay.
쿠고. 아니.
All right. Let's figure this out now. So math it out. It's 53 points to Subin. And let's clear the rest of the board. Which champion would be the best pet? Starting with number 7.
Number 7.
Smolder.
Wow, why?
Right?
Why?
Well, this is what the fans said. Okay. Number 6. What is number 6?
Timo.
Right? A pet gerbil, hamster, yordle kind of thing.
I agree.
Guinea pig?
Guinea pig? Yeah, guinea pig. All right, number 5. Kog'Maw.
아니, why Kog'Maw? Why?
Pugma.
Pugma,
He's a doggo.
No, like Hydra.
It's better than Bali Bear. Ooh.
Yeah, Bali Bear will kill you. Pugma will just lick you a little bit, spit on you. You know, just a little pat. All right, number 3. Let's see what we got here. Number 3, Ari.
Ari is human.
Yeah, well, kind of like a cat. You know.
와, Ari. 와.
I don't know. This one I don't know. The fans voted. The fans voted.
와. 말이 안 되는데 이거는 아니. 아리는 사람이잖아. 아니.
All right, and finally, number 2, our last one here. Which champion would be the best pet? Nar.
Okay, Nar.
I
understand. Nar.
Okay.
I agree.
Does this make sense?
Nar so cute.
Okay, what do you think of the fans' votes here, Subin?
I think it's really reasonable.
Right.
Yeah.
Even Ari?
Even Ari can be like cat, like human.
Yes.
So I think it's. I don't know. Sorry, fans. I don't understand Ari.
우리 친친 우리은행
scar to show. Each fall curves something deep. The center of the world lead the way. Everyone was mine to make. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. I don't just win, I carve my name into the stone against a flame. Every scar is a line I've drawn. Every wound is a sign I've worn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone. I don't just win, I live my mark into the stone.
젠지 파이팅! 하나생명 동아일시 파이팅! 치카 구매일시 하나생명 파이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for the Legend Group match of the night. It is Gen.G up against Hanwha Life Esports. And these two did go up head-to-head last week on Wednesday. It was a close win over to the side of Gen.G. And now they face off once again.
And I feel like we've seen these teams play a lot of times in rapid-fire succession. That's the expectation with the Legend Group, but we also saw them go head-to-head in the Casper Cup. That time, it was HLE who had the edge. So it's been close, it's been back and forth, and I'm interested to see how it goes down today.
Yeah, I mean, these two teams are in a pretty interesting spot where obviously they are very strong, but standards are very high for both of them, so we expect quite a lot from them. And it's been close between all the teams, so we've seen close wins, close losses, and nobody's spot is certain.
That's the thing, there are so few game score difference between T1, HLE, and Gen.G. Only 3, neck even in series score. It's super down to the wire, but D+ and KT are only 1 series behind. Yes, the game score is a lot lower, but it shows that if you have a bad run, you could plummet. Expectation is that based on the form they've been in, that won't happen. They won't just plummet to the bottom. But even a game could make a difference when it comes to the end of season standings and the game score between them. And we know how getting top 2 is such a huge priority for teams. This is the last time we saw them go head-to-head in the LCK, when it was Gen.G up against HLE getting a 2-1. And I think the bot lane was in much better form for Gen.G. I think Ruler and Duro struggled earlier in the year. It kind of felt like post-first stand, they weren't in the best form, but Duro had a phenomenal series. His Poppy engage really set this up, and Ruler was just playing in the form we expect, brought out that Renata, the Kalista Renata, and just dominated the 2v2. A little bit of a draft hole we saw Gumichi and Delight put into, and there really was not a recovery for them.
Yeah, and I feel like that was one of the last times we got to see Poppy before it was almost permabanned every single game after that. And yeah, definitely pretty strong. We saw it obviously earlier today, so it is back.
HLE have the most team kills, and Gen.G have the least team deaths. So what this says to me, it's an unstoppable force, meets an immovable object. That is the matchup ahead of us. Can HLE kill Gen G a bunch of times and make it a bloodthirsty game, or will Gen G slow it down and retain their low deaths per game?
Yeah, it's a fun stat. To me, I'm more concerned about current form and stuff like that. You mentioned the Kespa Cup, and...
Oh, Brendan, cool stats are what we live and die by.
Yeah.
The Nito numbers.
Okay. And apparently, Gen G is second in team kills, so...
Well, yeah, they were. I mean, just because they're immovable doesn't mean they can't hit back. Or maybe people hit them so hard they break their hand. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm very curious to see where they're going to be at today, because you were talking about Kespa Cup, right? We saw HLE beat Gen G, and then Gen G actually got 2-0'd by DNS. And that's like an online tournament. It was late in the day. DNS were looking good. And yeah, now Gen G are out of Kespa Cup because of that. But they weren't playing their best game. That wasn't the best Gen G I've ever seen. I think they were definitely off form. And then actually HLE also got knocked out of Kespa Cup, but that's because they put in their challenger squad against a very high-performing DNS from the day before, and they got 3-0 there. So HLE, the org is out, but this squad with these 5 players actually just beat Gen G 2-1. So
yeah, it's a bit weird, and it's like, how much can you apply what happens in these tournaments outside the LCK to the LCK? Because obviously we can't ignore them. I'm not sitting here and saying ignore the fact that HLE took down Gen G. Absolutely not. But we've also seen sometimes it doesn't always carry over. That being said, we saw D+ win EWC and then come back and just be in great form. So they're the same team, the same players. Maybe the conditions, the mindset is different from tournament to tournament. That's impacted it. But either way, these two teams are both very formidable. And for me, what stood out from that Kespa Cup series was Chovy was just not in his best form, which it's such a rare thing that it warrants highlighting, because so often, even when things are going wrong for his teams, Chovy's just completely locked in. You know, maybe he's not able to make the plays that win them the series, but the CS is high, the consistency's there. He was not in that form in that series against HLE, so I'm hoping we see our POM leader back in that position. Otherwise, it may give Zeka a chance to catch up.
Yeah, and, you know, probably the last thing we mentioned about Kespa Cup, it's hard not to because they just played there and they also just played last week, but Zeka also had a game of lock against Chovy, who was playing Orianna and just kind of sitting mid. Zeka had 18 kills and 0 deaths on lock. He went 18-0.
That's quite a lot of kills.
They just kept diving bot over and over, and eventually he was like 6-0, 8-0, 10 like he just kept. And obviously he had a Majai stacked at like the 10-0 point, and
yeah,
it was insane what
mean,
Zeka was able to do.
Locke definitely seems like the sort of champion that Zeka would enjoy, given that it's melee and snowballs heavily and can just do some nonsense to eviscerate your team. Definitely fits the bill. What's interesting is that game 2 you're talking about, Ruler and Duro played the Kalista Renata again, and it was Ziggs Alistair on the other side, which, you know, picks that definitely HLE's bot lane are comfortable with, but delicate playing those into the Kalista Renata. So we obviously saw the Kalista Renata be the end of them in that game 3 in the LCK. I just love the evolution, the development that we're kind of getting between these two teams as they go head to head again and again and again, and try and figure each other out and try and shift things up to get even just a slight edge. And obviously when it goes towards playoffs, the expectation is these teams will be big threats in playoffs, will make deep runs. But the fact that the standings is so in the air right now, and getting top 2 is so valuable for playoffs, I think that you can't really hold back too much at this point. You kind of do have to bring it all out if you want to claim the victory in the series.
And, you know, no shade to Kespa Cup, but it did feel like we weren't getting 100% from the players at that tournament. And, you know, as I mentioned before, the challenger squad of HLE played on Tuesday. So it does feel like they were specifically saving up for this match today. And I think that's the right call, you know, with it being so close. And just trying to make sure you have the best performance and the most wins possible, best seed going into playoffs is extremely important for your overall standing in the LCK, as we know.
It's also just an intense schedule with those extra matches. So these teams, especially considering that we saw HLE go to MSI, then go to EWC, then come back to the LCK and be doing the Casper Cup. It's been a busy time period, a lot of match days, and I feel like at some point, match days just have so many that it's like you're just getting a lot of practice from them.
Draft definitely going to be very interesting. I'm glad you mentioned the Kalista Renata into the Alistair, because the R4 Alistair is coming back. Not always on red side, obviously, but seeing a lot more Kalista Renata into that. So curious to see what we get from this draft, as Poppy and Vi going to be taken away already, Cassiopeia and Jace. Jace definitely a good ban against Keen. You know, I mentioned in the first series that not every Rise group can really make the most of it. Keen can.
Yeah.
He definitely can.
It does seem like Genji remember the lock game quite vividly. We'll ban that one away, not wanting to give it over to Zeka. And you know, some of the picks that we saw banned during that recent Casper Cup series, like the Olaf, which hasn't been touched yet and has risen so much in priority, will just be Cassio, Jace, Orianna, which feels like a pretty standard second pick set of bans. My real question is, how quickly will the Olaf be snapped up in this draft? We're going to get the Lee Sin first and foremost for Canyon, and we'll see what that ends up being paired with. Hopefully some setup for the team. And now over to HLE. We do see Skarner often picked into Lee Sin, although don't necessarily need to prioritize that now.
Yeah, and it feels like a little bit less so very recently, you know, with the rapid changes we're getting in the meta.
So,
Jin, Shen, maybe.
Jin a classic for Gumiuchi. One thing also is that Rise Lee Sin, pretty potent, pretty powerful. So I'm wondering if that gets denied or picked up. Being able to set up the Lee Sin with the root and also just play the map. HLE, interestingly, hovering the Jax almost as if it's like a message, like, I dare you to pick Olaf.
Yeah, don't do it.
But in the end, it looks like they're going to go for the Jarvan, which I feel like Lee Sin's pretty happy with that matchup, being able to dodge away from his key abilities and have some early pressure in the matchup. But does give HLE some pretty solid team fight, and also, I think, put some emphasis maybe on Genji getting an AD carry who can circumvent the Cataclysm. There's still Ezreal, there's still Corki, still Lucian, so maybe ended up prioritizing AD carry here, or maybe there's enough of them that you can sleeve it. The Olaf comes through, and now the Rise is going to be paired with Lee Sin, which I think is a great combo, but Olaf in a J4 specifically, you can just Cataclysm him and like flag and drag out, and he's stuck in the cage. And he has no one to hit to keep up his ults. So we've seen that strategy employed a few times.
Yeah, also very important, because Jin is picked here with the jungle, they can't respond to both top and mid. So if you pick Victor, you know, maybe Jax and Kled get banned. If you pick Jax or Kled, maybe Victor or some of these other picks in mid get banned. So Vayne going to be the play here for top lane.
Yeah, the Jax was hovered, but he will just go for the Vayne into the Olaf. A matchup that isn't particularly fun, but we've seen the Olaf really turn these rain matchups on their head if you can get on top of them. It's about waiting for your moment for the right axe. If you catch an axe and you predict a tumble at the same time, you can just charge them. The Condemn, though, very valuable, especially pre-6. There's not much you can do about that. And immediately, the Ezreal is banned. Talked a bit about having an AD carry who can circumvent. The Cataclysm is really valuable. Ezreal's obviously one of them. In my mind, I'm thinking Lucian. I'm thinking Corki, but could also even go away towards something like Ziggs if you really wanted to. Now for bans from Genji, maybe you're worried about things like Shen, Bard, even Camille's been open in the bot lane. They do go for that Syndra we've often seen into the Rise, and you could honestly just go Syndra, Anivia in theory. You know, Zeka hasn't actually played an Anivia game this season, so maybe this portion of the season, round 3 and 4, so maybe not as concerned. We do get the Camille ban coming through from the side of HLE.
Yeah. I wonder how Zeka would feel about something a little bit more tanky, a little bit more supportive. I don't think Galio is a great pick into the Rise, but you already have 280 carries and Jarvan for Engage. Shen is going to be banned here, so Camille and Shen are gone.
So I imagine it'll just be mid here, unless there's a support you really want to prio, but I think it's so risky, given that Genji have been notorious about picking the likes of Clister Renata. I think it's safer just to go mid here for Zeka and then have that support counter pick when you have full information. And they're going to go for the Taliyah. We've seen the Taliyah a good amount into the Rise, also good into Lee Sin, horrific into Olaf, but I guess you're hoping that Zeus will deal with that, and they actually switch it up to the Annie instead. So a lot of setup for the mid jungle. You have setup, you have a high DPS top laner, you have a Jhin who can obviously follow up on that. But I don't feel like you have phenomenal tools for the Olaf if he does get ahead, other than the Jarvan cage. But we'll have to see how the top lane goes. Will likely be very impactful on the outcome of this game.
Spot lane here for Genji. Lucian Melio, Caitlyn, Bard.
Okay, Bard works. And I feel like Bard into the Jarvan feels so good. And also syncs so well with the Caitlyn. And now for the side of HLE, Shen's gone, Camille's gone. You can either just go like a typical engage support and be on the back foot a little bit in the bot lane, or you can pick something like Karma and match that 2v2 pressure. And it looks like that's what HLE is going to do. Wanted to make sure they don't just give over the bot lane. To me, when I look at Genji's composition, you have a mid-jungle, a lot of synergy, a lot of setup, a lane in the bot you can play to, a lane in the top you can play to. You snowball either of these, you're going to be feeling good. For the side of HLE, it's kind of a similar story in terms of the mid-jungle, the facilitators, and you have side lanes that you do want to get ahead. I think as much as the top and bot lane matchups are really important, the mid and jungle battle for domination of the map, I feel like is going to be a big factor here.
Yeah, it definitely feels pretty good there. This comp of HLE is strangely reminiscent of the one we just saw from B&K KRX in their game 3, where they had Annie and Vayne and Kai'Sa.
Yeah.
Where it's like you've got this double AD carry, and then you have Annie who kind of goes in, stuns, dies, Tivers does a bunch of damage, and you just have like overloaded damage. I do feel like Genji have more answers into it than we saw from KRX, though.
To me, I'm just a little bit concerned about specifically Annie into Rise, Jarvan into Lee Sin. I think I give the edge to the Rise Lee Sin. And if they get momentum, it could just turn this whole game on its head.
Yeah, theoretically, on paper. We've seen, though, the execution so important nowadays. Let's see what happens here as we hop on the rift for game number 1.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, game number 1 as we enter our Legend group match. And sometimes the Rise group brings all the entertainment, all the action. I do feel like our Rise group match was not the most interesting just because the games were very one-sided. So I really do hope that this one is a close one between these two. They've really matched each other well, and it's been close between them in a lot of the series we've seen in recent times. So hoping for a good one here.
Interesting there, the trade between Zeka and Chovy. Zeka got the jump. Oh, wow.
That is Ignite at level 1. So Kane really trying to control this right from the get-go. Hits that undertow right at the end, which is definitely really important.
Gotta be careful when Zeus has that lethal tempo stacked up and try to go in the brush, but there was a ward there. Level 1 bot lane. Karma has a lot of pressure, having the ult available already.
What is that Caitlyn skin? I don't think I've ever seen that before. Is that a new one?
No. No.
Huh. Well, Onx is on the case, just like Caitlyn. He is going to...
She does say that.
Yeah, she does. I don't think she searches on the internet for what skin she's wearing now, but... yeah, looks pretty cool. Looks pretty interesting. I like how the gun lights up when you've got a crit ready. A headshot, I should say. And, I mean, so far this lane is going pretty evenly. We saw that Ruler and Duro got pushed in early, as you would expect, from Karma and Jhin. Have you figured it out, Ox?
No. Is it a Chroma? I feel like you've just stun-locked me now by moving on to the topic of conversation. So a lot of fights happening early in lane. Obviously, Ignite burned by Keen. It's not League Classic, you don't get extra stats for binning Ignite. I don't know if that's actually in League Classic, but it used to be a thing. But the bot lane 2v2 isn't going too hard for Ruler and Duro. Karma does have that early pressure.
Pulse Fire Chroma.
Oh, it is a Pulse Fire Chroma. Okay. That makes sense. I'm glad we could answer that burning question that we had on our minds.
It's really important. Gotta know what skins players are playing with.
I'm interested to see where the first bit of jungle impact comes through. Obviously, both junglers just cleared through. Shuttlecraft's been taken, ward down by Kanavi here. But with how heavily these lanes have been trading, it's just like there's a little push, which just knocked them over the edge. And it's just cool at game 1 of the series between these two teams. We're seeing fighting already, trying to establish dominance in the matchup. So we do see Canyon move on to his Raptors for the respawn. Is spotted on that ward that was placed earlier. And Kanavi, currently there isn't information on him. You've seen that Genji have gotten a decent amount of vision around mid lane, but haven't seen Kanavi yet. Duro taking a bit of a chunk there. Does have the Coco to get him back up to full HP.
Yeah. He's chilling. I mean, it's going to be some extra poke from Karma versus a little bit of extra sustain from the Bard. But the pushing power definitely goes towards the HLE bot lane, as I mentioned before. Nice poke here into Duro. And Ruler has fallen a little bit behind here in terms of CS.
Yeah, Duro actually going to reset. And going to get stopped by Guma, keeping the pressure up. We did see Kanavi actually hit a scrying orb, and the cone went out to mid, so his position got pinged. So Genji is pretty aware of where he is right now. Duro reset, looking to get back on the map, and HLE will take their leave as well in the bot lane 2v2. Good pressure early in the matchup. Now, they went for this Karma. They didn't opt to go for an engage support. We know, obviously, Delight specialist on those engage supports, but so far paying off in this bot lane 2v2.
Yeah, it's just good to get Ruler behind as much as possible, and obviously get Guma fed as much as possible. And they already had a lot of engage with Jarvan and Annie, so I guess they felt like, well, we can just go for this instead. Top lane has evened out a little bit, even though Zeus did get pushed back early. He still has the big range advantage and seems to be fine.
So I think the big thing with level 6 is you can't just bail yourself out of a situation with Condemn. If an all-in happens and Keen can stay on you,
well, Light's in a bit of trouble here. Trying to just dodge everything, and now actually it's Duro who's in trouble, as the root's still going to come down here, even though he flashed away. Both their supports very, very low. Canyon looking for that first kill on the Delight, but Duro the first one to go down, and Delight is still on the run. Not going to be able to dodge that E, though, as Canyon gets in onto the Drake. Nice play from him. And it's just a 1-for-1 trade for supports.
Super scrappy, super manic. Chovy prepped the Realm Warp and was like, you know what? I don't want to get one shot as soon as I arrive. That doesn't sound like a good time. And it ends up just being the supports going down. It was pretty delicate, though. Canyon having to finish off the Light and dash away. Well, he got focused down. We'll see the replay. This was very aggressive. They see Delight walking, and they're like, we can catch him. But it's a very early flash from Delight, and he tries to sidestep and move away from a wall so he can't be stunned. Chovy, great decision not to Realm Warp considering his HP. And you can even see Guma was moving first, so them getting Delight and getting out, well, Canyon specifically, was not a given. It was pretty tight. He even gets stunned as he gets onto the Dragon, but the chase does not come through. So a 1-for-1, but it definitely felt like Genji overstepped a little bit, and it took some extra effort from Canyon just to ensure it was an even trade. Now, I was talking a bit about the top lane matchup, how ult obviously means Condemn isn't a get out of jail free card. I think the problem is just when you're playing Vayne into Olaf, when you ult, it's so hard to stay on the target when Vayne is tumbling and going invisible. And also, if you throw an axe, it feels really bad to throw like a short axe. Like, you want to throw a long one so you can chase through it, but if you do that, you'll just tumble to the side.
Yeah.
And you're now like, well, my axe is all the way over here, and Vayne is all the way over there auto-attacking me.
Yeah. It's kind of crazy that, you know, we've seen so many answers to Olaf like over and over and over, find a lot of success. We're gonna have to wait for that though, as the Sun combo comes in. The flash with the flag and drag means Chovy is just dead. Doesn't elect the flash at the end, as he says, well, I'm just probably dead to a flag anyway, so I mean, nice little setup there.
Kanavi had Cataclysm, you flash instantly getting dunked after that. It's a good setup play from HLE's mid-jungle there, but I think the decision to hold the flash was the correct one for Chovy. Now, they'll take that window to move onto the Dragon as Kanavi's going to his topside jungle. Here's a mountain, and Kanavi's just going to take grubs in response. The trade comes through.
You can see that's that long axe. He actually tumbled away from it, but if he gets hit by the max range, then as we talked about, that can be a little bit scary.
I think, you know, we've had so many metas where the top lane matchup is just like Sion against Ornn. And you can really mess up. It doesn't really make that much of a difference. It's like you might get pushed out, you might lose some CS.
Yeah.
And then you have metas like this where it's like Ghost, Ignite. If you mess up, the game is over. You just lose.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I was talking about before, where it's like it's crazy that we have Olaf come into the meta here in the LCK and just totally take over, but then so many different responses come in as good ones to the Olaf, but also he made the meta so much more flippy, as you're talking about.
I think the problem is, like, there's some matchups where it's like you pick this into this and you just win. It's just very strong, you just win, it's very convincing. I feel like with the Olaf counters, it's a bit more like, no, you have to play it well. You really have to be on top of your game. If you mess it up, he will just stat check you. And here, great stun setup when Chovy's going for a trade. Kanavi commits a flash to get on it. And, I mean, yeah, Chovy would have just died if he flashed regardless. So
yeah,
Kanavi gets to keep his ult. Chovy gets to keep his flash. But ultimately, Chovy just go down.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of difficult for Chovy to read that situation as trying to hit the axe here. There are 4 people in top.
Does he sense it?
Zeus has no idea. There's also no ward in the bush. And, well, he is going to dash away for now. There's the Ghost as the Contempt comes in, and he does get away from everything!
I really just thought he was... When the kick came in after the flash, you're kicked into a wall, there's a Bard, there's a Caitlyn. I was convinced that was just it. I was convinced he was just going to die, but Zeus had different things on his mind, manages to survive the 4-man attempt on his life. Nearly the full team, and the end result is, yes, a little bit of plating picked up by Ruler, but the fact that Guma got some free time in the tower bot lane is very appreciated. And now Delight will escort Zeus in to pick up this wave.
Yeah, and it's funny because Delight actually can just support the Vayne if he really wants to. He can just stay up here for now. Now the Jhin into the Olaf solo lane, not going to feel great. But as long as Guma just plays at range, he should be okay. And we do have Delight back in to join him, probably on the bottom side of the map. But here's the replay of how he gets out.
So he dodges that first axe, importantly. Here, gets kicked, and then flashes the Sonic Wave. And we saw Duro was just a little bit later. If the CC's all laid together, you're just dead. And I think Zeus pretty much did everything he had to get out of that play. So complete credit to him. It was a pretty tough situation.
Yeah. You can see how Guma's playing this. He has barrier and flash, and Keen is playing pretty far back, so he's okay at the moment. I like how Keen actually brought the grenade away from the minion. Looking for Canyon now as they throw everything at him. Just a snap engage as Guma's just going to flash away from that.
I love how we switched to the play mid. You know, we're praising Guma for keeping the distance, and then we look bot, and he's just getting run down. It's not a fun situation. Oh, they're not looking for him. They have Cataclysm still.
Yeah, Ragnarok comes in. He's just going to flash away and does a good job of dodging most of the bullets until the end. And he will be okay.
Yep, Guma getting some revenge. Bins the flash off Keen. Yeah, I don't think having the Jhin into the Olaf long term is really fun or advisable for Guma. And you're also seeing the top lane. Plates are getting taken still. It's the Vayne into the Caitlyn is not phenomenal either. I think HLE's lane assignments aren't doing themselves any favors.
Yeah.
They do get the quest completion there for Zeus. Now, this play was great. Set up this trap. Made sure there was no vision there before and just one-shot release him before he gets to play the game.
Yeah, it's crazy how well they played around the vision there. Like right around the corner. Only show Delight. Like, they're just playing really well as a unit.
Those are the proactive plays you want to make. That's the value you get if your AD carry can be independent. Just being able to set up plays like those.
Yeah. And Guma generally can be independent, just not against Olaf. So get him into a spot. They're going to stack some wards there. Just some extra vision, you know. It would be pretty interesting, actually, if you put like 2 on top of each other. They gave like a slightly larger radius. Wouldn't be very useful in mid, I guess, most of the time. Keen is...
Imagine that with control wards. You know when you accidentally put 2 in a brush, there's actually a benefit.
And you could just stack like 5 of them. Just like covers the whole river.
You can see how that would be unbalanced, right?
Yeah. They'd also have to spend like 30 seconds clearing all 5 control wards.
Oh, man. Imagine you were playing like... I mean, I guess the one was, you know, old Rel once you had a really slow attack speed?
Yeah.
If you saw 2 control wards in a brush, you were just like, nah.
Yep. Never mind, no thanks.
Someone else can do it.
Oh, the flash! The play here from Duro is good. Kind of avoids the damage there, but Guma doesn't have his flash. The peel from Kanavi helps out for so long, but eventually he will go down. As now we have to re-engage from the side of HLE. Not quite having the damage, though, and Chovy is going to get knocked up here. Kanavi, a bit of a Kanavi moment as he loses most of his life there.
What a phenomenal play from Duro there to set up. He knew Guma had no flash from the bot lane, laning against the Olaf, and he finds a window to punish, finds an opportunity to make the pick that should secure them this dragon. It looks like Kanavi in the top side of the jungle won't even try and contest it. Great play on the Bard. We'll see the replay here. So because the ward is being hit, they get vision. Great stun, and then gets the ult straight after so you can set up the trap from Ruler. Canyon has to commit heavily to make sure they get the kill, but Azali Sin has a safety to get out. And even though some resistance is put up by HLE onto Chovy, there's just not really enough to take him out. And they can just disengage.
Yeah. Guma stayed alive for much longer than I thought he would, with, you know, the Bard ult and the trap and stuff. I guess he was at full health because some of that damage was mitigated by the Tempered
And
Paint.
it's a Hextech Soul with Genji having 2 dragons already. This feels pretty phenomenal. If you clip someone, you know, if an axe hits one person, the whole team gets slowed if they're clumped together.
Yeah.
When you're trying to chase down these ranged targets, it's insane value. So HLE, they still have a gold lead. They're definitely not out of this game at all, but if they lose the next 2 dragons, they will be in a tough spot. So that needs to be the priority. 4 minutes away, you have a bit of a gold lead, but you need to make sure you're in a comfortable position to take a 5v5 when that next dragon spawns.
Trying to set something up, but it's actually them baiting, as now the Cataclysm comes in, but the rest of Genji are coming in. Kanavi goes back onto the Olaf, is now going to be chased down by Zeus. Nicely done. He's still kiting. He's still got that ult. As now the curtains will be open. Cannon tries to go in, but that's not enough damage to take out the Vayne. And it's just a 1-for-1.
Vayne's super hard to pin down, getting a lot of damage done, but a lot of members of Genji turn up at the situation, and Zeus can't kill all of them. It's a 1-for-1 in the end. I think HLE are too unhappy about that one. But once again, Duro got a slick little stun at the end. Didn't end up amounting to anything, but a bit more damage onto Zeus and kind of shut down his playmaking. We'll see the replay. All of Jarvan, not a fun time. The knockup came out of the Fog of War, so he didn't ult, and then he just gets cataclysmed. That does mean Kanavi's trapped in it until he flashes out. He then tries to go back in to finish Olaf, but Zeus does. And then here, Zeus is thinking about continuing the play, but that stun comes in from Duro and allows Canyon to chunk him out. And at that point, both teams kind of just disengage from the play. Some more scrapping coming through. I think the big thing with that is the fact that Kanavi burned his flash there. So doesn't have that tool available. Keen still has his flash in pocket. But it is HLE getting this Herald right now. No contest coming through from Genji.
Yeah, they brought both AD carries to that objective. So, I mean, they secured the objective, but also a lot of alone time for Keen in bot lane. Probably going to take out this turret, especially with Zeka backing. So, I mean, you get a Rift Herald, which can probably help with securing the Drake especially. But given over a turret and some alone time means that Genji actually will take the gold lead now.
And I think looking towards that next dragon fight, I feel like it's all about the spikes, the item spikes that can come through. A lot of close components from second items there. So HLE really wanting to secure, finish those off, and be in a position of strength. All summoners available for Gen G as well doesn't help, apart from that Ignite that should be up soon. And I think really, I'm looking at the Jarvan, I'm looking at the Annie. Can you get on these pivotal targets? Can you get on these key members of Gen G to make the plays happen? Not a fun time for Zeka. Saving the Tibbers though, doesn't want to just drop it on Chovy.
Yeah, Canyon shows.
Yeah, pressure on the play here. Will be a tower picked up for Gen G, so that's 2 in the pocket. We'll push that gold lead even more. Chovy should be able to finish Seraphs at the back of that.
Celeti waited to kill the turret just to deny that one ranged minion.
Minion maxing.
That's really where his focus is. I mean, it matters. It's good. It's a good thing to do. It's just funny because it's Chovy. Now trying to get everything in on Aguma, but he's just going to dodge pretty fast on the Jhin.
Duras had a pretty great game so far, but that was a definite swing and a miss. Flash committed, ult committed, doesn't find anyone. And if you're Gen G, feeling a little bit apprehensive now in that 30-second window, especially look at Ruler's items. Hasn't completed second item. He hasn't got the IE. Meanwhile, Gumayushi does have that rapid fire. I know it's not obviously maximum damage output. Obviously, Jhin needs a bit more items to get going, but it does allow you to play around that range quite effectively. Herald going to come down mid, won't take the tower. We'll get a decent chunk.
Yeah. We've seen a lot more Mosquito Jhin, as they call it, nowadays. I'm not sure why that shift has come through, but a lot more of just the no IE, no armor pen until 4th item kind of build. So would not be surprised if Guma does go for that here as well. HLE with that Rift Herald pressure just going to take the Dragon, and Chovy is taking the top turret.
They opt to just wait to fight another day. Obviously, I said HLE needed to be confident for that 3rd Dragon. They were. They got in position. They got control. Despite the fact that Gen G now have a gold lead, 2,000 gold lead, that kind of shows the differing focuses. Gen G are like, look, if we don't feel great on the fight, Duro didn't manage to land his engage, let's just put our side laners in a position to get some gold. Chovy gets the Seraphs, gets some damage on the top lane tower. But it means HLE do get to pick up that Dragon, and that Soul is still minimum of like 10 minutes away if Gen G get the next 2. So some breathing room for HLE.
Yeah, does kind of feel like we are going to go into a bit of a longer game, especially with the way that the Rift Herald was taken basically for no contest, and then the Drake was taken for basically no contest. I mean, obviously they get things on the map, which is why I say basically. And yeah, Gen G just enjoying a small lead, trying to get their Caitlyn out of her trough. She does have that IE. Trying to get Chovy to a actualizer, going to be very important for some of these fights. So definitely looking for that spike.
I think that's the thing you can definitely bank on with the Rise. It's just, I get 3rd item, now I just do so much damage. And it's also just the survivability as well with that Mega Shield. A lot of HLE's damage is burst. They're kind of relying on the Vayne for the DPS. So if they're not able to burst you, you're feeling like you're in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, as long as the Vayne is there, and eventually when we do get, 4 or 5 items on the Jhin, he can be doing quite a lot. As just trying to fight for vision here, essentially. The Baron is up. We've seen some more earlier Barons in recent times. And yeah, they're just going to send it. Okay, they find Ruler, and the Tibbers finds 3 of them in the Cataclysm. And now we got a Vayne on the loose, as Zeus is all the room in the world. Very nice kick, though, as here comes the Olaf, trying to make something of it, but the shield saves his life. And now the root from Guma will be excellent to try to lock down Canyon, who does get away. But it's a big team fight win here to the side of HLE.
I think Canyon just saved the Baron, though, by getting out. HLE, they may be low in health. It may even be the Huni Baron, but I think if Canyon had died there, they probably would have just sent it. For him surviving, critical. But this was a phenomenal engage from Kanavi. Flash Cataclysm on a 3. Double knock-up onto the backline, followed up by the stun. And then Duro uses the Tempered Fate, but it hits Zeka, who kind of appreciates the stasis to buy some time. We then see the Olaf trying to run down members. but Kanavi survives. Keen goes down. But this moment, in fact, even the knockback from the Baron, I think, got him further away to break the tether. I think if Canyon dies, they just kill the Baron. There's a decent chance, but by getting away, being that threat with Flash still available to steal it, they opt not to commit. It's still a big fight win for HLE. A lot of summoners burnt, though. It's basically just Duro, Canyon, and Zeus with flashes. And that's going to be true for that Dragon in a minute 45. I don't think HLE are too upset about this, though. When you have a Jarvan, people being down flashes feels pretty good. You can either peel the Olaf, ult him, flag and drag away. You can ult Chovy. You can ult Ruler, but he can net out. But maybe if the net's not available, you can also ult him and then flag and drag when he goes to the net. But options, I think for Gen.G it's really Duro. I mean, guess Canyon too. Canyon having flash advantage and Duro is quite big. You're going to go for a kick flash, you're going to go for a Tempered Fate. So I think these engages are the ones to watch in the setup for this next Dragon and what they can do.
Yeah, gonna commit to the Cataclysm here. As
he doesn't have Realm Warp.
Chovy just trying to run away, and now 1 second until it came up, and it came up as he died. Zeus eventually catches up. And yeah, I mean, no flash on Chovy, no Realm Warp as well.
The Realm Warp was seconds away, so just a phenomenal read by Kanavi to go for that play and get him before that was available. Because I think if he Cataclysmed otherwise, and he had Realm Warp, he would have just popped it. I think the big thing here, though, so he flag and drags, autos him a bit, then waits, then Cataclysms now. Maybe the thought process was if he Realm Warps, now he has flag and drag again, so he'd be able to cancel it. I think that's what was going through Kanavi's mind, because as much as it'd be sick if he did, I think tracking the Realm Warp cooldown down to the second is quite difficult. But either way, a great play, great setup by Kanavi, gets a kill on the Chovy. He does have TP though, and will be back in time for the Dragon.
There's no Cataclysm for now. I mean, this is coming up in 8 seconds, so...
That's a big aspect. The Cataclysm burn gets you the kill, but it's down for the Dragon.
Also, Gen.G love being set up on this objective when they have a Caitlyn and a Bard. Now Duro, with nice little portal to get away there. But TV's coming in, and HLE, they want to fight for this. They at least want to flip the objective. 5 seconds on the Cataclysm. Just going to be a flip, and the smite is good to Kanavi. As now Canyon wants to make something of it. The kick is just laughable. As now the Cataclysm comes in, and immediately Kanavi does die, but creates a lot of room for this DPS to get the job done. Chovy, surprisingly tanky, but eventually they take him down. Look at the health bars of Gen.G. They just have to run away as the push is coming in.
Mid tower will definitely be forfeit. Actually, not mid tier 2. But it's a situation where they're just kind of zoned out. The Cataclysm has a massive amount of value, and Kanavi jumps in. After getting the smite, jumps in, finds 3, and just from that position, they can't fight. Even though they kill Kanavi, the Jhin ult's coming down, Keen can't really make headway in here. It's such a winning position, that initial engage. The mid-tier 1 does go down very quickly. They're not able to get a second one, but I think HLE pretty happy with that outcome.
Yeah, you saw Canyon kind of floundering, trying to find some effectiveness. He kicks away Kanavi. Kanavi just Cataclysms in, and Canyon took a bunch of damage, and he actually flashed out of the Cataclysm to survive. After the Drake was already forfeit, I mean, I guess if he goes down, there could be some potential Baron plays, but
yeah,
now he doesn't have Flash, whereas a lot of other people do, so.
I think Kanavi has been playing with that same reckless abandon we know and love him for, and has been working very well. Not really concerned about his life, but about making the correct play for the fight. Has been working well. Ruler in a bit of trouble here on the trap.
Yeah, he's going to try to get away here with the Magical Journey, and that he does.
Portal was good. The Mantra Q from Delight was not able to hit. And despite a good setup from Guma with the kind of baiting him into the trap on his retreat, it's not enough to catch Ruler out.
Yeah. It's a lot of skirmishing back and forth, just trying to look for picks, a lot of testing each other from both of these teams. And a lot of summoners up at this point. Good push there as a team to take down that Scuttle Crab.
It's kind of an interesting thing, because all the summoners were down for Dragon, they're now all up now, which is kind of a rare situation in a game. Does mean that if you can make a play, you can burn a summoner before the next dragon. It's going to feel really good if everyone else has it but them. But there's always that concern with the Baron on the cards. If you try and do that, try and burn a summoner and just overstep die, that you will be sacrificing the Baron and maybe the game. We do have both AD carries and picked up Infinity Edges coming through. Some big spikes. Actualizer for Chovy. He's about to hit level 17. He is extremely strong. And no GA yet for either jungler, but that's definitely on the cards as a big value buy.
See this Shirelia's from Delight. Good luck catching the Vayne if they're in a team fight together. I don't really know how they're going to do it. You know, there's no Mikhails, no cleanse, I guess. So maybe if you land a Rise route, that could be one way to do it. Or if you get a Bard ult on her.
Yeah, you could, like, if you get close to her, you could kick her, but it's really hard against a Vayne who can go invisible very often.
And is running them super fast.
Yeah, not the best comp for dealing with the Vayne. Oh, but a Realm Warp behind here.
This is the definition of hide on bush.
Oh, Zeka doesn't have TP yet.
Yeah, he's going to have to run just into the turret and take the overgrowth down, as now the rest of the team is coming on up to try to get Zeka. Look at the damage from the actualizer as a bunch is traded back, but that is a very large shield that he did have there.
So obviously Zeka goes down there. It's a good play to pick up from Gen G, but I think it's actually important that Zeka burnt the Seraph shield and Chovy was forced to use the actualizer there to kill him, making Gen G a bit weaker so they can't just move straight into the Baron. Now Keen actually in a bit of trouble. Holds the ult, but does get chunked out there.
Yeah. Goom has been really on point with his roots in this game. It just feels like, you know, very comfortable on the Jhin. Certainly helps that it is quite meta nowadays. Just able to... It was first pick for them, but they weren't first pick as a team.
Yeah.
Still, definitely a lot of priority on that one.
So we do have Gen G now have GA on Canyon. They haven't picked up a dragon in over 10 minutes, so obviously we'd love to get that.
You're not going to get him with that. That's the Bard ult down, as now Kanavi's going to go in, he catches Ruler, Delight flashes in for the root, and look at the follow-up from the Vayne is just incredible, as there's just no way for Ruler to get away from that, as, you're not going to get out of there, though, Zayas. I was very hyped for the original play, but not sure about that.
Not a magical journey I would encourage you to take.
But they're going to get the Drake anyway.
They will get the Drake, and even Zek is going to use the Tibbers to wood over here. So this play, just trying to free aim with the bottle, doesn't work against a combo with Shirelia's. In the turnaround play, though, they go for Ruler with a Flag and Drag. Kanavi again doing this mad engage, and Delight keeps pace with Ruler with the flash to land the tether. Just great engages from HLE, and then whatever that was.
Overexcitement, I guess.
Yeah, but Kanavi doing a phenomenal job of finding the targets, and Delight, considering you're playing Karma, a pick you're not expecting to be assisting with the engages other than speeding people up, landed the root, landed the tether onto Ruler, and it just ensured his death. Really good play. Also, you know, the Australia's being able to move out the bottle just really limits the impact of the pick. 3 Hextech Dragons in a row now. Some nice stats for HLE, but also the prospect of a soul in 4 minutes is a very scary prospect.
Yeah, and I feel like at this point, they're just going to try to Realm Warp on top of that. I mean, he flashes, he roots, he is going to get the kill as the headshot comes in. And Guma gets caught in mid. I thought 100% he gets out there, but Gen G had other thoughts.
He ended up getting the movement speed from Karma and thought, this is enough. I can live with this, I can hold my flash. The end result, though, is it kind of baited him into staying around and not flashing, and then ends up dying anyway. Ruler picking up the kill, and the team picking up the Baron. Gen G able to find an angle back in on the back of that Realm Warp from Chovy.
Yeah. You know, I talked about trying to catch a Vayne, and maybe the Rise would be the one way to do it, but similar situation for the Jhin. Still no cleanse.
So they go for the Realm Warp here, and then Guma gets sped up and gets some movement speed from the auto and thinks it's enough, but the root comes out, and that final auto. You know what's crazy? If he'd flashed into the Tempered Fate, maybe he would have lived, but that is, I don't think that makes sense at all to do, but it was just such a close situation where Ruler had to get the final auto on him to kill him, and it just did so much damage.
It's not a play you'll see very often, especially with the Karma right there.
It's one of these plays where like there were so many ways in which it just wouldn't work.
Yeah.
But it did. And I think you kind of have to try these sorts of plays when you're against a team so similar in terms of level and just make it work. Just execute better. Baron now in hands. They can look for some sieging, but Kanavi has a GA. He kind of plays all game like he has one.
Uh-oh.
There's trouble.
Here we go again. As there you go. There's the root into the stun and the kick, and it's easy pickings if Zeus is alone. And he didn't have flash, so nice look once again. Chovy just setting up the plays with the Realm Warps.
The disruption the Realm Warp is causing, the ability to pick off these isolated targets is so strong, so valuable, and Chovy doing such a good job of it. It is really just taking all of HLE's momentum out of this game.
Yeah, I mean, HLE got essentially 3 uncontested Drakes in a row, and then just one pick into another, and all of a sudden it looks like Gen G might win the game. I mean, obviously, it's still anybody's game from here, but advantage Gen G. Zeka, they clear out the wave. We still got a minute on this Baron, too. 17 seconds for Zeus. And they have Annie and Ba to deal with the Olaf, which never feels great.
The problem is with HLE trapped in the base, they're not going to be able to reestablish any vision towards the Dragon area. Oh.
All right, looking for something here. Everybody going to dodge that Bard ultimate.
So right now, there isn't any vision in anywhere towards the river. Gen G going to go for a reset with that Baron recall still available, clear out these jungle camps, and get back on the map and defend the Dragon area. So this one may be in the bag for them. Here we see the Realm Orb coming in, the root into the stun. I think maybe the kick was a little overkill, but I don't hate it just for making sure like we're securing this kill immediately. Like the kick flash, I mean.
Yeah.
But sometimes you just want to really make sure you get that kill. Don't give a chance for Zeus to escape it like he did in the top lane earlier in the game. Now, 55 seconds on Dragon. You can see HLE opting to push mid and then rotate through the jungle to try and establish some vision. It's really hard to approach, though, when there's a prospect of being picked. Letting Kanavi lead the charge. But you can see that like ring of wards that Gen G has up already. And you said it earlier, you know, Gen G want to have control of the area, want to be able to set up Caitlyn traps to stop you pushing in and contesting.
Yeah, and just having vision control means that the engage of the Annie and the Jarvan will be much more difficult unless they just go straight up the middle, which has been what they're doing a lot of the time. Good control of the mid lane, which allows them to get the push and control in towards this Dragon. This Ruler's going to have to back away, and now look at the mid lane. Gen G have not responded to that yet. Looking maybe to just overcommit to the Drake, which obviously is very important.
Look at Keen's angle here. The Scryer won't actually catch him.
Oh, Zeus looking for the Bard, but I don't know. Now we got the Olaf going into the backline. Kanavi's very low himself. The Olaf not able to get the kill, but now Kanavi goes in, forces the flash to Ruler. As now we're going to have the follow-up here, but Kanavi's down. And that's no jungler now. So Gen G just going to look at the Baron, or the Dragon, rather.
Ooh, nearly catching Canyon with that there. Gen G end up getting favorable play, end up getting the Dragon, which was the main objective. And the fact that they managed to kill Kanavi after the GA feels pretty good. Duro will just McKills himself and dip. Good call. So I think in this fight, I think Keen actually misplayed it a little bit because he flashed over the wall and then he axed, and then it was just miles away from where he's chasing the target, so he couldn't follow up. But while he's occupying the backline, we end up seeing the rest of the team, the rest of Gen G, focus down on Kanavi. He does this last Cataclysm, but the problem is GA into Caitlyn is just a free headshot for her. So even though Keen didn't get, you know, the greatest axe to get value there, he was just causing so much disruption for the backline carries that it gave Gen G the space to get control of the fight. It's now 3 dragons apiece, maximum elemental dragons here, with a Hextech Soul on the cards. And Gen G do have that 4,700 gold lead. It does obviously make a difference. You know, Zeka not having Rabadons completed feels bad. But ultimately, this game still feels so close, and the gold is just less and less relevant as the time ticks on.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many ways, as we've already seen, for both teams to get snap, engage, and kills, like picks out of nowhere. a Realm Warp comes in, gets a lone AD carry, or obviously Annie Flash gets someone a little bit more obvious on the side of HLE. A little bit more difficult that they are behind on gold, but it's, you know, it's 37-minute game, 4,000 gold. That's really not that big of a deal. I think it's just going to come down to better vision control, better macro, and who makes the better play.
A lot of the lead also is in the jungle between those two, so it's not really the end of the world.
They're just doing this on vision. I mean,
yeah, they just start this up. They have a lot of DPS on it. Remember, guys, this is the Huni Baron. This is the one that does do a lot of damage.
Yeah, and they might just flip it, I guess. I mean, Realm Warp's going to come in. Jovi's very far behind the team, as now he's looking for the angle on a second. They want to turn on to Jovi, but he just flashes away and tries to blow up Zeus just like that. Goes golden immediately, and the Rise does what he does best. As now they just kite it out. Kanavi desperately trying to get in there. Good with the last one left. A clean ace for the side of Gen G, as they will win this game.
They'll be able to end on the back of this. Not a single member goes down despite the low health bars. The target selection is excellent here from Gen G. And Chovy is just too tanky and doing too much damage for HLE to take down. The DPS just not quite there. And Gen G will push towards the end.
Like, this feels like Chovy, he didn't have the best early game, and then he was like, no. Let me just solo win this game. I don't know, all the picks and then that play there as well. Not respecting the Rise was HLE.
You know, I mentioned how Chovy had a bit of an off series at the Casper Cup and how it was notable because it's such a rarity and oddity. This game, he reminds you why it's so rare. He just, even if the early game's a bit slower, he just switches it on. The plays, the proactivity to find those picks, and then the team fights. An absolute brick wall that HLE could not answer. 1-0 up for Gen G in the series. A good start for them, but still it was a very competitive game throughout. Had to fight tooth and nail every moment of this one.
Yeah, I mean, there were certainly angles for HLE, and especially early to mid, we saw a lot of their snap engages look very nice. Even that one pick they got onto Ruler, like the engage from Karma, from Delight, and from Kanavias, obviously, to set it all up. But a couple picks later, and, you know, Baron, Hextech, Drake later, all of a sudden, Gen G were in the driver's seat.
And I think the Annie, you know, even though we had those great engages earlier on, it just gets to the point where, you know, you drop a Tibbers on Ruler, gets some kills. You drop it on Chovy, just like a third of his health bar, and then he gets a giant shield. Just didn't really have the follow-through for the rest of the game after some good mid-game plays.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, guys, this is an interesting series already. 1-0 to the side of Gen G, and we'll be right back.
체크 되긴 해. 아, 4천.
애니 위치 안 보여. 애니 안 보여, 애니.
레인이 그냥 올라가고 뚫으면서 가면 될 듯?
일단 뚫어서 가. 애니 안
야, 이번 턴에 좀 뚫으면서 가볼래? 야, 일단 나중 타지 마, 나중 타지 마. 애니 여기
애니 잘
이거 자리 좋은데, 자리 좋은데, 여기? 애니 너무? 나 살짝 볼게.
야, 애니 잡은 거 같은데? 애니 잡았어.
아니, 풀 빠졌고. 애니 너플. 야, 라인, 잡았다, 잡았다.
애니.
나봐줘, 민규 나봐줘.
이긴 거 같은데?
이긴 거 같은데? 옆에 다르반.
찐 너플.
찐 너플. 잡았어. 나이스. 미드가자.
너무 잘 쐈다.
너무 잘 싸웠다. 야, 지훈아 잘했다.
찐더블 맞았어.
나이스. 너무 잘했다. 나이스. 아니 민규야. 아니 너개 잘했거든.
All hands.
야 조절해봐. 일단 개급하다. 다 버린 거야. 야 이번에 짧았다.
There's the flash. Oh, the shockwave as well. The delivery system's so nice. The closer heels into the air. The shots have been called as the hands trying to get out but will fail. Ron's now trying to turn it to pulverize. On top of Rosita is just gorgeous. See what Duro can do if he manages to get a good ulti here. They could just guarantee Infernal Soul. The train comes down, it's missed as Cataclysm comes in, but there's the Keep Verdict and Genji! They cut them off, Kanavi taken out, Delight nowhere to go! Zeus comes in, it's a decent equalizer, but not good enough! Deadly flourish and another shot will do it! One big fight on this dragon. And they don't necessarily have to fight this one, but they're gonna try as everybody is in the mixer. Cruiser disappears without even getting to press any buttons. And now Sharvel here alone. Only 2 members left of TNS. One of them is gonna take a hex gate.
얘들아, 너 정신 차렸다.
I think their influence is weak, right? Their ability to control this map is getting tougher and tougher.
Oh, here we go, gonna press some buttons. Down to the weakest dodge and Showmaker, the double tap, he even tries to flash it and pain! Puts the team on his back like he's done all game long and sets up the play. 3 kills.
Release safe invented. You can actually push. No, you don't. I'm saying maybe.
Well, Gideon's still gonna go in and then explode. He's down to the Diego, possibly.
너무 오래 숨지는 말라고 결말이 좋지 않을
There's another 10. He still gets up the The triple kill for Roma. We're gonna die as well. And Bitchland's dead in the pit. The kill. Bruce may have just stolen the game.
제발. 끝난 것 같아.
오늘은 T1 시그니처 에디션을 언박싱을 해보겠습니다. 상자가 고급스러운데요.
불이 들어오는데요, 이거?
이렇게 세워둘 수도 있네요.
2025장 한정 카드에 제 사인까지 더해지니 더 특별한 것 같아요.
이거 한정판인데요?
I can make it look easy. Feel like there's nothing wrong. It's so easy. If you wanna know, come find out. Make it look easy. Time and time again. Do it like this, like that. Can make it look easy, easy. Tell me what you want. Better make it crystal clear. We can keep it up front. And I'll tell you what you wanna hear. Is it sunshine or rain? Is it good times or pain? I can help you to learn how everything will work out. Always for the better. Don't get stressed out. No, never. Gotta be a hard worker, a little clever. I go all out with every endeavor. Take your time out, you be doing fine, girl. Let's go. Watch me ride out. I can make it look easy. Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name forever in the stone.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to The Space. I'm Atlas. I'm joined by Hooney and Wadid once again here for our second series of the evening. And we here on The Space, we love the Rise Group. We love the chaos, we love the highs, we love the lows. But sometimes you're reminded that Legend Group games are just kind of different. And today, we had some stark contrast moving from our last series into this one. This first game was an absolute banger. Things were so incredibly close the entire series long. We're going to have to be really quick because we want to get through a lot of footage. We did take us through the draft.
Yeah, so in the draft, I really like the idea of bringing Gumayushi's Jin. Finally, I think they tried to pick it up with some other picks, but finally, we all know he's good on this pick, right? So I really like the idea in general. But at the same time, we could see it's a high-risk draft because we all knew that they're going to get outscaled if they cannot end the game in early games snowballing here.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think it's they look at the mid lane champion like Annie and Ryze, and especially the jungle combo too, right? Like the J for Lee Sin is extremely heavy focus on early game and heavy CC too, so.
Yeah, exactly right. So we are going to move very quickly into our first highlight. Hooney, take us through it.
I mean, this is how like any Jarvan works, right?
Yeah, I mean, you wanna like Annie into Ryze. I think the Zeka did really nice shot like from level 1, trying to make as much as they can. Like it was super volatile. Like both mid laner was a super low, and like this is like how she got actually becomes the first and get the prio, right? Like just pressing ulti every single second and trying to trade as much as you can. And this actually tells like it goes both ways. Like I think Genji, it was like really frustrating time. Like the laning phase was like kind of not working well, right? Like the Ryze was getting chong. And this is like super good moment like from the Jekka and the mid jungle combo. Like I think even the Ryze had a flash, like this is the perfect moment. Like against Ryze, this type of thing, it's a required.
I mean, just because we don't have enough time, so we have to cut off some of like clips that Kanavi and Zeka made. It was such a crazy gameplay by them. It was just one of the best game ever from Zeka and Kanavi.
And on the Annie as well, not necessarily a champion that you expect a lot of skill expression to come out of, but you certainly can see what a good Annie is actually capable of doing. Not a champion that you also expect to completely dominate lane. The thing is, Chovy did do the Chovy thing. He continued to farm and farm and farm and farm and farm.
I mean, the issue is, even though they had the insane lead in the early game, they couldn't be able to collect the Drakes. And I think Chovy using his Realm Warp so many, like, in a good places. I think he made such a good play picking up Gumayushi, especially. I think that leads Genji to get the Nashor freely. And I think even though it feels like HLE was dominating in game, that was the reason why Genji could hold the game until the end.
And also, I think Genji was always focusing. The lane assignment was really nice, and then the CS things like and the goal differences was nothing. So like the Chovy was actually higher CS, is like which is Chovy was still like 0-3, and that actually helped a lot throughout the game.
Yeah, exactly. And they managed to stack up those 2 Drakes early. But you were talking about Realm Warps. This is another example of how Genji just kind of dominated the late game.
I mean, at this point, HLE was desperate. You know, they knew that they're going to get outscaled, so they have to flip it. But here, look at Chovy's positioning here. He repositions himself in a really great spot. And we see how like important to like shut down the Chovy, but we can't because he's going to just zone us out.
Like he was telling to already teammate, do not take a portal. That portal's mine. And he was like, he just actually carried alone like there, which is like, it's so crazy because he was not fed. I think this is like, he proved why Ryze is like such a first pickle right now. And even like early game with the shutdown, like the Ryze, it actually couldn't shut down the Chovy Ryze.
I mean, remember, this game, he went 0-3. I think Zeka and Kanabi punished him so well in the early game. But Chovy, with his stabilizing, the ability of like using the right and lane assignment, he could be able to push sideways with his macro. And I think even though he was 0-3, I think he kind of showed up why Chovy is being like Chovy.
Yeah, and he also showed why Ryze is such high priority, even though he has had some games where he's really struggled to make an impact. You can see just how oppressive and difficult it is to play against his champion when he does get rolling. But ladies and gentlemen, we are blessed with a best of 3. So there's a chance that HLE can bring this series back and we can get a 3-game banger once again. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you very much, other gentlemen there on the space. And yes, hopefully we get 2 more games of this as it's very interesting. And then Chovy was like, yeah, I guess I'm just going to win the game. And he did do that. And so Gen G have the lead here 1-0.
You know, we obviously have a ton of games at the LCK, but these ones are the ones where, you know, we're just back and forth constantly. We've had a lot of stomps recently. I love when it comes down to those big plays, those big decisive moments, and both sides had them in that game, but it came to Gen G, it came to Chovy having those big moments at the end and also just scaling so well on this rise. Interested to see how HLE reevaluate going into game 2, because you know, the game definitely wasn't unplayable. Definitely there was a lot of moments where things could have gone in their favor, and I think a couple of mistakes and a couple of good plays from Gen G was the major difference that cost them this one.
Yeah, absolutely. So we are going to have first pick for HLE this time around.
Yep.
And
it was Gen G who had first pick last time.
Yeah.
So a bit of a switcheroo. That makes you think, what will be left open, what will be available for that first pick, and what will HLE be banning now? They obviously went pretty heavy on the mid lanes, but that's usually a second pick sort of banning situation. Jace will be banned by Gen G here. And picks like Orianna, Cassiopeia, Vi.
Oh.
Often banned. It will be the
So you want to play
Galio
lock?
banned by HLE. Yeah, suggest they want to go for the lock. We have just seen generally Galio banned a lot into Chovy, but specifically it's been used as a lock counter. And Zeka would love to get 18 kills on it. And Gen G straying away from the mid lane focus on bans here. There's still Vi open. There's still Cassiopeia and Orianna. So it could end up being a tricky one for HLE. Do you ban one of the mid laners and kind of force Gen G to ban the others? Do you leave everything open and then you try and first pick Vi? They banned the Camille. Zoro won't get a chance to play that.
There are so many strong picks left. I mean, Cassio, Orianna, the two big ones, Vi.
And also the Nocturne didn't get a look in last time around. So you could pick Orianna here, and then would Gen G just have to go Nocturne as a denial? Because Ori Nocturne's so strong that it kind of warrants denying it. And I think that's going to be the pick of HLE is the Orianna. Chovy obviously can go the Cassiopeia, but I think denying the Nocturne is going to be a big thing you need to do. I can't even remember the last time we had Orianna Nocturne being able to be picked in the same time. So frequently are both picks banned in the first rotation, and definitely at least one of them with that being Orianna.
Yeah. I mean, Kenyon's a great Nocturne player. I think it makes sense to pick Nocturne and then take something that would make sense with that.
You could even, you know, we've seen, it would depend on the draft and how things pan out and how confident you feel, but we've seen like Nocturne Lulu be really strong.
Yeah.
So it obviously puts a lot of emphasis on that pick, but I think picking Lulu now could be a bit preemptive. Instead they're going to go for the Shen. Nocturne Shen, a really strong combo, the double global aspect, able to play around sides quite effectively. And now HLE, you have your mid laner who can be a little bit vulnerable to dive pressure. Ideally you want an AD carry who can be safe. Corki is definitely one of the safe AD carries with that Valkyrie being available. And I think it makes sense to prioritize this early, especially because Caitlyn Jhin are already at the equation. But it ends up being the Alistar for Delight first and foremost.
Yeah, I mean, when it's Shen face up, I mean, Shen could still be top lane, though.
You know what? That'd be a crazy angle if they put the Shen into top lane and they went a bot lane with Lulu, so they had the Nocturne Lulu and then could just dominate bot lane. I think HLE really has to look out for that.
Yeah.
Because they've picked the Alistar already. So I think Gen G, you just take mid here, don't show anything, and then save the potential to pick a really strong bot lane 2v2. Alternatively, they could just pick AD carry if they want to save solo lanes. But I really like the prospect of playing Shen top, which they've done before with Keen. And if they...
Or just pick Lulu.
If they,
before it gets
yeah,
banned,
I like this.
no.
I like the Cassiopeia coming in. You know, Chovy's confident on the pick. And now, if I'm HLE, I'm actually just... Even though it's second pick for Gen G, so there's the threat of Keen counter pick, I'm just way more concerned about them picking a strong bot lane combo. They could honestly go the Cog Lulu here. They could just pick that up. They could go. I mean, Lulu plus basically anything would be good. They could also go Calista Renata.
Yeah.
They have a lot of options.
I think you really want to flex that Shen.
Yeah.
For sure. It should be on their mind. They are going to ban Ezreal first, though.
The Neferi ban is pretty good. Neferi, a good delivery system when Nocturne and Jarvan have already been taken away. Vi as well, so less available. I think Xin Zhao could be on the cards for HLE if we're sort of moving down tone pole. And that will be banned.
Yeah. They got their tier list out.
I feel like, I mean, the problem is the Lulu could be a problem, but I would honestly just not be against just banning maybe Renata too. Renata or Lulu, I feel like are good bans.
Well, you can't ban both of them.
Yeah.
So it feels kind of rough.
But they could, I mean, they could just end up not flexing the Shen at all, and it would just not get the value. They end up banning a TF, so limiting Keen's tools.
Yeah, maybe they want to play some Gnar. But I feel like it would be a missed opportunity to not flex it here.
Question is there an 80 carry you can pick here where you don't reveal the flex? Because if you pick Kog'Maw, it's obvious.
Yunara solo is also like,
I mean, you could go Yunara Shen.
What
it's not like it doesn't make the most sense, but it keeps the threat of the counter pick from Keen.
Seraphine. So Ash Seraphine is probably going to be the call here.
Yeah.
With the flex.
But they can still flex it. They can have Seraphine Shen is not a traditional lane, but it would.
True.
You could just play it. So I think it keeps the options open. And now it's a tricky situation because if you pick something to counter Shen, you might just get counterpicked into Oblivion. If you, you could just end up in a tricky spot.
Yeah.
I think you could just send the Shen top, to be honest, in this situation.
Yeah, I mean, Olaf is banned, and so is Vayne. So that's a couple of decent answers into the Gnar already taken away. If you wanted to try to counterpick the Gnar.
Jungle just going to be Pantheon? Oh, the Shyvana again. This did not work well the last time, I'm just going to say it.
Just play Pantheon.
I'm ready.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
I was ready, take it on the swing. Maybe it's a tradition of the HLE junglers to slam Shyvana. And we end up getting the Ambessa comes through. So Keen feeling confident in that matchup. They end up going for the Seraphine Shen in the bot lane. Ambessa provides the AD. You have like the triple bruiser topside. Cassiopeia being an AP bruiser. And then everyone's just going to, the top and jungle are going to dive in with the Channel on top. You have the Encore to fly through. I really like the Genji composition. I like that they kept the Shen flex alive until the very last pick.
Yeah.
And then still enabled Keen to get counter pick. I thought that was really cool. I do think HLE's composition, though, they have Orianna, they have Alistar for the delivery system, Pantheon with early pressure, Corki's going to scale pretty well. It's not like HLE's composition is just completely losing, but I just think the approach that we saw here from Genji was super cool.
Yeah, no, it was great. I think I personally would have preferred if they just went for Cog Lulu, even if it was a little bit obvious, because like with HLE's comp, how do you punish that? I just don't understand how they would deal with it at all.
I think the concern would more be you're then just like laying up this to have counter pick for sure into a Shen. So I can understand them not doing it, but I also get your point about it would just be very powerful there.
They had a lot of options, and they gave themselves a lot of options. So I think that was really cool to watch during that draft, as it looks like we're ready. Let's hop on the riff for game number 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, here we go, game number 2. Hoping for a game number 3 just to fill out our sheet here full of games.
Maximum value achieved. I will say, we saw Genji kind of rise up in terms of form when we went back to 80 carries bot lane. And here's Ruler on the Seraphine. And much as he had some mage play, which is fine, it definitely feels like when he's back on AD carries, he's more comfortable. So we'll have to see how this game goes for him.
Yeah,
Cleanse
also
picked up for Guma is a phenomenal summon to take.
Yeah, I think sometimes HLE, they get themselves into spots and drafts where it's like, oh, I don't know, it feels like their opponents might have the edge here, or we're not a big fan of their draft. This time I think, you know, HLE's draft is fine. And I feel like sometimes they just don't care what the draft was. They're like, no, we're just going to outplay you.
I'll say
we don't care.
I'm glad they didn't pick the Shyvana. You know, it needs
that
some
helps.
Needs some
Yeah.
time to cook.
Yeah.
And with having the Pantheon into the Nocturne, you have more early pressure to get the ball rolling. Now, bot lane, you're into an Alistar. Also, Seraphine has a lot of pushing power. I'm also seeing mid right now be in favor of Chovy in terms of the priority. It's only really top 4 HLE where Zeus having the range advantage of the Ambessa is putting the hurt down. And I think we've talked to death about Ambessa and her level 6 and her Eclipse spikes.
Yeah.
But look forward to those later.
You know, it's a real shame that we had both Vayne and Olaf Fearless banned, because Ambessa is good in Tanar, but it's not like a hard counter, so could have been even a more fun final counter pick for Keen.
Has got the Electrocute to just completely explode the mini Gnar.
Yeah.
The opportunity arises. And I think what we've kind of seen since they nerfed the cast time on Ambessa's ult, you can't just freeball it anymore.
Yeah.
You can't just throw it out. Even like normal movement speed champions can dodge it if they're like aware and in a position to. But this composition has a lot of setup for it, which I think is the important thing. To try and make sure that once a good flash from Kanavi there.
Yeah. As the last person to play this was actually Guma, the bot Seraphine. Ruler takes a bunch of damage, but not really in kill range.
Wait, Ruler's going to be caught out here.
Yeah, we got a TP coming in, and now the Pantheon. He's just going to flash over the wall, actually. He does get away, as now straight onto the Miasma comes Zeka, and he just dies. So actually, it's Gen G who get the collapse in the first blood.
Able to find a new target and switch away. Ruler's flash to get away from Kanavi was vital. And honestly, the fact that Kanavi didn't have flasher, I think Ruler was just dead.
Yeah.
A lot of little things making a difference, but first blood for Gen G, and they get to TP back into lane. Pick up this wave. Now, there is some people there looking to respond.
You can see Ruler's trying to get some damage down on that wave.
Ken's close, but not close enough.
Yeah, there's no flash for our Seraphine right now. As there's the very simple dive, so nice follow-up here from HLE to make that work.
You know, it's hindsighty to say, but the timing was just a bit off, and I think Ruler could have just held the TP for Shen to be there, but then at that point you could have just walked with him. I think walking with him probably makes the most sense. But again, that's hindsighting on what happened. Ultimately, it was a good setup from HLE to immediately punish the open back up onto the map. And without flash, even with flash, I think Ruler's just extremely dead.
Yeah. It's just the way it goes. That's also part of the power of the Pantheon that I think we probably wouldn't have seen if a Shyvana... I mean, I guess in that scenario, probably a Shyvana would have also been fine, but Pantheon does make those ganks just a bit easier with his point-and-click stun.
The thing is, after that skirmish in the bot side river, Canyon immediately went to farming, and I believe picked up some camps in Kanavi's topside jungle.
Yeah, he took the Raptors.
And has just been clearing through since, so he has a sizable lead in terms of experience and camps. He's almost level 6, and Kanavi about the same distance, just to level 5. Both of these junglers able to have a big impact on the back of their ultimates, but Nocturne the one who's more reliant on having it.
All right, they're going to find Duro, who is just going to taunt over the wall. He will be okay.
One of the nice things with Shen into Alistar is when he combos you, you can then use your Shroud, so you can't use the Empowered Auto. They're able to walk that one off. Ruler just playing the defensive game here on the Seraphine. And we're just happy to have full control of the lane for the moment.
Yeah.
There's level 6 for Canyon. Flashes are up
lane
for both of them bot lane. And with Guma having cleanse, it kind of has to be Delight. There we go.
Well, they're going to land the root and not commit to it just yet. I guess maybe trying to bait a little bit with Duro's health bar, try to get them closer. In for the commit, and there it is, as now the flash comes out. But guess who's here as well? It's Kanavi. And so that first Paranoia, really not going to get anything, as Delight, I guess, had the flash, and that's about it.
The fact that you have the XP advantage, you get the level 6 first, you really want to get value out of it. You want to make a play happen, it to be successful, and it's just a great read from HLE. The initial engage came through from Duro, and they just like, yeah, what are you going to do? And the answer was not much. Turret was more of a threat to Kuma there than the Nocturne was.
Yeah.
And it does mean Dragon for Kanavi going to be picked up here. With no contest coming out.
Yeah, relatively early Drake, as it's at about 6.5 minutes that they should take this one down. At the same time, I mean, Genji, you know, it's still pretty even on gold. Guma does have a nice lead himself, but you already mentioned Canyon is going to have the farm lead. I'm just not sure how much that matters if he is not going to get value out of his paranoias. I mean, later on in the game, they're just going to have a big bruiser ball with Nocturne kind of leading the charge with the Shen. And that's essentially Canyon's job, to just, you know, ult in, get the Shen in there. And then, you know, if he's tanky and does a little bit of damage, that's cool too.
That'd be nice. We do see Chovy walking past the turret there to try and help with that invade, but they won't find anything more than the rafters. It's just continuing that lead that Canyon has, but as you said, not necessarily going to mean anything unless it's translated. We have Hextech, then Cloud. So kind of a toss-up if the soul is useful.
Yeah. I would say that Chemtech is really good for Genji.
Yes.
Really, really strong. It's not every game you get that, but this time, absolutely.
Kind of crazy value. I wonder if we get a Serpent's Fang this game. We've seen more and more pop up. I feel like Corki or Pantheon could build one. And there's a lot of shielding on the side of Genji. Like a lot of shielding.
Yeah. Just feels like for junglers like Pantheon nowadays, it's like Thunder Sky, Black Cleaver, GA.
Yeah.
Like that's the build.
A little
It's
awkward
like,
to fit in.
Oh, just gonna cast it at the Corki. I guess that's enough. As he was walking in a straight line, did not expect that. As here comes Canyon, the knockback is there, but Chovy with the flash in does not catch them at all. As now Zeka, nice look away, just trying to hold on to his flash for as long as possible, and he will get away.
Very aggressive play there from Chovy, trying to back Canyon up, and they do force them away. Won't find any kills. Grubs will be secured though, should be 3 for Genji, and now Pantheon with a flash.
Yeah, and there's the shockwave as well. Chovy in a bunch of trouble, but he's trying to trade it back as the Aegis, and he's just running around in circles trying to survive, but he will eventually go down.
That was way closer than I thought it'd be, and now they're looking for Kanavi.
Yeah, Kanavi in a lot of trouble. Keen going big on the Ambessa so far in this game.
So Chovy buying time, gets some damage down, actually results in a kill back thanks to Keen's roam up. And kills for this Ambessa is not a good time for anyone on HLE, especially since it's going to be an Ambessa bolstered by the shielding and CC of the bot lane. So you see this play here. They're like, Chovy's got an angle round, we can go in. But the retreat from HLE, from the support at jungle is a good angle. Here, Zek is trying to hold the flash, but Cassiopeia DPS is just so insane. And speaking of that insane DPS, we have in this moment Chovy doing his best to turn this around, dodging this tap Q here, which it does so much damage that it's pretty big that he dodged that away. But Kanavi comes in, and even Duro taunted the light to stop him from being able to provide any CC.
Yeah. Kanavi, unfortunately for his sake, he could have just walked away afterwards.
Poisons lands, but Zeka will scare them off.
Yeah.
The light with no flash, it's up now. No flash, no ult. Oh, the spooky. Oh, the buffer!
The buffer is so obvious. Zeus not respecting that. And yeah, I mean, Keen just looks unstoppable in this game. It's kind of insane how much of an impact he's already had on this Ambessa.
He's in such a good position. Level 9, he's got the stats from his ult, he's got Eclipse, he's got his Q-Max. He's just thriving right now in this matchup. And Zeus in Mega feels confident, feels like I need to ult, get some momentum in the lane. And it ends up backfiring massively.
All right, trying to make a play here on a Zek who doesn't have his flash as the fear will come in, and Canyon tanky enough to just spell shield that one and get the kill. Nicely done.
Good spell shield. They knew Zeka had no flash, and just the confidence to go for that play when it's a short lane. Zeka was not really overextended, but like, we'll make it work. We will make this work, and even just knowing that I will spell shield the shockwave so I won't die. takes confidence to make plays like these, but it's good to see Canyon leading the charge there.
Yeah, certainly helps that we had such a crazy, you know, aggressive play from Chovy earlier, just getting a lot of flashes, getting a lot of summoners burned, and then you can just follow up very nicely.
You know, Cassiopeia Nocturne isn't the typical combo you expect to see, but Chovy and Canyon, the double C duo, are definitely making it work so far in this game. It's a 1,400 gold lead, not the craziest amount, but we'll see this play again. And if you look at how low Canyon ends up getting, because Zek is clearly like, I'll get to the tower, I'll shockwave, but the spell shield comes in, and if you look how low he gets, he would have just died.
아니 이게 죽는다고?
I died to this.
공만 쳤어 공만.
That's kind of how I felt, honestly.
Basically,
It didn't seem like a play
how do I die to this?
that you'd expect to die on, but it worked. So credit to Gen G for leading the charge. Oh!
Uh-oh! He's okay.
Had cleanse in pocket.
Yeah. Just going to get away with this one, as now the double taunt is going to come in, and a big Seraphine ult over the top catches 3, and just like that, they easily clean up. This is exactly what this comp wants to do, and HLE run right into it.
Absolute decimation, and I love the coordination. You know, Gen G's team fighting is something that for years we've praised so heavily, but it felt like this is really when they're just firing on all cylinders. This is the sort of level of play we really talk about. The timing, I think, is the flawless thing, because as soon as we see Duro go in here, the ult's already being buffered by Keen. And then the Seraphine ult comes on top, hits 3, and Keen's just running rampant. There was just no real time to respond in terms of HLE, and it's a dominant teamfight win.
A lot of emoting from Canyon, who, you know, I mentioned him before, he's kind of like, he is the vessel for the Shen to go in on, but he's already had a big impact in this one, as now Kanavi, maybe a bit of frustration, just doing Kanavi things.
That was so funny, because Duro killed a ward, and they placed another, and then Duro started killing him, so they both jumped him.
Yeah.
And then Duro was just like, okay, we'll just kill you, that's fine. Keen is fishing.
This keeps happening where Guma's being forced to lane against Keen, and it's just not a fun time.
No,
like,
not at all.
Last time it was Jin and Olaf, and now it's, I mean, Corky is a little bit better, obviously, but Mbessa's very scary, especially right now. And
especially with how fed this Mbessa is.
I feel like he hasn't bought, right? He still just has Eclipse and like a longsword. I think he's going to get a second item, or at least close to it. I think it's too early for a second item, yeah.
Yeah, he got the plated steel caps.
Yeah, true.
That's what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, definitely.
And a tunneler.
And a tunneler,
in case he
yeah.
wants to go underground.
Yeah, he's very accelerated already.
Why don't we have a mole champion? You know, like we have Rek'Sai.
Yeah, I never thought about
goes underground.
that.
But wouldn't it be cool to have a little mole champion?
I think it's a pretty good idea.
I'm pitching it now.
Well, we already have like a tunneler, like you mentioned, in Rek'Sai, so I don't know.
And Rek'Sai does build tunneler a lot.
It might be a little bit of overlap.
Bit of overlap?
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
But at this point, like, how many new ideas? Like, we were talking about this before, but like, how many new ideas are you going to get? Maybe it's time to start overlapping.
Maybe.
The Light's trying to set something up with Kanavi and bot.
I think there's a problem with that. Perhaps there's the fact there's a ward in that brush, and it said, oh, Zeka has flash.
The second they see the both of them, it's like, well, we just dive Zeka, and what does he do? I mean, I guess maybe he can run. No, he's just going to go in.
Okay.
There's the flash.
Flashes out, yeah, gets away. Keen, meanwhile, okay.
All right, they're trying to commit to this, but now the Shen comes in, and he is going to buffer straight onto the Alistar, as that is a nice gnar into the wall, but not a lot of damage to come through. Finally, this shockwave helps a bit, but still no kills, as finally they take out Duro, but a lot committed to get that one kill onto the support.
I'm both amazed that no one from HLE died, but also that it took so... Oh, they're going again.
Oh, boy. Yeah, and now Keen maybe is in a bit of trouble, as just too much of an overload down in the bottom side of the map. And Chovy's like, yeah, this is great. I'm just farming top by myself.
A new challenger approaches and takes. Doesn't even get the big prog, actually. Well,
interesting.
A good play from HLE. I think just bringing that much beef, not specifically the Alistar, but so many bulky champions to the dive helped a lot. But it did look pretty precarious.
So much thickness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And in the end, able to get 2 kills off the back of that. Shut down from Keen as well. Plays like that, definitely how you want to get back into this game. We were hoping for the full 6-game day, and Gen.G on the road right now to denying that.
Yeah, I think it's a big issue when this comp is ahead, and they literally can just death ball, and you don't really have good recourse.
Gen.G always the death ball team.
Yeah.
Super tight as a unit.
I feel like this comp doesn't even take all that much finesse either. It's kind of just like,
lot of go
especially
buttons.
from ahead. Like if they're
Yeah.
behind, obviously setting up the plays is the hard part. But if you're ahead, it's like, okay, you know, Shen's going to engage or Nocturne's going to engage. And
or Cassiopeia is going to rocket belt in and engage.
Yeah. And then the follow-up is the easy part, right? Like if you get the engage in, Seraphine ult over the top, Mbessa ult over the top, Chovy DPS, Miasma on top of that stun target, like...
It's like if one hits, we all hit.
Yeah. So, from ahead, it's just
But
it's very
again,
impressive.
HLE are punishing these side lanes.
Yeah, this is what they did so well at Kespa Cup is now 4 people on top of Keen. He is the Fed member as Zeka tanking it up as the turret shots are doing so much here. As another one comes in, they try to go into mid, but Kuma gets away.
Yeah, that definitely deserves the Yumi emote there. Not a good response from Gen.G. I mean, they get value because of the Herald. They're getting value in 2 lanes. They're going to get Dragon. But HLE just keep getting away with these plays, and it's not a fantastic feeling considering the advantage that Gen.G had in this game.
Well, they're going to get the Ocean Break. It's not Chemtech, but here's the dive once again.
So, in terms of what's taken on the map, Gen.G still got a ton. But they were going to get that anyway, and I think the fact that HLE are able to make these trades while being so far down is a little worrying. We then see in the mid play, we don't get to see it again, but it was a little flash into the wall, not over the wall. You learn from Chronicler. But they still got bot tier 1, mid tier 1. They got a bunch of plates mid. So like the gold is still 4,000 ahead. But not exactly how they wanted the entire passage of play to go. Interesting to note that no flash on Zeka or Guma right now. So definitely can be viable targets. That being said, Cleanse is there for Guma. Zeka's not far away from flash. See what they can do. Rylai's has been picked up by Ruler. So the E now just roots immediately.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good for catching people out, catching people off guard because it's so long ranged, quite fast. And I guess the thought process is you hit that, then everything hits in this composition.
Yeah, or at least, you know, forces a cleanse and, you know, maybe then the Shen can engage or something like that. So just adding more ways, more factors to find picks and find engages. And I think Gen.G are doing a good job as well of just controlling space at this point in time. They got that Drake and then just immediately everybody's on the bottom side of the map here, taking the jungle away, pressuring the lanes. They are going to flash on a Chovy who just flashes away. But now we got a TP coming in. Keen has not gone for the TP just yet. Now he's going to go for it. And there is a massive gaze on a 2 as the Gnar goes down and the peel is there. And oh god, we got a raid boss behind you as the light's going to go down. Kanavi's out of position. He's going to go out. And the 2 carries get away, but Gen.G are running away with this game.
3 caught in the gaze for Chovy, and he gets 3 kills as well with the triple. Keen gonna get the tower, but the rest of the team are going straight to that Baron just as it spawns as well. I see the rest of the team. Guys, this may be a little less members than you need. Thankfully, Keen and Turo.
So he's like, I'm busy. I got a farm. I need more minions.
Yeah. Baron's global, so why does he need to be there?
Well,
this is Delight.
Yeah. Does he just die if he gets hit by poison?
No,
I guess he's just not going to get hit by poison anyway. Yeah, Chovy not in the best spot. Now he gets hit by poison. He's ticking down a little bit, but he's fine.
They're able to take him out, and his Baron's taken away. So another Rylai's. We'll see this play here. So it's a great flash. And then I think this taunt from Duro is phenomenal, because as soon as the Mega Gnar arrives, the CC's there. Then the Petrifying Gaze comes through, the Encore on top. Just everyone doing their job here.
Just really solid play.
Nice.
Handles the pressure. Gives a good nice at the end. That's what you like to see from a team player. He did then go bot and just die.
We didn't talk about that.
To teleport Alistair. But, you know, it's okay.
I mean, he's so tanky now as well. I know I said the thing about like the Bruiser's top lane with the Seraphine, but he is actually just so bulky now.
Yeah.
With Rylai's, Rocket Belt, and Roa.
It's a build that's designed to handle Orianna Pantheon for sure. And, I mean, Cassiopeia always loves long fights where she can survive for a long time and just do DPS.
I do think maybe the double Rylai's was a bit overkill, but you know what? Slow them down, why not? Oh, Pantheon coming in.
Yeah, coming on in, but the taunt is there. The disengage is here for now, but trying to chase down Juro. As there is the flash just to get away. 4 people trying to make this happen. Chovy's mid, or rather top, and Keen is mid. So you don't get the Shen this time, and you're losing quite a lot, but trying to make a play against Baron, against the flow of the play, has been the name of the game here for HLE.
So although it might seem like it's a bit unfortunate, a bit bad for your Seraphine to flash there, they have spent so much time bot lane, and they are losing so much on the map. They don't get the Shen, they stick around for Ruler, they get Ruler's flash, and in terms of setting up for the next fight, yeah, it's nice to take the bot lane's flash, but you lose so much of your base in terms of structures.
Yeah, it doesn't feel so great for the side of HLE. They're 7,000 gold behind. Now trying to find Chovy, who is just going to zone him away with the Miasma and the Gaze. And just trying to go for a little bit of a slower push after the fact with the last dregs of the Baron.
Even though you have Ruler and Duro's flashes, the Light and Knavi don't have theirs, and they're like your primary engage. And also Dragon's up now, and Dragon is probably just going to get taken. I mean, HD look like they want to contest it. I guess maybe they're banking on those flashes being down, but like that's the opportunity we needed. But I'm not sure it seems like that good of a spot. Chovy levels up to 16 with a Rod of Ages. Ruler has Imperial Mandate now, which is very good item on Seraphine.
Yeah.
The extra damage will be very appreciated. And obviously the E cooldown super low. This does have his Mega nearly stacked up. They want to fight this, but Keen is wrapping round.
Yeah, trying to go for Keen once again is going to be the collapse, but I don't know about this. They're just corralled him against the wall, and now Genji are going in as a big Gnar to the wall, trying to peel here, but the Seraphine ults over the top gets 2, and guess who's still alive? It is Chovy, but trying to make a play here for Zeka, trying to just frontline for him to deal the damage, but they have not dealt with the Cassiopeia at all, as they finally do take down Keen there in the top lane. But Chovy is just on the back line killing everybody, as Zeka and Kanavi super low health. Chovy looking to get the kill on Zeus, as their allies will help net it. And it's only Chovy and Kanavi who are left.
I think it's only Chovy that they needed. He just ran down member after member of HLE. He was like a kid in a candy shop. He was just spoiled for choice in who to kill first. But this initial engage comes in, and Guma's just dead. There's just very little you can do, just clipped by the ult. And the thing is, it's so hard to dodge because of the darkness.
Yeah.
And then the ult from the Gnar, though, is massive. And that gives them a lot of momentum in the fight, but then the Petrifying Gaze comes through, and look at Chovy. He's just spamming Twin Fangs. No one has cooldowns left to deal with him. They're kind of like, let's just try to kill someone else and hope that he runs out of mana. That approach doesn't work. Zek is just dead. He does survive long enough to help out with Ruler, but it is just a messy fight. And in fairness, with how far ahead Genji was, that went pretty well overall for HLE, but they just never had the tools to deal with the Chovy problem. He now has a 10-stack Medjai's. He now has a Seeker's Arm Guard. He just got that much harder to deal with.
We're also just going to get a free Ocean Drake off of the back of that, so...
Ocean Soul, honestly, just to give Chovy infinite mana, and the sustain will be valuable in these long fights. It's not going to be bad at all, but they're not quite there yet. Will the game last to that point? That's the question. We've seen that HLE can find picks, and that was a competitive fight, if we're being honest, in the bot lane, considering the deficit, but
yeah,
can they handle Chovy? The answer currently seems to be no. Guma does pick up the Collector here, doesn't have to go for the Serpent's Fang there that we've sometimes seen, even though it obviously slows down your sort of crit progression. Does obviously deal with a lot of the shields all over Genji.
Yeah, and Kanavi went for the jungle build, so We kind of knew he was going to follow the template.
Yeah, I think Kanavi needs a GA.
Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, it was really nice to see HLE kind of absorb the pressure. Alistair and Meganar are very good at doing that, but it's still a lot. They're trying to go for Chovy once again, and this time, if they have enough tools, maybe they can. He goes golden. And the Stand United is there, but eventually 5 members of HLE make it happen, and they will actually kill the raid boss.
The thing is, what now for Gen G? You've lost your most valuable member. Can you contest this Baron? They maintain the Encore and the public execution. And there's a lot of tools down for HLE, but Zeus has Mega. He's ready to rumble.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to try to go into this one and poke them down, but a knock up here on a Duro and an Unbreakable Will just to try to zone here from Delight. As eventually, they are getting a bit low. Canyon trying to go in for the steal as it's a big Encore on a 4, but it does go on a Kanavi as Keen trying to go 1v5. The Torn is going to miss and Keen goes down. As now maybe Canyon can do something, but no, it's not enough. HLE taking the Baron. Guma survives. It's a triple kill for him as HLE are in the game again.
And no matter how good the engage looks, the follow-through, the DPS just isn't there without Chovy. HLE handle it beautifully. And this engage from Delight, he's slowed down, gets taunted, and he sees the window, instantly punishes, and Chovy doesn't stasis early enough. Even with a Stand United, it just doesn't make a difference. He goes for the Petrifying Gaze, he's just dead. And this ensuing fight, look at the value that Gen G actually gets of these abilities. This Encore hits 4. Public Execution onto Zeka. And yet they still lose the fight because after that initial salvo, there's just nothing left in the tank. And the AD carries, the Gnar and the Corki just free hitting to finish things off.
Yeah, imagine if they had a Cassiopeia. I mean, obviously that fight doesn't happen if Cassiopeia is alive, but still.
It was also not the Huni Baron, it was Terry,
yeah,
which is a lower damage Baron. But it does have that extra terrain, which I think helped with
it helped the Encore, yeah.
Encore, yeah.
Now they're just saying, okay, we want to fight on our terms. The Flash comes in, there's the Nocturne, there it is. They do take down Zeka. It's a lot of the damage as an instant cleanse from Guma. They're trying to take him down. The stun for the peel from Zeus is massive. Keeps him alive in this fight, and Guma will live. They absorb the pressure once again. HLE are looking incredible now.
And they just... Gen G commit way too much onto Zeka, more than they needed to take him down, and let Guma be there to free hit. Let Zeus come in with a massive Mega Gnar. And now it's up to Ruler to thin the wave out, but with the Baron, this is so difficult. Double cannon minions there. I don't think the timer is there to end, but if Ruler gets caught out here...
Yeah, Delight will step away. For him. Kanavi has Flash too, so you gotta be real careful.
With Zeka's TP coming up, I think if Ruler got caught out, it's risky. I don't think they'd end, but they could definitely do a lot more damage to the base. But if you look here, so they commit the ult initially, then we get a taunt, then we get Chovy, then we get the public execution. He's already dead. He was already dead before the public execution. They then don't have the answers for Guma, and Zeus comes in and slams Chovy. And in the meantime, Ruler's free hitting, but what does it actually mean? You're not cutting through these targets. It's not doing enough damage. You need the Cassiopeia alive, and honestly, I think there's builds for both Cassiopeia and Seraphine which do more damage, and they both went the Rylai's, they both went utility. And it wasn't a problem before when you were that far ahead, but it's starting to feel like a bit of a problem that it's not cutting through the bulk quick enough.
Yeah, it looks like, you know, after Guma cleansed, we saw Chovy throw in like 2 or 3 Twin Fangs into him, but I think the poison just wasn't ticking because the Fangs were not dealing the damage that they needed to.
That's the thing, is we're talking about how if Chovy's dead, they lose all this damage. If Chovy misses a Q, think how much the DPS actually drops for Gen G. It's such a high burden of execution champion, and so much rests on Chovy's shoulders in this game. Keen also not really able to get the value there. I think the public execution was significantly overkill. EP coming in, they're setting up this Dragon. Ocean Soul, I do think would do some favors to Gen G. I don't think it drastically changed the state of the game, but extra value would be appreciated. EP coming in from Keen, and Zeka to follow.
You're going to try for it, but if you're Gen G, you do not have to overcommit for it. They are going to look for the play, actually, on Akeen, who just tanks all the damage. The follow-up's not there, and now they get on the backline. The Encore hits 3!
They get Guma!
They got him this time! They finally did it! But can they end the fight is really the real question. As Zeka's out of it, and it looks like they should be able to. They also got the Ocean Soul, and the dreams of HLE are dashed on the rocks as Gen G just looking for the push now in mid.
Only Zeka to defend. I don't think it's enough. I think this is going to be game. Gen G find the engage. Managed to turn things around. Kanavi connected only onto the Ambessa. Couldn't catch the Seraphine. And then they catch Guma. Now they got Zeka.
Yeah, he had to step up to try to clear the wave. He is going to live for now. I spoke too soon. He is so dead. As Chovy gets in there with the flash and the ghost, and they will end it. Gen G, big scare up against HLE, who nearly took that game away from them. But Gen G eventually will be the victors and will deny us a game 3 with their 2-0.
I know we're hoping for 3 games, but that was a banger 2-gamer. Even though it's a 2-0 for Gen G, HLE definitely putting up a fight, but the team fighting, the crisp team fighting, came back in display in that final fight. But it was an absolute slugfest. And considering we're getting closer and closer to the season end, seeing this match in a best of 5, maybe as late as finals, would be such a reward. The fact of getting this matchup so frequently with Legend Group is an absolute banger. But there were some great moments from everyone on Gen G, but I think there was a definite main character in this series. And it's not exactly an original or new one. It's the same guy it often is.
Yeah. And all those Taeyoon voters that were hoping for the upset, they're real upset now.
Yeah, I mean, you can't blame him. He wants to win the game, and he did a pretty good job of it. There he is, of course, Chovy. I think the Rise game was enough to put him as the absolute front runner, and then the Cassiopeia game was like, yeah, okay.
The fact that the game lived and died by him was a pretty big tell for both of them.
Rula happy just to sit back and play Seraphine. Did get some big ults though. The Encore, the fights.
He looks great on it.
That last one catching Gumayushi at the end to set up Keen with the public execution, doing a phenomenal job. And I think as well what was cool was seeing the back and forth in these fights, how miss execution one way or the other could really define who wins. And the final fight just came down to we did it better.
Yeah.
With that final engage, which I'm sure we're going to see here. This play from Canyon, just like, yeah, we can dive him. Zeka even saying, really? I died of this?
Yeah.
And then there were some monster engages with high value encores.
After this fight, I'm like, oh, it's 2-0. It's a wash.
But this one as well. The taunt immediately, the petrifying gaze, then the triple encore. When everything hits, it feels so good, but it wasn't all hits this game. HLE obviously put a lot of fight back in return. That Gnar ult that Zeus got was pretty phenomenal. This one as well. The paranoia, meaning you can't see the public execution coming, is so annoying to play into. And yet it was still close because they got the series of knockups with the Light and Zeus. It was just Chovy cleaning up kills, doing as much damage as possible.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you know, when it gets a little scrappy like this, the death ball of Gen G didn't always work.
This one where Chovy was dead. And even with the 4-man encore, the public execution hitting is just not enough to follow through.
Yeah, Kanavi GAs and comes back. Kanavi had like 10 kills when they lost in this last fight.
And this is the last fight. So Shockwave misses Ruler, only hits Keen, who doesn't really care about the damage, and then that encore.
They were just screaming Corky because...
That was Ruler just shouting like,
yeah.
go, 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 go.
Second he gets hit by that, you know, the follow-up, the line ults with Seraphine and Ambessa.
Also just the paranoia on top of the line ults.
Yeah.
Because it looks like...
You can't see anything.
It looks like you can criticize HLE for like not moving out the way, but it's like you can't actually see it coming until it's almost on top of you.
We can see it, but they
can't. From the observer, from the fan view point of view, it looks so different to like their point of view where everything just turns dark and suddenly you're dancing with your teammates.
You can see a lot of relief. And they're talking about, you know, like what they should have done better and stuff. Like we should have backed, we should have done this and that. But like, yeah, very close one at the end of the day. Kanavi with 30k damage.
I don't think anyone could have watched that entire game and thought, yeah, Knavi did more damage than Chovy, but I guess he did.
Pantheon does slap sometimes.
He does. He got stuck in there. Wasn't quite enough, but a crazy game. The goal graph does tell a lot of the story. But the POM, it's a no-brainer. It is going to be Chovy. 1,000 POM points now. You know, I was actually talking about this last week. I was like, is this the time where we see a Rise Group player get #1 in POMs? Is it where we see
Ox,
is it where we see Chovy not finish #1? The answer is no. The answer is no. Chovy has a very healthy lead.
It is possible for a tie to happen. Taeyun needs to get POM in every single one. By the way, props to you and Atlas and Umti and Huni.
Wow.
You did go for this. I actually, this entire time, I'm like, yeah, I definitely voted Gen G.
I think
Just
this was a difficult one
Yeah.
to predict.
It's very close.
Yeah, I think both votes completely justifiable. But unfortunately, I was right and you were wrong, so...
So obviously, I was just really stupid.
But you are really stupid. Not you.
Well, when I made that decision, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is what it is, you know.
It is what it is.
Atlas was the smart play-by-play. Maybe that's why you got the host today.
Yeah,
Makes a lot
that
of
was
sense,
the
yeah.
reward for doing such a good prediction. We knew ahead of time. No, it was super close, and it was honestly a banger series that if it had gone to 3, I would have been happy, but I'll take 2.
Yeah, it was a good series, and we are done here on the cast, guys. Let's hand it over to Deer for the translation of the POM interview.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Chovy on the side of Gen G, who has climbed all the way to first place of Legend Group after that victory. That victory over HLE again means that you have reached 17 wins. How do you feel? You know, rather than counting our wins, I just feel like I'm just really happy that we were able to win today with a great performance. Well, that was a unanimous POM, which means that you are now at 1,000 POM points. So after game 2, did you expect the POM? I mean, I died a bunch of times, so no, I didn't actually predict or see that coming at all. You know, I just think maybe I do deserve it because I did my best in my given situation even after dying. I just try to do my best in the given position. And game 1 was so neck and neck, and the game 1 up to 7 drakes. So how did you stay focused? You know, when it comes to staying focused, I think you just have to keep on thinking about how we can actually utilize our comp so that it actually creates an uncomfortable space for the opponent. So I think that's why I just had to stay focused thinking about that. And so what broke that even game was your rise. This one insane realm warp. It must have been so hard for the enemy to predict, so how did you find this window? Yeah, in the previous team fight, I just knew that the enemy used a lot of flash, and you know, the team members that they had were actually spread apart with the 2 of their members being on the side lane. So I just really was just trying to time my ult. I was already anticipating using my ult. And game 2, after 714 days, Bot Seraphine made a return in the LCK. So was this a prepared and practiced pick? I think it's just that as we play things out, it ends up becoming that same comp that you see previously. And, you know, yeah, this is definitely something that we have been preparing. And I think that preparation actually had a lot of good, brought that good result today as well. And there was this one really good wombo combo, the Casio ult. In this replay, the Casio ult and the Seraphine ult. Can you walk us through what happened here? I think whenever I play Casio, I just have to make sure that I use my ult as seamlessly as possible, and that's the only way you can actually hit it correctly on the enemy. So I think after that, I think Ruler was able to just follow up and was able to find a really good angle for that Seraphine ult. And it was actually going pretty smoothly for Gen G in game 2 until HLE striked back and took Baron. So were you feeling antsy at all when they took Baron? I think it was just that one turn that we were actually supposed to hold back from fighting, and we were aware of that, but we ended up dying. So yeah, it was a little scary in that moment. And your head coach, as the secret to Genji's improvement, he actually mentioned internal comms and flexibility and strategy. So what are your thoughts? I think whenever we talk internally and have discussions within the team, I think we try to focus on what makes it harder for us to play out the game. So I think we end up having a lot of debate in game. So I think that's what actually translates into improvement on our performance. And next up will be the team roadshow at T1 home ground. So what do you think will be the key against T1? I think T1 always knows how to come back from a disadvantage. And they try to find that really good angle. So I think given that they're really solid on that macro, I just want to make sure that we have to stay even more focused and then make sure that we can win. And any message for your fans? I think we are recovering our performance right now, and I think we are on the right trajectory. So I hope that you can continue supporting us and look forward to our performance. And that is all from Chovy, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, for that absolutely wonderful translation of the interview with Chovy. Huge congratulations to Genji for that 2-0 victory. Although it wasn't as one-sided as Game 2 would have made it look if you came in halfway through and then have now tuned in at the very end. That's just not really how it went. And we have a bit of an example for you to start it off of just how well Genji played throughout that mid-game, because honestly, this was a joy to watch. And it started off with a bit of a uh-oh. That's the uh-oh. Thank you, Brennan Valdez, for that one.
Yeah, this is the moment where we just knew that Genji is gonna win the team fight, right? Perfect setup from Duro, lineup, chain CC by roller. It was just an art of the team fight. And I think it was really surprising that like Genji is bringing up this level once again, because I think HLE was the one who had such a phenomenal team fight skills, but it was Genji today who brought up this kind of insane team fight, especially Chovy.
I mean, I feel like I can't blame like both team actually play such well the team fighting around. Like I think they're playing around the team compositions. Like both team were like aware what team can offer for themselves and rather. And I think it's today, like as what he said, I think the HLE like was actually I would say like they were a little bit more greedy, like recognizing the play. Oh, the play's over. Like what can they get more? It's like there was a small mistake the few times actually appear. I mean that actually make those really close differences that make actually them lose today.
Yeah, this is the ridiculous thing is I feel like HLE have hit a really high level, but unfortunately Genji have just improved leaps and bounds as well. This is not the team that were disappointing us in previous tournaments, like EWC, for example, in the beginning of this week.
I mean, look at the team fight that they're having here right now. Once again, with the Seraphine ulti, on top of that, you have Casio just killing all the targets. I mean, I think, as Kessler said, the paranoia into the Ambessa ult, into all the ultimate that they have, like made look so OP. So I feel like even though in this round we doubt about the Seraphine Seraphine bot lane against Corki, because we don't often see those picks on the bot lane anymore.
Yeah.
But I think Genji made it look so OP because they played as a team.
And it was also just such a beautiful draft trap at the same time, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because you can flex the Seraphine to support, you can still play Ash Seraphine and put Shen in the top lane if you'd like to. So many things that we want to talk about that made that draft so beautiful on the Genji side. And it sort of all builds off that Kog'Maw Lulu draft that they have had earlier on, that they then played into the Finesse draft with the Kalista Renata. This is showing some draft flexibility for our team that we had so much criticism for when it came to drafting the same boring stuff over and over again and very frustratingly winning all the time. And they got caught out for it. They weren't able to win at first stand, things like this. You know, last year they weren't able to get past KT at the World Championship. Maybe with this mindset, this added flexibility, things are going to be a little bit better. But let's have a look at our POM comment spread, our vote spread, I should say.
because I have a feeling this is going to be pretty unanimous. That's
We all knew it.
Like even like strategic media, like everyone knows the assignment here.
I mean, this is crazy, right? Like they were trying to shut him down like the Chovy, right? And he's just not, right? Like he's just like, oh, I'm still back. Like I'm, just with my palm, and like it's gonna be like, he was
Spoilers. He was completely just like he was just dying like 3 times in a row in the early game, and then he becomes so huge, and he's the one actually making shot call, all the team fight, all the functioning, like how they want to fight, right? Like
every realm.
He was like
game-changing.
piloting the people, like the teammate. That's a crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it kind of connects to what Chovy said in the previous interview, like before the EWC. I remember like Chovy saying, man, I think, Chovy is saying a lot about like his playstyle and stuff, but I have no comment on his play. Like, I think if you watch today's game, then there's no doubt that Chovy is gonna 13 out of 13 of palm votes, right?
Yep.
And like as I said, I mean, Chovy mentioned in the interview that we are afraid to take a risk on the plays and the macro because we always played like classic style of League of Legends. So that's how we won dominantly in the previous regular split. But I think Gen.G, they kind of figured out this is the timing where we need to change. We need to try to like take more risks. So that brings us to the higher place, right? I think this showcases that like the different version of Gen.G today, and I think it's still progressing.
Hooney, now you can unveil your glorious comment.
It's not that glory, but
It's pretty good.
I think it's good.
strongest all-3 rise and clean Meadows game.
Yeah, for sure.
It was really clean.
I mean, I just love strongest 0-3 rise because that is what it felt like. Like you're not allowed to be that strong after having that early game, and Zeka did so much good work.
I know. It's not like HLE play bad, right? Like they play okay. There was like like few mistakes.
I mean, let me make it clear. We can't blame HLE on this one. I think Gen.G just
Not at all.
so much better level of League of Legends then.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it's not actually fair. We're going to have a look at some of the other ones here as well, as Helios came in with the moment I opened my eyes, my whole body was petrified. Like Medusa got me.
Oh, man.
Helios is on pretty good form today, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, he always hits the palmet nowadays.
Oh, yeah. That being said, Helios, you are actually okay. And yeah, this is what I thought your comment was kind of doing. Like the no comment is exactly the same as just the Chovy.
But isn't it too short? It should be like, Chovy! You know?
Yeah,
it's
I think
too short.
Yeah, Ox doesn't hang out with the Korean classes enough.
He never does.
He doesn't. He
doesn't understand how great
that's messed up.
Actually, no, he probably just didn't have enough time to type it in as he was walking backstage. So that's probably what it was. Just not enough time for all of the O's. That's okay. The wall of bomb first remains unbroken. True. And like we were actually thinking about this just before, like he hit 1,000 again, even when it was POG, like that was often the time when you knew you were going to win the split, right? Because we were split into 2 splits. So now you've got like double the amount of time, but it's still just Chovy.
I mean, the thing is, they're not even in the first place right now. I think it was makes sense, like Chovy getting the first place in the POM standings back in the day.
Yeah.
Because they were
going like 17-1, 16-2.
But now they're not even like dominating the regular split, but still Chovy is getting the first in the POM standing is insane.
When in doubt, Chovy is just so incredibly powerful. Chovy's Realm Warp even warped the whole game, and yeah, it did. I actually just... Rise is so incredibly good at determining how good a player is because use of that ultimate is so telling of how well you understand the map state, right? And Chovy is so good at executing on those plays.
Yeah, I agree. I think that Roland Wars was on point, and yeah, Chovy isn't perfect anymore, and that's why we can see more of clutch plays. I mean, that kind of connects with my
yeah,
right?
I'm kind of into this.
Yeah, more risks.
I kind of like
beautiful.
Because like today, actually, Chovy did make a few mistakes, but that turns actually he was like way more creative. Like even like as
but
you
he's taking risks, right? It's not like I want to be the perfect mechanical player that doesn't make mistakes. It's I'm willing to take the risk to see whether it pays off.
That's why we are more excited to see what Gen.G is gonna bring to us until the end of the split, right? Because I think every single time Gen.G was just like, winning every single game, but it was not great at the end, right? But now we have complete different storyline with Gen.G not like dominating the regular split.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It's gonna be like complete new.
What's gonna happen?
And Legend Group is so good this
it's
year
hard.
as well.
It's
It's
rough.
crazy. Let's have a look at said Legend Group standings as we have a separation of 2 wins between top and the bottom, ladies and gentlemen. This is ridiculous. It's unheard of. We had KT and Nongshim just sort of like, I don't know, boosting the stats of the other 3 teams last year. This time around, everyone is a competitor. It's crazy.
And it's a huge, huge win for Gen G. 3 win streaks and 2 upper standing. I feel like Gen G is going to be the one who's really smiling this week.
They definitely are. And having a look as we include the Rise group as well, BNK KRX claiming that top spot with their victory earlier today over Kium DRX. The Bros, their work is cut out for them to reclaim that top spot now.
So to wrap up for today's series, I feel like HLE is still struggling to find out what draft plan they want to make for the team, because I think last time when they play against Gen G, Shyvana didn't work out. They struggled too much. And today as well, I think the first game, I felt like HLE players did such a great job of using their team comp into the win con, right? But I feel like it was just too rough, it was too early game focused team comp, so that means if you make 1 or 2 mistakes, then you're gonna fall off, right? So I feel like they need to fix the draft for them.
It all comes back to the draft. That being said, I want them to keep playing the way they're playing because the level of League of Legends that we had in that last series was amazing, and the level we're going to get in our first matchup tomorrow is going to be ridiculous. Another LCK team roadshow. It seems like we're just always out of LoL Park these days, and it is absolutely awesome. T1 versus DK there, and then Nongshim taking on the Bros. I have absolutely no idea what this is going to mean as far as predictions are concerned. This was the hardest one for me.
I feel like
it's crazy.
I feel like it's probably the last chance for Nongshim if they want to beat the playing spot.
Have to.
They're losing so many games now.
It must. I mean, it's the last week. You have to win no matter what. Otherwise, you can't lose anymore.
I mean, at least maybe they can still win Casper Cup. It's crazy how well they're doing in that tournament when they just cannot seem to win here in the LCK. But that is all we have for today. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for more LCK. Bye-bye.
KT 롤스터 개막 이후 8연승 아우라 생명 진짜 완전히 KT를 파괴해버렸습니다. 10연승에서 11연승으로 1라운드 하나 생명이 2라운드는 KT가 왜요? 밴디는 어디서 이런 선수를 데려왔습니까? 열차가 올라갈지 뭐 전차가 질주할지 역대급 LCK예요.
just when I lift my mic into the stars.